We are live now.
Okay.
Good morning, Alessandro. Would you like to introduce yourself for a second? Oh, wait, just a second, just a second.
Fresh.
I'm gonna record this for YouTube too. I mean, I could download the VOD later, but that would be easier, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, Alessandro. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Okay. I'm not very good at this kind of things. Hello everyone. I'm Alessandro, Ale Milan 19 on Magic Online, and I'm part of the testing and crashing team. And yeah, I did well in the showcase last Sunday, playing Pioneer with the deck I posted the sideboard guide of, which is Red Black Arcanist. Let me find if I still have
Yeah.
the list
Let's talk about the list then,
somewhere.
actually. Let's take a look at it.
Somewhere.
S-
Yeah. Okay. When I
Just.
first started testing this deck, I thought the 75 were basically set in stone because um, I mean, most lists look like the same.
Mm-hmm.
They had different split of Duresses and Soulgate Lantern in the sideboard. Like some lists played 4 Duress and 2 Lantern, and other played 3 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. So I started with a stock list and didn't think much about changing it for the first few days. Then, when I was comfortable playing this deck, I tried to make some changes, and I think those changes worked very well for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I think they are gonna become stock in the future. And those changes are mainly playing one Cling to Dust main deck
Mm-hmm.
to face Phoenix mostly, but I think a Link to Dust is a decent card anyway. It's not like mm, a perfect card because there are plenty of matchups where you just don't have targets unless you exile something from your graveyard,
Mm-hmm.
which is not ideal. But having a cantrip to flashback with the Dreader Arcanist in some other spot is just amazing. So I think it's worth it. And the card is pretty good against Phoenix. I was very concerned about Phoenix in general
Okay.
for the weekend because I didn't play Phoenix much, but my guess is that Phoenix is the best deck in Pioneer. It's super consistent. It gets to play like Ancestral Recall, which is obviously a super powerful card.
Yeah.
And the new list with the expressive iteration have I mean, they just play a lot of good cards, and between expressive iteration and treasure cruise, the Phoenix is really good at grinding. So I think Phoenix is the deck to beat right now. So
Mm-hmm.
I was on the Cling to Dust main deck, and I was
And
trying the Go Blank in
yeah.
the sideboard,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Go Blank is a powerhouse against Phoenix. I would definitely recommend. And I also lost both in the Swiss and in top 8 against a version of Red Black that was playing Go Blank main deck. I
Oh,
guess it was in place of Colagan Command. Maybe I
interesting.
will try to find the list later. I guess it got published. I'm not sure though.
I'll take a look.
And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I wasn't maybe smart enough to figure out Go Blank is a main deckable card. I'm still not sure to be honest because I faced plenty of like barn decks, mono red decks, aggressive decks in general, and
Uh-huh.
Collagen Command is so much better against those kind of decks with the additional upside of being able to deal with like a graph digger cage or something if you
If
if
some opponent
you
shows up with it, yeah. You have a lot of tabs open.
Yeah.
Okay, so they were
I,
playing.
I, I,
It's an interesting version. Like one gifted Aetherborn main deck, three in the sideboard to help with the aggressive matchups, and then two go blanks in the main, two go blanks in the sideboard. They were still running two K commands, so the go blanks were mostly over like one claim fame, one K command, I think, compared to
yeah.
your version. And then they were playing. They cut like a cling to dust
And some
and some
pyromancers.
pyromancers for another Bloodshift's first, the Duress main deck, which is also interesting. Very
Yeah, I
aggressive.
also think they play one more land than me. I
Yeah, and they
guess
do
I
play
played
one more land,
22.
yeah. Interesting version for sure.
Yeah, I'm not fond of one-offs in general, especially in this kind of deck that has like no manipulation, no cantrips, so you
Only
just
the
have to
village
draw
rights.
your one-off naturally. I mean, I can see an optimize at least running some one-offs, so it has a perfectly optimized sideboard, but yeah,
Triple.
maybe this is the way to go. I'm not sure about some of this number, but I mean he did better than me, so this list is definitely well done, I
Yeah.
guess.
Like they're definitely it definitely looks like someone thought this through. I'm not as you said. I'm not sure about all the changes. Like only two young pyromancers when you're running village rights. I don't know about that, but oh my god. But I
And
mean, you can't deny that they did well, and it's an interesting look for sure. Like Go Blank definitely seems like a good main deck card for now.
And I want to point out something about Gifted Etherborn, which is a card I didn't end up playing, but let me explain an interesting concept. Gifted Etherborn is pretty good in this kind of metagame because it has three tardness. And I think not dying to shock against Phoenix is like crucial right now because mm, I mean, as I said, I think Phoenix is a really good deck, and dodging their removal spells means you are actually able to establish pressure, and especially with Gifted Etherborn, you can raise them pretty well.
Yeah.
So it's not a terrible idea. On the other side, the Young Pyromancer seems like a much better card in general, and it probably is. I mean, sometimes you just make an army of tokens and you run away with the game. And but being one darkness and being so vulnerable to anger of the gods is a huge downside in this specific metagame. The only reason why I didn't try cutting pyromancers is that it's so good with village rice.
Yeah.
Village rice is the engine of this deck, and one of the perfect ways to cast village right is just stacking tokens that you make with pyromancer. So
And getting it back immediately because the Pyromancer triggers. Yeah, that's
yeah.
the reason to play Pyromancer in my opinion in this deck because I'm not high on the card in general. I do think that, as you said, Gifted Etherborn is really well positioned. Just playing it against Burn early gives you so much advantage. It raises Phoenix, it raises Spirits. It's really good. I'm worried about the mana cost, but
Hmm.
like because this deck,
That's why he's
yeah,
playing one more land, I guess.
probably, yeah. Um, which is a good choice. It's always almost always a good choice to run an extra land in these decks, but it's so hard to make space for this.
Hmm.
Um, So I wanted to ask you about two sideboard cards you have here. About the Fetus Worm. That's a card that people always played in the deck, and I always thought was pretty terrible. So I wonder how these were for you. And the Collective Brutality, which is not something you usually see in this deck.
Uh, About the Fit Swarm, I think that the main reason to play it is that you are somewhat scared of rest in peace, and you want a way to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, it's a very narrow card, and yeah, I agree it's pretty bad. Even when you have targets dealing damage to yourself, especially against aggressive strategy, is not ideal. I think there's one established tier deck that plays Rest in Peace right now, which is Burnt Spirits.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And for this reason, I'm still not ready to cut the swarm unless I have a very good reason to do so.
Okay.
Like, for example, the list we were looking at, with the one with Gifted Etherborn
Yeah.
doesn't have
Yeah.
Feed the Swarm because needs space to play Gifted Etherborn. But in general, I feel I'm fine with these numbers in the sideboard against most matchups, so I
Mm-hmm.
can afford to play a chew-off of a very narrow card that I basically bring in mostly against spirits and against some version of Barn that happens to show me Rest in Peace in game 2 or
Okay.
something like that.
Interesting.
So it's it's like the worst card in your sideboard, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that. About collective brutality, I think it was stock
Really? Okay.
1 or 2 weeks ago. Uh, it's a very good card against Barn, obviously, and I like it because of the versatility. I used to bring it in also against the company decks, and it's
Mm-hmm.
fine against the Lotus Field too, because
Okay.
it's an additional piece of discard.
Yeah.
So,
And also
I
even a
mean,
bit of reach, right? Like sometimes you just want to
yeah,
put a card in the yard for Croxa and drain them for two and like take a look at their hand.
yeah. Yeah, I wasn't I couldn't come up with something better than it, and I
Okay.
think Collective Brutality is a fine card overall. It served me well this week, and I wouldn't cut it. I think it's fine. I don't think there are plenty of sideboard options for this archetype.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you need some piece of Gravate, and there's the Soul Guide Lantern. You can also play Scrubbing Claws if you want.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure which one is better, but I guess Lantern is not by a wide margin, but I guess Lantern is better than Scrubbing Claws. Then you have to
Yeah.
play the Magma Sprays as an additional 1 mana removal, and the Duresses as an
Yeah.
additional one
Mm.
mana discard, and then you are that's basically it. You can fill the rest of your sideboard with cards you like that are not yeah, like that are not mandatory or super important, but
Mm-hmm.
you are a true color pioneer deck. You you don't have tons of options in general.
Yeah. Okay, so we can go to the games, but can I ask you to mute the Discord chat that's like keep popping
Oh,
up on the bottom right?
yes. Okay.
So yeah,
I'm not sure which one
it's
it is.
PT something. Maybe it's that one.
I
So
will
you can
try
like
to
okay, yeah.
I will try to mute everything. So
Oh yeah, you don't have to worry
uh,
too much about it. I mean, they're just if it was one or two messages, that would be fine. But they're just like they're having a discussion, which is awesome. So awesome for them. I think that's fine. And if it keeps popping
okay.
up, we'll figure it out. Okay.
Uh,
Never mind, it's not fine.
I how do I
I
want to
think you need to go
mute.
right click on the server itself. So yeah, and then go to mute server for like I don't know 8 hours or
Uh,
something.
until
Yeah,
I
turn it
can.
back on. That
Okay.
also works.
I just don't mute Discords as a general rule, but I should start doing that
Yeah,
to
I
agree
mean I
with you.
mute a lot of discords. Because I am in too many discords, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Okay.
how did your? I don't even remember seeing you list the matchups you played. So it's gonna be interesting to see like the games we're looking at now. And go ahead, like choose one. We can take a look. We're gonna like take a look at some interesting decision points. Talk about different plays and just go with the
Yeah.
flow on this one.
Okay. I forgot to list the matchups I
Yeah,
played. Maybe
no
I will
worries.
do that later. By the way, I got pretty lucky with pairings,
Mm-hmm.
as it happens when you top 8 an event.
Yeah.
I faced plenty of Barn and Mono Red decks, which are the decks you're supposed to prey on because they are low to the ground aggressive deck and you have
Mm-hmm.
a lot of cheap interaction and you're actually pretty good at closing the door because once you get Croxa going,
Yeah.
you just kill them in a couple turns usually. So yeah, I got plenty of good pairings.
Great. Yeah.
And I would like to start reviewing the first game I played
Yeah. Sure.
in the event. Uh, I think I I lost that game. I'm pretty sure I lost, and it was a pretty frustrating loss, to be honest, because I thought I was quite ahead for most of the game. I had plenty of options, and suddenly at some point I found myself like dead on board or something like that, not able to deal with an eidolon. And
Okay.
I wonder if I could have prevented this situation playing more aggressively or more conservatively.
Okay.
So let's
Let's
find
take a
out.
look then. So you're up
Okay.
against. Oh, you're up against
Okay.
Lenny. Lenny is a good player. At least I
Yeah.
recognize the name, but not
Uh,
usually a pioneer player.
so I lost the dice roll,
Hmm.
which is not
Yeah.
ideal. I didn't knew what I was up against, but
Hmm.
seeing Lurus and losing the die roll is not
Yeah.
great, but
But
the end is great.
yeah, this hand is basically perfect, right? You have like push Pyromancer and then either K command or get it back, which is super nice. No
Yeah,
painful mana. This hand's really good.
you would rather have the Arcanist than the
Yeah.
Pyromancer in your ideal end, but I agree this is close to perfect.
Yeah, of course. You can't just
Uh,
mulligan this because it doesn't have Arcanist. I don't think this is
yeah,
like this. So it's worth noting that lures can mean either burn or the mirror match or auras, I
yeah,
guess. But yeah, but they play mountain and a one drop, I guess. Yeah,
yes, very
and you
good
get
one
attacked for
for
one.
yeah, and
You play swamp and you pass, which makes sense.
nothing happens
Yeah,
here, and
this is the interesting
then.
spot, I think. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and there are arguments to just assuming they will go to combat without playing anything. I think there are arguments to kill the monastery, and there are arguments to
Mm-hmm.
let him
Letting it
connect
attack.
with it.
Yeah.
The argument for kill the monastery is mainly like saving life, obviously, and not enabling light up the stage,
Mm-hmm.
which might be especially important if they kept a one lander or
Yeah.
something like that. So if they kept a one lander and they can't cast light up the stage on turn two, they basically die on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
So there are plenty of upsides in casting this push. The downside, and I think it's a pretty big downside overall, is that if you kill the monastery and then they jump Eidolon, you're gonna take a lot of damage
Yeah.
because you're gonna try to cast your Pyromancer and take two, and then you will have to cast the Colagan command the next turn, no matter what you draw and what happens, because you really need to get rid of the Eidolon, and you're gonna take another two. So
Yeah, for
in the
sure.
end, I think it's safer to save your push and take the damage.
Mhm.
If they just do nothing, they played another Monastery Sweetbeer, which turned out, I mean, pretty well for me because I could kill the first one and not think about
Mhm.
the Eidolon, but
Yeah, I think I agree. With this hand, I would just like try and keep push for Eidolon, take the one damage. If they commit to anything, you can just kill the monstery and untap into Pyromancer. I agree.
yeah.
So you said they're playing a Swifty, probably playing a land. Oh, they're not. Well, I guess they just don't have one mana burn spells then.
Yeah, I guess they yet light up the stage this game. I don't remember.
Let's see. Yeah.
They are
So
attacking. I
push.
guess the push. Yeah.
So we take one. So far, so good. There's this land light of the stage. Battlefield Forge always signals that they're short on lands,
Yeah.
or that they drew multiple forges, and they do have the light of the stage. Their hand is really good too. So they found Sacred Foundry and Pyromancer, new joint to a Croxa, which I think at
Yeah.
this point kind of doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, I think you jam the Pyromancer
yeah,
regardless. There are plenty of upsides in jamming this Pyromancer because if they have like a 2 mana burn
yeah.
spell, they are gonna be forced to leave the Viashino in exile, and that will be great for you.
Or let you untap with a
And
Pyromancer, which is even better. Um,
yeah, even if they have like a 1 mana burn spell to deal with the Pyromancer and they gem the Viashino, you want to gem the Pyromancer so you can bring it back later, and and yeah, you can have it available in the graveyard so you can
so let
like
me.
chain some spells later and make make tokens.
So what if we do something different here? Actually, what if you go Croxa to make them discard down to 2 cards? They're gonna drop to 3, play Sacred Foundry, play Pyromancer, taking 3 down to 15, right? And then you untap
Yeah.
and you go Pyromancer plus claim of the Croxa. And that puts them down to 2 cards in hand and gets you a token guaranteed. Um, which is nice because they already have the Viashino, so you know the token is worth like a card at least. So I wonder if you think that's better, maybe.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I even considered this line,
Mm-hmm.
to be honest. I, I, I I tend to rule out lines that involve playing Croxa early
Mm-hmm.
when you are under pressure. But yeah, I think there's a consideration for this line, to be honest. And it's actually close. It has smaller upsides because if you get one top with your Pyromancer, because they don't have the removal spell, then
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be great for you.
Yeah.
And for this reason, and for the fact they are forced to cast this Pyromancer next turn, so they must have a 1 mana removal spell to deal with the Pyromancer. I think the Pyromancer line is still a bit better,
Mm-hmm.
but it's definitely close, I think.
I think what, like, the reason I thought about this was specifically because they showed us a wizard in exile, so now they can go, like, even. I think it's only Lightning Strike that doesn't kill your Pyromancer instead of
Yeah.
Lightning Strike plus Wizard's Lightning. I agree it's close. On the draw, I think I would go for like just Gen Pyromancer here because you just don't have the time. You need to force them to have it, I think, but also, it's a line that plays better if you draw into like a push or Thoughtseize because you can go like claim and another spell on the same turn. So I don't hate it. Like I still think this is a good line. Yeah. Let's see. My guess is that they have the removal spell here, but oh, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, I think they had it.
Yeah,
They start by attacking,
you're obviously
and
not blocking
I
this.
don't block.
Yeah. Like this game, whenever I draw Crocs, like when you have Crocs and K command against Burn, I usually try and set up like those cards to take away their last two spells from hand, if it's possible. Um, Especially when you have Claim Fame too, so you can definitely like make them discard 3 cards this game, and that can be huge. So they shock this in, which means they're playing. Oh wow, they didn't wait. That's weird sequencing.
What?
So let's see what they do here. Let's see what they do here.
Yeah, you mean they don't have removal
Yeah,
spell?
exactly. Like it seems
Yeah,
like they don't have removal.
it's pretty likely at this point because
Yeah.
they would have got it to trigger prowess.
Yeah, they probably just play ladder stage here. No, but that would they
Yeah,
would do this pre-combat as well. That's so weird, right? Oh, okay. Yeah. So
yeah,
they just have another creature, and you get to untap with this board, which is really nice.
which is amazing, and yeah, I think at this point the line is clearly to cast the key command,
Hmm.
deal with the monastery's Spear, make a token, and clock the board. And
Hmm.
that's where I felt quite ahead.
Okay.
I felt smart because my pyromancer lived, so
Hmm.
I felt smart for jamming it last turn, and you know,
Yeah. I think you may.
uh,
I think you found the right line. I mean, this turns out much better than what I did. I think. So the alternative here is again to go like Croxa Claim Fame it.
yeah, and but leaving them with one card in hand, I'm not sure it's great.
Yeah.
I mean, I would rather leave them with 2 cards in hand and
And kill a creature off the board. I
uh,
agree. Take less damage.
deal with a creature.
I generally agree, yeah. But let's see if you just like. And again, as you said, this means you're gonna be in a bad shape to like Eidolon, which I'm not sure if you can actually. It's a tough
Not
spot.
sure I can actually play a lot around Idol on this game right now. I think I could have like a couple turns later, but
So let's see what's up. This is still an interesting game because I think one of the best play patterns you have against Burn is Lurus plus Fame lets you just gain life, like gain 5 life if
yeah,
they tap out, which is super nice. Um,
yeah.
so let's see how this game plays out. Let's see what they do here. You're obviously in good shape here. At this point, I think I would trade the Pyromancer for the Gitu Lava Runner if I get the option,
Uh,
for what it's
I
worth.
think I agree. I think this
Okay, yeah, you don't get the
they
option.
just
Mhm.
killed my young
Yeah,
pyromancer with the lightning strike,
yeah. Now they're attacking for
and
2.
they are gonna attack. Yeah.
Oh, they're attacking Pyromancer too?
Yeah, I think at
Boris
this
try.
point trading the Viashino is okay for them.
That's interesting.
So they have it in the graveyard, so they can bring it back with Lurus at some point, and they can just let the Viashino untapped and do nothing because I will eventually trade with it.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
there's no downside in attacking with the Viashino as well.
And this gives you less opportunities to. Well, this point, as you said, this point looks really good for you. It's really surprising to me that you lost
Yeah.
the game from this point, so let's see what they do.
Also, trading the Viashino is kinda good because now if I draw Village Rights, I don't have anything to
Yeah,
sack,
like, I
which
agree.
is
I think their attack is good here. And this is.
and they pass.
They
And at this point, given they discarded a Boros Charm to the Colagan command, I assume they have another Boros Charm in
Yeah,
hand.
I agree. They probably just have
And
another burn spell in hand. And it has to be a really good burn spell, not like. Not like the random. Not like a random shock or something. They would just use this to kill the
yeah,
token.
okay. These,
So
I guess this is the turn where I start where I played the Pyromancer and the
Yeah,
Claim Fame. I mean, it seems like the clear best play to me here.
I agree. Yeah, just clog up the board. We think they have
Yeah.
an instant speed burn spell, so this Croxa is not gonna get it. And next turn you can go put lures to hand, make Croxa, probably make them discard a lures or a land.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. Just play Pyromancer, claim it, claim the other one, and then you're setting up for like lures plus fame at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, I can also just tutor for Lurus and then cast Fame next turn, so I get 2 more tokens and I start applying pressure
Yeah.
because it's easy to apply pressure with a couple Pyromancer. Yeah, I
Though at this point, I mean, so you're virtually at 9, assuming that they have a Boros Charm in hand.
yeah.
And then, I mean, it really depends on what they draw. But this point seems. At this point, I'm basically trying to set up the lures, I think, for like a couple of turns from now, if possible. They're gonna Boros Charm you and unstep, I'm assuming. Yep. Okay. So he had a good read on the Boros Charm here. And then. And again, if they attack, I think you take the trade here.
Let's see if I actually took the trade or not.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I guess I tried to jump block because I was kinda
With the clear.
excited about casting the Fame next turn and making 2
Two tokens.
tokens. But I'm not sure if it's the correct play. Uh, oh no, I guess the replay got stuck.
No, I think if you try and skip the turn ahead. Like this one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And go word, huh? MTGO, how we love you. Try and press play. Maybe that would help. And give it a second. So, I think chump blocking here is not a very good play because, in my head at least, like faming Alurus is the best way to close out this game, basically. And even if you don't get to use, like, even if they drew exactly the idol on here, right? Oh wow, okay. Oh, MTGO died for me as well.
Oh
Whoa.
no, let's just hope it didn't.
Let's
I
see if we can
crash.
get there. You'll love to see it. Okay. At least this wasn't in the middle of me playing a match, so that's an upside, I guess.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, but
Yeah. So while we're waiting, Gabrielle was asking if what do you think about the giant food lists? I think there are a lot of different lists, so it depends on which one you're talking about. In my opinion, I mean, I think they're a bit vulnerable to good interaction. So like these lists usually rely on 1 or 2 cards to like carry the game on their back, like Corvold or Citadel or Collected Company. Sometimes it's like Mayhem Devil. So I think the decks are good, but a bit vulnerable for my tastes.
yeah.
But people are definitely
Uh,
doing well with them, so I can deny that they're like good decks in general.
I think that the biggest question mark about food is the matchup against Phoenix. Again, I
Mm-hmm.
want to stress how much important it is to have a good matchup versus Phoenix. And I'm not sure Food actually has a good matchup versus Phoenix because if you land Corvold, you're gonna win on the spot mostly. But I remember testing the matchup against you,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kinda hard to land the Corvold. And uh, I mean, if you don't do that, you're gonna end up being raised most of the times. And
Yeah.
also, I think Thing in the Ice is a powerhouse versus Food because I don't think they play that many removal spells. And Thing in the Ice is just, auto win if you manage to flip it. So I'm not sure about Food. It has a great matchup against Pyromancer. Oh,
Yeah.
maybe I'm saying it's bad not to face it. But yeah, also I'm concerned about the matchup against Neve. I think
Mhm.
Neve is favored versus Food, and when I got paired against Food playing Neve, I always felt comfortable. I lost plenty of times because the matchup is pretty difficult to navigate,
Yeah.
but I think I would have won a lot more matches if I played correctly. So I think a good Nif player can be really favored in the matchup. Just me.
Okay. Let's see if we can see the replay again. I'll also say that I think Food might not be very favored against Blue Black, and that probably makes like Blue Black and Phoenix and Lotus Field. These are all seem like tough matchups for Food. So it plays on aggro decks, but I think you have a lot of other options that play on aggro decks. So
I think it's pretty favored against blue black, to be honest.
really, okay,
If you manage to land a trade of crowns in
yeah,
the trade
true.
of crown version, you just win on the spot. So
So let's try and skip like a few turns ahead.
yeah,
Like
let's
we
see.
were probably, I think you were like turn 4 of your turn 4. Well, hopefully we also get like card images at some point. So
Yeah,
two more. I think.
my internet is not great.
Yeah.
I apologize for that.
No, it's also just gonna come online. It's what happens when you restart MTGO.
Okay,
So that was
this
that
is
turn. We can skip 2 more turns ahead, I think. So like two
yeah,
clicks, or
this is the key command turn. This is the turn where they attack.
yeah. And now you play Pyromancer, get it back, and now we
Yeah,
see what they drew and what you did. If it doesn't get stuck, okay. Let's see if the replay survives. So that's
okay.
this is the turn we stopped at. So now they're
Yeah,
attacking. Let's see what play you made. As I said, I think chump blocking here is not a great play. I think you should just try and like manage the board as much as you can, and you should be fine. But especially since you don't have another spell in hand, and the fame I want to keep for the Lurus. So let's see what they do here. You can click a
I
bit.
guess I jump blocked.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, oh
Ah,
yeah,
no.
no, you traded. Nice.
Okay, I
I think
took the
that's a good
trade.
play. No good, some never.
And I guess here they just bring Lurus to their end. I think it makes sense to do so. So they are
Mhm.
Croxa proof
Let's see what they
because
do.
they have another card to discard and
Yeah, if they're tapping that one first, this is a Lurus turn. Yeah, okay. So they put Lurus into their hand. They're not playing another card here. Oh, you draw
and
another
look,
Pyromancer.
I'm a bit concerned about I'm a bit concerned about the Lurus
Yeah.
because I know I don't have a removal spell, and the Lurus can take the take the game by its own pretty easily because I mean it can just start reviving the Ashina Pyromancer over and over, and you just lose. But
Mhm.
I can't do much about that.
Yeah,
I think this turn I have to bring Lurus to my end,
I agree.
and that's the mandatory play. And then I have to choose whether I want to jam the Croxa or the second Pyromancer. And I might have messed up here because I jammed the Pyromancer, and the last card they had in hand turned out to be pretty relevant for them, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
Uh, I still think it's kind of close because having two pyromancers in onto the battlefield is pretty important because next turn you are gonna like cast Urus and then cast Fame, and if you do that you make an additional token to clock the board,
Mhm.
which is very relevant,
So,
and you are racing right now, so yeah,
yeah, I think that's the important thing that you said. Like you're racing right now, and I think so. Given that they put lures in their hand, right? You don't get punished. You don't get really punished by Eidolon off the top here, because then it means they're like one spelling, and you're probably just ahead on board at that point.
yeah.
Um, and you can force the trade on the Eidolon with the lures and gain the life if you want. And I think at this point, one I want to set up is maybe like lures plus Croxa. So you just go like Croxa here, make them discard a card. If it's a land, you put them down to 11 by attacking with Pyromancer and Elemental.
Mhm.
And they have to take damage down to 10 to play Lurus. You can still attack into it if you want. Next turn, and still play your Lurus and get back the Croxa or the Young Pyromancer. And if it's like not a land, maybe you don't attack here, I don't know. But if anyway, like you get to go Croxa, make them discard a card, into Lurus Croxa, get rid of like another card, and they're basically like almost locked at that point. And you still have the Croxa in the yard, which is the best way to turn the corner, as you said. Um,
I
so,
mean,
mhm.
yes and no, because they are not really locked because they have Lurus, so they can just start replaying creatures and they can clock the board on their own
Yeah.
to a point where I can't really attack. And
Until you get the Croxa into play, right? It's a big
yeah,
thing here.
I can keep playing Kroxa, but Kroxa dealing 3 damage to them is not that huge. And I mean, escaping Kroxa at some point is gonna be relevant,
Yeah.
but even escaping Kroxa is not gonna be that relevant because they can just jump it over and over with the Viashino Pyromancer and kill me eventually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Although you do have lures at that point, so you can start attacking them with like other creatures as well. And each attack by the Croxa deals them 3.
Mm.
Um, I don't know. It's an interesting spot. I think I would play the Croxa here. That I think sets you up best for like good draws off the top.
Yeah,
Like if you just draw
in
Stitcher Supplier, it's like, yeah, I'll just escape the Croxa right now. And they're like, and you stabilize the board. If you draw an Arcanist, you get to go Arcanist, Fameit, K Command, Delurus, and they're probably really dead at that point.
yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting spot. There's also a case for keeping Croxa in case you draw a push. And then you get to go Croxa plus push Lurus, I guess.
That's true. That's another consideration.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are reasons to play both. In the end, I decided that I would I would have had another opportunity to snag a card with Croxa,
Okay.
like in the following turns, and drawing uh, how's called mm, the stitcher supplier was not that much of a concern for me
Mm-hmm.
because I would
Yeah.
have been able to spend the mana anyway just by casting Lurus next turn. So I decided to go for the Pyromancer.
Yeah. I don't hate it.
In
Mm-hmm.
retrospect, I would cast the Croxa knowing how the game went, but I'm not sure it's the actual correct play.
Okay. And do you attack here? Which is, I think.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I actually don't hate that because now this lets you go like. This lets you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, by the way, sequencing is wrong here. You're just giving them info here about what you do, right? Like, you should start by
Mm.
attacking and then play your cards. Because now, if they have, like, the shock effect. So, let's say you attack first and
Yeah.
they decide to shock the Pyromancer, and then you can go Crocs and take the lures, and that's, like, a really big punish.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, Tog- Tognarini is here saying, I'm pretty sure Perizino pressed bottoms at random and won randomly. Just so you know. Um, so, let's see what they do here.
Okay.
You
So
can click more
I
than
think
one. It's You can click like a couple of times here. Yeah, they're
Yeah, I
playing
think
Lurus.
here's a turn where they just go Lurus plus Viashino.
Yeah, this is a great turn to. So this is a
And
great turn to
they,
Crocs of them, right?
uh,
I mean,
yeah.
if you wanted to.
And instead, I guess here's where I messed up
Mm-hmm.
because I just got greedy with the Lurus, and
The
I played
Pyromancer.
Lurus and played the Pyromancer out of my graveyard, which I mean it's not a terrible line,
Yeah.
to be honest,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, the way I lose this game is by getting burned out right
Yeah.
now
Mm-hmm.
and dealing with the card they have in hand. If they are burn spells, is pretty crucial.
Mm-hmm.
So I think here I should have just, cast the Lurus and cast the Croxa instead of getting
Yeah.
greedy and bringing back the Pyromancer.
I think there's even a case for not casting the Lurus at all here.
Mm,
No, but I think I like the Croxa for sure. See what they
yeah.
got. Because at this point, the thing is, this young Pyromancer just isn't doing much. Like, if you had drawn a push, if you had like 6 mana Lurus push, then that would obviously be much better because you can get the value off of the Pyromancer. But for now, it's just a 2-1. And a 2-1 is not great on this board. Also,
Yeah.
yeah, I think I would cast the Lurus though. Because their Pyromancer is really annoying. They're just gonna start attacking.
No, I guess the best line
Mhm.
maybe to just cast
The claim. The
the
fame.
claim fame on the elemental. Like you cast the claim fame, you make 2 tokens, you attack with everything probably,
They're
and
taking. They're trading for the 3-1. They're trading for the token with the Viashino, taking 4 down to 9. I don't know if.
I think they are trading with a young pyromancer with the Viashino, to be honest.
Mm, maybe they're trading that, taking 5, going on to 8, but then you just get attacked back by their Duros. I guess you have 2 tokens, so that
Yeah,
doesn't quite happen. The
and
problem with that
I
line.
guess I guess the Croxa.
Yeah, yeah. I think the problem with that line is that if you draw an Arcanist, it's significantly worse now. Because you don't have the claim fame. I think you can afford to
Yeah,
wait like one more turn here before you just claim for tokens. I think I would go Croxa plus Lurus here. If you untap with Lurus, you just go Pyromancer from yard, claim, get 3 tokens, haste the 2-1. And if you draw an Arcanist or something, that seems better. But
yeah,
I think that's the line I would take, but it's very like unintuitive. Just playing the Lurus out is not something I would have
yeah.
considered here.
I think I got tricked by the fact that playing Lurus without bringing back anything was such an unintuitive play. I decided to avoid
Oh,
it.
so
I should think about making these kind of plays more.
also,
To be honest,
by the way, MF Fan is saying that like what he would do is start by attacking with 2 Pyromancers here, because if they trade for even 1, you just get to go Croxa and escape it, taking their card, putting them down to 7 at least, if not down to 4, and having a Croxa in play which just blocks the Pyromancer forever. That doesn't seem like a very bad play for me. Um,
that, that's
I
definitely interesting
yeah,
because I didn't even thought about
me
that.
neither.
I think there are downsides for this play, mostly because your Lurus becomes a lot more ineffective
Yeah.
because you don't have anything to bring back and you just eat your fame, which is a lot of tokens right now, but it is a play I should have considered as well. There were plenty of options I didn't even thought about,
Mm-hmm.
like this
Yeah.
one.
Like I think my
And
problem with the Do you like every line that does not card a card from the grave? Otherwise, Viashino is too powerful. Togener says. Yeah, I think the problem with the Croxa line is that you're basically hard committing to racing them, right?
Yeah.
Um, let's say they just take the 4 damage, go down to 9. You play Croxa, take their last card, and Hardcast Urus. You're still. That's like. They attack with the Viashino, you can trade with you can stop with the token. They attack with. Let's say if they draw like a removal spell for Urus, you're probably very far behind at that point. Which would probably be my.
I guess if they take, I am committed to like playing Lurus plus Pyromancer, so I get to clog the board a little bit more, and
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not in danger of being outraced here.
Like their next turn is gonna be play a 2 power haster, whether be it like Monastery or Gitu, attack with 8 and Pyromancer, and you need to have answers to that to some extent. If they have a removal spell for the Lurus, you're probably in bad shape anyway. But I think you need to take some kind of aggressive stance here.
So, we had let's try to rule out the bad possibilities and give the best ones. I think there are 3 lines that are worth considerations. The first line is the last one you suggest. Like start by attacking with the pyromancers, and then if they trade, go for the Croxa. If they don't trade, go for Lurus plus pyromancer. The second line is go for claim fame. Start by attacking with everything and then cast the Croxa to deal with the last card. And the last line is to cast the Croxa and cast the Lurus, bringing back nothing.
I actually think. So, I think there are 2 better options we didn't consider yet. One is attack with one Pyromancer here. I mean, they're still pretty likely to trade it for the Viashino, I think. And that gives you Croxa this turn but leave back Pyromancer, which is not a bad start.
I don't think this is a good option, to be honest, because if I have Crocs on the board, they can't deal with the Croxa, so I have the board clogged anyway, I think.
But like we're afraid of them. But I think the option of attacking 2 Pyromancers and them just taking it puts you in bad shape. Like I don't want to go Lurus into Pyromancer here. I think that's not a great line.
I agree, not a great line, but I think it's a fine line, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, I think they are 90% to trade, and if they don't trade for some weird reason, I think the line is still decent. So I would rather attack with both to maximize the upside, because if they trade, I deal 2 more damage.
So given that, what if you go Lurus and just fame it now and attack? You get 2 tokens out of the deal. You get probably like 2 or 4 damage in. They're gonna like trade Pyromancer for Lurus. You go up to 12. They take 4 down to 9, and you set up for the Croxa next turn, because next turn you can go for like you're gonna have 5 more life, and they're gonna be down a creature on board, and you have 3 more tokens in play, so they can't really attack you.
So this line is kinda bad again for 2 reasons. The first reason is that I really don't want to trade my Lurus for a Viashino Pyromancer, because I mean they are gonna outgrind me eventually, and racing them is pretty hard as long as they have Lurus on the battlefield, because I can't attack with my tokens. So this Lurus, my Lurus basically result in gain 5 life. And the worst part about this line is that you don't even set up the Croxa, because you have to exile the Fame out of your graveyard.
I agree.
So I don't think this this is a line. I didn't consider this line to be honest,
Yeah.
but I don't think this is a line
I
you
think
should
you have at
consider
least like
anyway.
6 different plays here that all make sense in different situations, which is pretty
Yeah,
insane. Um,
yeah.
so what do you think you would? So what would you do here? I think we just need to go on because and just see what happens.
I like your the last play you considered the most, like start by attacking and then eventually casting Roxa.
Okay.
And I think the second best play is probably to cast the claim fame on the token and then play the Crocs and save the Lurus for later. I'm a greedy player at that. I just really dislike jamming Lurus without bringing back nothing,
Yeah, for sure. I
maybe I'm
agree.
wrong, but I think that these are the two best plays,
Okay.
and instead I just went for the worst one, I
I don't think you
guess.
went for the worst. I mean, I think it's really easy to. It's really tempting to make this play because this play puts you in really good shape on board, technically, right? The
Yeah.
problem is that this Viashino kind of invalidates a bunch of your cards, and if you're not attacking, it's gonna make things worse because they're just gonna deal like they have a sulfuric vortex in play. You're gonna take 2 damage every turn from now on until you get rid of this Rose.
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Togun. Like, I think the best two plays we had here were attack with 2 Pyromancers, and if they don't trade, you Lurus plus Pyromancer. If they do trade, you go Croxa Croxa and start applying pressure.
Here they
Yeah.
attack, and I guess I just have
Yeah.
to trade.
Yep, I agree. At least it takes away their ability to play a haster from the yard, which is nice.
Yeah.
And is this
And
the Eidolon
here's
turn?
where I lose the game, I guess, because they go remove a spell for my Lurus plus Eidolon, which
Oh.
is
No, they don't have. Oh, wait. Oh, they have triple spell in hand, double spell in hand, and that. Wow,
yeah,
that's a really big punish. Yeah.
yeah, and I just felt like an idiot because I mean they were not super likely to like have the removal spells and also draw the Eidolon or the opposite.
Yeah. No,
But
I think not casting
not
the Crocs that
having
will
this
probably cost
Crocs
you the
in
game.
hand is is so frustrating right now,
Oh, and now you're drawing
and
into the
I'm dead
Bellatrites.
here.
That is also such a good draw. Like, if they don't have the Eidolon here, and now you're just kind of locked out of the game. And if
Yeah,
you had
yeah.
attacked, let's say you would have attacked with the Pyromancer last turn, right? And they take it, they would be down to 9 now. And then you can at least, like, maybe apply some kind of pressure. Like,
Um, I mean, the problem is that Lurus is lifelink, so
yeah.
even if they were at 9, I would have attacked, and they would have probably trade with the Lurus,
But
going to 12.
that means you would be, oh, you would be the same life total right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough
Uh,
turn.
yeah.
And from here, I just
Eh,
think you're locked, basically.
Yeah, yeah. I think I conceded here because
Yeah. Like, I guess your out here is to go Village Rites, one of the Pyromancers, try and draw into, like, any removal spell, and then you might survive this.
no, because they are gonna attack me with the Viashino Pyromancer. I guess I have to draw a double removal spell,
Yeah,
actually.
probably. But, like, that's the out, I guess.
Yeah. I should have at least tried to cast the Village Rites.
Yeah, okay, so that was game one. That was game one of round one, by the way. Ashiok saying, is Lenny actually a sniper, Ashiok, or are you just, like, daggering them? Is unbeatable unless we have a Crocs. I don't think it's unbeatable unless we have a Crocs in play, but we need to apply pressure back, and that means either attacking more with Pyromancers or setting up for a Lurus attack. You've caught him twice, seriously. Okay, that's good to know.
Okay,
That was a
just
Lemilon's
a
games though.
second, just a second, because I want to try open Twitch so I can read the chat maybe.
Oh yeah, you can
But
try that. Yeah,
I just have to set up a bit because if I enable the volume, then
yeah, we can't hear
we're gonna
ourselves.
have trouble.
Um,
So let
you could also open it on your phone to be chat if you want.
Okay.
So while you set it up, I'll be back in a second, and then we're gonna go over more games.
That's a good line. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So maybe opening it on the phone is better.
Okay, so that was game one. Do you want to check the rest of the match? Infinite Ekaros. What's up, Ashok?
I don't remember if the rest of the match was that interesting. I think maybe the third game was.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, the second game on the play I just won easily. Let's check the third game. I don't guarantee it's gonna be that entertaining, but maybe it will be. I mean, I think in general the matchup against Barna, especially on the draw, is much closer than people think it is.
I agree. Yeah, being
Like
against Baron on the draw, you can always lose no matter the matchup.
yeah, that's true. And also you need to draw an anti-mix of removal spells and threat to come out well against Barnum because if you draw only removal spells, you are gonna be killed eventually by their advanced spells. So you really need the Crocs. But drawing, like multiple Crocs or multiple traps in general is awkward because they are pretty clunky, especially Crocs. So
yeah. Okay, so let's see what happens here. You're on the draw for game 3 because you won game 2. It's pretty great. This hand is great. So you can skip their first turn, I think. Just see what they do here. Yeah, just click this, and we're gonna take one, sure. Another supplier, and that's a...
Yeah, I'm gonna play the pathway and the supplier, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's the right line here. I mean...
Gets us.
You might need to shock for this collective brutality next turn, but I think that's fine.
I guess I shocked for the collective brutality next turn, but if I draw like a mountain, then it's much better.
Yeah,
I think
for sure.
Try to play the pathway.
Okay, yeah. I think you're just following, like, given that you have 2 1-mana cards in hand, you can't really just go, like, tap land on 1. You hit 3 spells, Redboar, Pyromancer, Arcanist, which makes Claim Fame a really good draw at this point. I don't think I would jump block here, but maybe you should.
No, I don't. I mean, this is interesting because now not enabling light up the stage is kinda great, but the upside of having this teacher supplier around while they have Abiashino Pyromancer on turn 2 is a bit too high, I guess.
Yeah,
so
I agree.
I think in the end, jump blocking is not the best line. Yeah, and I took 1, and I felt smart because taking 1 is okay.
You felt smart because...
jump block in a later turn if you want to and save more damage. So they shock and they play Eidolon if I remember correctly.
Okay, oh wow, Eidolon. Oh, you drew the push. Oh, you already have the collective brutality.
I think I want to go for the collective brutality, and I think I want to choose 2 modes. Not sure about what to discard. That's the biggest question mark about the turn. I think
the supplier.
Other than that, I think this is a pretty scripted turn. I think I want to discard the feature supplier.
Like, honestly, I think what you could have done here is also just go, like, Fatal Push the Eidolon. and then shock in, block village rights. Um, that play is really bad into another Eidolon though.
Mm, yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not.
no, I like brutality here. I
I'm
mean,
not
I
a
think
fan
you
of
can
this
also
play.
brutality for like full value here, the drain included, and discard Pyromancer Supplier.
I'm pretty sure discarding Supplier is painless. Not sure if discarding Pyromancer
Yeah,
is is as painless. To be honest, I feel comfortable at 16 life.
yeah.
I don't think I need to cast Brutality for full value.
Well,
I
four
want to
life,
cast
right?
it for at
14
least
life.
two modes.
Hmm.
Yeah, 14 because I will take Champ
Yeah.
of the Idol.
Okay.
So
I
I
like
can
discarding
I
Supplier.
can
Mm-hmm.
I can see discarding one Pyromancer, but let's say next turn I get to go like Pyromancer plus Village Rights, and if they kill the Pyromancer, I want to have another backup threat.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I. Th-
I just decided to go for Brutality with
yeah.
two modes.
Oh, and you discard a Pyromancer. Interesting.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I
Oh
really
wow.
don't understand why. Uh,
I mean, the supplier lets
I
you triple the spell next turn if you draw another land or something. I don't love it, but this is an
oh,
interesting spot.
I don't love it either. I think it's pretty bad what I did. I don't think what the
Hmm.
supplier is doing here. It's just a 1-1. It will be useful for charm blocking and that's it.
Yeah, and you took the lightning strike, which I think is
Yeah,
I think it's the correct take here because so if you take a lightning strike, you get punished by them drawing a Viashino. But
yeah,
if you leave them with the lightning strike, you get punished by any one drop in the deck, and they have more of these. So
yeah, I
I like
know.
this, yeah. And now, given that you kept the other Stitcher Supplier in hand, I kind of just want to jump block here.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh
sure.
no, but like no,
I
I'll
agree.
take the damage. You know what? I think you should take the damage here. Interesting, because if you take the
Oh,
damage, then you
because
get to go Pyromancer plus Village Rights up. Although they're just gonna kill the Pyromancer anyway. So I don't know. That's.
I decided to block here
Mhm.
because I figured that them not playing the land means light up the stage because otherwise they would have just played the land to represent the option of casting the Wizard Lightning. So maybe I was too influenced by this micro decision, but
Like,
I thought about light up the stage and decided to jump, if I remember correctly. No.
let's see. I
Okay.
don't think this is Etel. Like I think they're just like this is the base play, and they should always make this unless they drew a haster at this point, because
Mm.
like they're never gonna light up. They're never gonna burn spell your Stitcher Supply here. I think it's like there's 0% that they
No.
do it. So I think just attacking first is the right line here. You can just skip their turn. Let's
I
see what they
mean,
do.
but
They drew
okay,
Eidolon.
they drew
Okay,
another Idol,
nice.
and yeah, I'm in a pretty bad spot because uh, I have to cast the fatal push, and then I have to decide whether I want to cast the village rights or another stitcher. And I think village rights is just better at this point because I need the third land so badly,
Yeah.
and I want to jump block. So I think the turn here is going like a fatal push plus village rights,
Yep. I like it. I like it.
and I think I
So you're
could.
going down to 11 here, and you're blocking. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're basically taking away like 2 points of damage because if you would have done this on your turn, then they would have gotten to yeah. You're milling. Oh, you milled Claim Fame, which is really nice, and you found Croxa, which is
Yeah.
whatever. Not milling the Croxa here is really unfortunate. And they're
Yeah.
putting doors into the hand, I
I'm
guess.
still. I would have still been one land away from casting the Croxa, and also I will have 6 more shots to mill it, so I'm
Yeah.
not really
Oh,
concerned.
now they draw the light on
Okay,
stage. And that's interesting because I
yeah.
think they're like the correct line from them was just get Lurs back. Like put Lurs in your hand.
Mm.
Their hand, we know their hand is
I
double Wizard's Lightning here. I don't know, maybe
I
I'm
don't
wrong.
think so. I mean, they don't have a one drop in the graveyard, so even if they cast Luruk's next turn, they can't bring back anything.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you draw here? Let's see.
Yeah, I think this is the crucial turn,
Yeah.
and I think that's where they bricked
So,
because yeah, here I think I have a pretty script play because I have to go for like Stitcher Supplier plus Dreaded Arcanist, I guess. What?
I kind of want to go for Stitcher Supplier plus Young Pyromancer. Just because you have the claim frame set up for next turn. So, what I would do here is go
Mm.
Supplier, Pyromancer, try and block both to stop the light up the stage, and then untap into Arcanist, claim it, flashback Collective Brutality, discard the Croxa, and that just puts you in a really good spot, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of jump blocking with the Pyromancer, to be honest.
It's a trade, right?
Uh,
Unless
I
they
mean,
hardcast light up the stage pre-combat, and then you don't have to block with it.
uh, if they break, then it's a trade. But if they like draw another land and play the monastery, then it's not a trade because they get to trigger prowess somehow. And if they draw a wizard, I guess if they draw a wizard, I'm just dead.
You draw if they draw what?
A wizard, like
Oh,
uh, how's called the Juju Waste or the Soulscar
yeah.
Mage.
Like Soulscar Mage
Then
would be disastrous here. I agree.
yeah,
But I still think that like if they draw a wizard, you're in trouble anyway, right?
yeah,
And even if they draw a wizard, if it's Soulscar Mage, they go like Soulscar Mage. Like, what is their play? They're gonna give up on a light of the stage. I think playing Pyromancer and Stitcher Supplier and like forcing them to have awkward attacks to turn on the light of the stage is the best line you have here. What would you do?
I mean,
You
I
played.
would play the Stitcher for sure,
Yeah.
and I'm not sure about the second threat because I mean, if I play the Dread of Arcanist and they kill it with a 3 mana spell
Mm-hmm.
just to attack, then I'm super fine with that because I can then play like Pyromancer plus Crocs, discard your last card, and I'm in a super good spot. If they don't manage to kill the Arcanist, then it's great. It's even better than playing the Pyromancer because you get to, attack with the Arcanist, flashback something like a Fatal Push with a Pyromancer on the battlefield, and you also have mana for Croxa, which is the best, the absolute best. And don't know. I guess playing the Pyromancer has higher upsides, but I'm not sure I can, uh, you know, find all the upsides for both lines.
So I
So
think
I think it's close.
yeah, for sure. I think Arcanist plays worse into exactly Soulscar Mage,
Mm.
while Pyromancer plays worse into a shock effect,
Yeah, that's true.
which is interesting because they have more shock effects than Soulscar Mages, and but the upside of keeping Arcanist in hand and just going like untap, claim fame it, attack, flashback, collective brutality, it just seems like such a strong line. Mm. If they draw shock, you lose the Arcanist anyway. So let's say they draw shock, right? You play Arcanist, they
Yeah,
play Swifty
I'm
attack
gonna
both.
block.
Hmm?
I'm gonna block with
Yeah,
the
you're gonna block
Alchemist.
regardless. They're gonna use the shock to kill Arcanist, but then they're not casting the light up the stage from exile, which is an amazing trade for you. Um, yeah, I like
Yeah,
casting the Arcanist here. I agree with you. Because as we said, it also lets you keep. It also gives you a really good play next turn and lets you keep claim fame for the Lurus flashback at some point.
okay.
It play. Yeah, I think I like playing Arcanist here. I think I agree. It's a really tough spot. Like my instinct was play Pyromancer, set up Arcanist for next turn. I
Let's
think.
see.
Mhm.
Maybe the former me agreed with you.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean,
Past the Lemilan. And it is the Arcanist.
I
Okay.
played
You agree with
the
yourself,
Arcanist.
and I think
Okay.
you find the right line.
Okay.
They're just gonna Heartless the light up stage.
And yeah,
Yeah.
they just break.
That's great. Yeah, that's really good. I mean, even if they hit the land here, you're in such great shape, right?
Yeah.
They're
I
basically
guess.
dead on board here. Like, their next turn is gonna be interesting. Okay, so they have 3 cards in hand and it's 3 spells, huh?
Yeah. And I think here I missed the right play. I was.
Yo.
Mm,
Wait, just a
I
second,
was.
Connor. Thank you for the raid of 30 people. What's up, everyone? I'm joined by Alessandro. We're going over some matches from the weekend. Alessandro top 8 at the showcase. Congrats to him. And welcome, everyone. Hope you had a good stream, Connor. Go ahead, Alessandro.
Yeah, I think I missed the right play,
Mhm.
as I was saying, because the right play is to flash back the collective brutality while I can. I think you should go. You should probably not even cast this Pyromancer and go
Mhm.
for claim fame on your Dreaded Arcanist. Attack, flashback, collective brutality, kill monastery, and discard a card, and then play the Croxa as the last card in your hand, and make them discard another card.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. And then set up
you
just for
get.
Croxa next turn to win the game,
Yes,
right?
yes. So you get to manage to set up the Croxa for the next turn, and you are mostly out of reach because you take out all their burn spells. And instead, I went for the greedy line of playing a young Pyromancer, flashing back 1 mana removal spells, and playing a Croxa, which leaves me at 5 life, which is
Not
I mean,
ideal.
not a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah, I agree. I think this on this turn you just go all in on that, like on the collective brutality, just to gain the collective brutality is basically worth 5 life here, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'm still under 10% to lose the game anyway,
I
because
agree.
I mean, they have to keep this Oscar Mage onto the battlefield in order to trigger the Withless Lightning,
Yeah.
and even if they put me at 5 life. They don't have a spell that deals 5 damage to me, and I'm gonna kill them in 2 turns. So I'm almost guaranteed
Yeah.
to win this game anyway. But I think the current lightning
Like I think the biggest thing here is you're not gonna go down to 5 life because you're gonna have Arcanist in place, so they're gonna have to kill it. By the way, I think this is a clear attack with Stitcher Supplier too. For what it's worth.
I think this is this might not be true. Like if they play Soulscar Mage and then they cast Lightning Strike on my face. No, okay, yeah, nothing.
Like I just don't think
Yeah.
there's gonna be a situation where they play where you have to block with the Stitchers. Yeah, and you're gonna make this.
And yeah,
They discarded Lightning, they play Soulscar Mage and Lightning Strike. Arcanist, which makes sense. You draw another Croxa, which doesn't matter. Interesting. Are you attacking with the Vieshin, with the young? Yeah, I like this attack. I like this attack a lot. Yeah, I think that like you're just in the spot where you have Pyromancer in play instead of being at 2 more life and them having 1 less card in hand, and I think that's worse. given that you're just gonna Croxa them out of this game. Croxa is such a good card. You can skip the turn and it's gonna just show us what happens here. And they're discarding. They discarded Gitu Lava Runner, which is interesting. Like, that's the only card you just keep trying Croxas. That's not even that bad. Now you just get to, like... I think you start by playing one Crox... I think you start by playing two Croxas here, actually.
I
guess not. No, yeah.
By attacking.
Yeah. I was thinking that maybe you want to double Croxa to see if they have a burn spell to shrink your Croxa, but you'll take the trade every day because you can just escape it back 7 more times. This is just a turn where you go, I think, Supplier plus Lures into hand. Especially given that you have the Claim Fame in the yard. Or just Supplier and, like, Croxa away their card. They discard it with. Yeah, they do this. It just reminds you. Them discarding Wizard's Lightning probably means that they have, like, a Boar's Charm in hand? Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna get them.
Interesting spot, yeah.
Okay, I start by casting Stitcher, I don't know why.
No, I think it's right line. You're gonna do that anyway this turn, might as well see what you mill. Sure. Oh, you're putting Lures to hand, okay. I mean, I don't hate that, I think that's fine, but I think at this point I would just Croxa them because they're gonna lose to your Croxa anyway.
I strongly agree with that. I guess I just figured they had another Wizard Lightning for some reason.
It could be. That would make sense here. Yeah, and they did have it.
Yeah, but they could have had the Boros Charm as well.
I don't think so because I think they would have just like... I think they would have just like cast the Lightning and discarded the Boros Charm. Because that lets them untap into, put Lures into hand, keep the card in hand. I don't know.
Yeah. I think taking Lurus makes sense because if I draw a land, then I'm completely out of reach. That's a thing.
Yeah, I agree. And they just concede here, which makes sense given that they're super dead. So that's a nice game.
Yeah, they break hard on that turn with the light up the stage. I felt very lucky because I knew I could die to a combination of cards, like if they draw a Wizard or even if they draw a land, I'm not in a super good shape that turn.
I kind of disagree. I think you found the really good line of playing Arcanist there. And I think that kind of seals up the game from that. I mean, it doesn't seal up the game, but I think that gives you a really good shot regardless of what they draw. Like, even if they punish you by drawing Soulscar Mage and they go like Soulscar Mage, Swifty, kill Arcanist, you're taking 2 and you're untapping into a still like decent spot there. And you get to punish literally every other draw in their deck. So I just think you found the right line.
The line was definitely correct.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I could have been punished, but I don't think I didn't deserve this win.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah, I think you found a really good line. And you can brick on light up the stage. It happens more often than people think. Alright, what other match are we looking at?
Especially if you are the guy playing light up the stage.
Yeah.
If your opponent is playing light up the stage, they never break.
Yeah. But like also just playing...
Unless you top-8 the showcase, then in order to top-8 the showcase, your opponents have to break on light up the stage.
Easy. I mean, that's what happens when you're playing tight, you're playing to your outs, your opponent just doesn't always have it. I mean... I don't know if you managed to catch my stream yesterday, but we beat 2 days ago, but we beat Lotusfield into sideboard games where my opponent just kept like medium hands and never got there, and I drew super well. And it happens, like that's what you need to do to win sometimes.
Yeah. I happened to beat Lotusfield as well because my opponent mulliganed to 4 game 1. Because otherwise, I mean, Lotusfield is like a terrible matchup for this deck, especially game one, you can never win unless your opponent must do five or more than five. If
Or
they
you, yeah.
skip six, you are gonna lose
I
pretty
think
easily, and instead they muddled to four,
like
and then I managed to steal game three.
I think if they
Uh,
don't mulligan, you need to go Thoughtseize, Arcanist, Croxa Supplier, Escape Croxa.
yeah.
That's like the only thing that gets him, I think.
I mean, and it might not even be
Yeah.
good enough
Yeah.
because you need to be able to escape Crocs on turn four. Because like if you don't
Yeah.
eat village right of supply,
Yeah,
so you
exactly.
don't have enough cards in your graveyard, you're gonna lose anyway. Because flashing back these cat spells is not gonna be enough most of the times because they can just top deck up or open the pages and win.
Yeah, for
So
sure.
that's how bad the matchup is,
Yeah.
and
That's
that's
why I
why
like. Mhm.
I kinda dislike Dumping Sphere, to be honest, because I think the matchup is just so bad. You should neglect it and focus on
Mm,
something else.
interesting.
If you expect a lot of Lotus Field for a tournament, you shouldn't play Arcanist
I
for
just think
sure.
you should never expect a lot of Lotus Field. The deck just doesn't see a lot of play because
Mm.
it's really complicated to play. It's like playing Storm in Modern. Like you're gonna have to be specialist of the deck, have really good lines, have really good list, and then you still need to get lucky because the matchups are really polarized. So if you're playing against spirits, you just auto lose on the spot. You just
Yeah,
can't win.
I
Um,
agree.
so I think you can like reasonably expect there not to be a lot of Lotus Field. Okay, what
I
matchup will?
also think the deck is not as consistent as Storm was in Modern in the past days. I mean,
Yeah,
I think you lose to your good matchups more than you win to your bad matchups, for what is worth. So I wouldn't recommend Lotus either, but I'm not an expert of this deck.
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Okay, so round two was pretty straightforward. I faced how it's called blue black control, and
Okay.
I think you just destroy blue black
Yeah,
control.
they're just dead to Coxa, basically.
Yeah, the only way to lose is to draw multiple fatal pushes game one
Hmm.
and to draw below average or getting punished by some weird form of graveyard date
But even
in
then,
the sideboarded games.
like even if you draw a lot of fatal pushes, that means you can kill Shark Typhoon tokens, and that just gives you so much time to get out of the like bed spots.
I want to uh, underline that you have to keep some fatal pushes post board,
Hmm.
even though sometimes you just feel this fatal push is the worst card in my deck, but you have to deal with the tokens from Shark Typhoon,
Yeah,
otherwise you are gonna get got multiple times.
yeah, for sure.
Also, some leads play Kalitas. I'm not sure if it's like a mainstream choice right now. I don't think Caritas is particularly good, but i- it's just good not to be called to Caritas because they randomly have it. So I think you have to keep fatal pushes, a couple fatal pushes against control.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so let's skip to round three.
Um,
Let's see what's up here. We're up
I
again.
don't. No. Okay.
Oh, this is the
Round
player
three
that
was.
defeated me. This is the
Yeah.
player that beat me in the last round. I'm still salty.
And he was playing a weird deck. He was playing
Je-
Ensoul Artifact.
yeah,
I
Jeskai and
don't
Soul.
remember this match well. I think I should be in a good shape against Ensoul Artifact. If
Yeah.
they cast the actual Ensoul Artifact on the Darksteel Citadel, I'm in a bad spot, but otherwise I should
You
be
basically need
fine.
Pyromancer to chump block it forever, and then you
Yeah.
probably just win. Like, I think this matchup should be very good for you. Did you lose to them?
No, I
Okay.
won, but I won in three games.
Okay. So
And
there are Veloros, and this hand is really clunky. You're on the draw too.
I agree, but I think I ended up keeping it because I figured that I mean
I'm
If
really
I if I
tempted.
manage
Hmm.
if I manage to draw a land, then it's great.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think I still have a shot if I go Pyromancer on turn two, and then
Honestly,
bring it back plus Thoughtseize plus Cling to Dust on turn three. So
interesting. I think I would have mulligan this. I think if against lure stacks, like any mulligan into a hand with push and any two drop is better than this. But
there's also an additional upside that this end is great in the mirror because you have
okay,
to
yeah.
dig.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, yeah, I don't hit this. I think your point
Uh,
that like the pyromancer is gonna die and then you're gonna get to go claim Thoughtseize and maybe even cling is a really good one that I should think of.
Yeah, I think you're almost guaranteed, not almost guaranteed, but you are in a pretty good shape to draw a land by turn three.
Hmm.
And
Let me run the
I
odds.
mean, you can like gain three life with a cling to dust, something like that. I think it's fine, not great, but fine. I'm also not a fan of mulliganing aggressively in Pioneer. Not in matchups I don't know, or I
Hmm.
mean, there's Lurus involved, but I don't know exactly what it is.
So assuming your good draws from this spot are um, Dreadhorde Arcanist, Fatal Push, and Lens, right? And Stitcher Supplier, I guess that's not even a bad hit, right? And it gives you like
Yeah,
12 plus 20. So that's like out of 53 cards, you have 32 good hits. You have 3 looks to hit one of them. You're like 94% to draw a decent card off the top, which I think is good enough for this end.
yeah.
Yeah, I would have mulled this and
Mm.
probably been wrong on that. So again, you can just skip their turn 1. We're gonna see what they do. God, I hate that. Oh, Hope of Girapur is
You have bad traumas about this deck, I guess.
yeah,
I
this is
mean, they cast at 0-2 and now 1-1. I don't think there's any reason to hate that.
so we're
Um,
drawing. Oh, you drew Arcanist. Nice. So you drew Arcanist and Thoughts
I
is the way they're.
I drew Arcanist, but I made an interesting decision. I think I should not have skipped this turn,
Yeah,
probably
that was pretty
because
fair.
I decided to cast the Thoughtseize because I decided I was called
And Soul.
to install artifact.
I agree.
I'm not sure if it's the case, to be honest, because I actually have the young pyromancer, so I can just you know, chump forever if they install the Darksteel Citadel. If they install the Ornithopter, then I'm in a bad shape unless I draw the Fatal Push. That's true. But
I think I like the.
I think it's worth thinking about that.
Yeah. No, I like the Thoughts
Also,
is there. If you don't have a push, I like just trying to stop them from dealing tons of damage and then going like. Yeah, I like this play. What did they reveal other than the glitter?
yeah, they have
Shrapnel Blast and
Shrapnel
another
Blast
Dark
and the
Steel.
Darksteel.
Yes, you
Yeah,
love to see it.
it's also worth nothing to point out they mulliganed, so they
Yeah.
were low on cards in hand, and I figured out that they are more of a synergy deck than a pure aggro deck.
Yeah.
So I thought if I manage to destroy their synergy, which is basically casting a Ensoul artifact on their guy and start attacking, I should be in a fine spot and I can like waste my turn two or spend my turn two casting Cling to Dust and try
Exactly.
to cantrip.
Like that's the thing. I think that this Kling is also gonna take away their lures options. Like I like this play a lot. So
Yeah.
again, you can just like skip their turn. They're probably just doing nothing here, right? They drew, they bricked. You take 1.
Yeah, and
Oh, you
I
just teachers and
find
play
the
it.
Stitcher Supplier,
I don't hate that. Yeah.
which is I think it's a better line because I put myself in a spot where I can hit a creature to claim pain for, and I have my land drop anyway.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think there's a case for Cling to Dust here, just so you get to draw. Like, but even then, you're not casting the Arcanist this turn anyway. So I think this
yeah,
is a fine play. Like, just go for this, play Arcanist next turn and take over the game. Okay, they found a land, they put Lurus to hand.
Which is a bit awkward because no,
I mean, it's not that
no.
awkward, it's fine. I mean, it's awkward because of the Shrapnel Blast, but you're not really taking a lot of damage here. You're probably doing fine. If you can
Yeah.
set up for this Arcanist plus
The
Culligan's command, that would be insane.
the problem here is that if they like draw another land, attack me with Hope of Kirapur and sack it, and then replay it with Lurus,
Oh,
then it might be a bit awkward because I can flashback spells with Red Dot Arcanist, but I mean they are not guaranteed to draw a colored source of mana.
yeah. And even
And
if they draw it, like, a push still breaks this.
yeah.
So you're still fine, I think.
Also,
Oh, and you draw the
I
land,
drew
which is
I
really
drew the
nice.
land, which is really good, and I decided to cast the Arcanist and pass here
Mm-hmm.
to keep up my Cling to Dust because if they suck the Hope of Kirapur next turn, I want to be able to deal with the Hope of Kirapur before they get to replay it.
Yeah, I think
So
that's the
I
great
don't
line.
think.
I think that's a great line.
But
Yeah, and if they don't draw, like, if they don't draw a land for Lurus right now, you just thought it away and they're dead. I guess they can sack the Hope of Girapur to try and, like, stop him from doing this, but you'll take the trade, I guess. What is this? They're playing a Ghostfire Blade? No, they're blasting your Dreadhorde Arcanist. Sure,
yes.
yeah. That's we take those.
Yeah, and it's gonna be great because
Yeah.
I get to flashback Colagan
Yeah.
command, and I think I will be tricked into playing this Colagan command. Let's see what.
Let's see what they do here. They're attacking for 1,
Yeah.
which is whatever. So for those of you who don't know, if opponent has another land here, right, they can go sack Girapur. We can't play non-creature spells until their next turn, and then they can play Lurus and play Girapur again and, like, basically lock us. But that doesn't work. Like, instant speeds break this, and you can, because they sack as a cost for hope, you can respond to the ability by claiming it from the yard, and then they can recast it anyway. So yeah. Okay, so let's see what they do here. They're just passing. At this point, I would just, like, take away the Alden Glitters, I think.
Yeah, I think I did so. I'm not sure if it's correct, to be honest, because I'm not gonna spend that last mana next turn. No, I mean,
it
if I
depends
cast
on
the
what you
Cling
draw.
to Dust and they have the Shrapnel Blast, then I get to cast Pyromancer next turn and spend the last mana for Claim Fame, and everything is gonna work fine, unless they draw another colored source and they try to lock me with Hope of Kirapur, which at that point is gonna be a concern for me.
Yeah, you know what, you're right. Yeah, I like not casting the Cling to Dust here.
No, but Former me decided to cast the Cling to
Okay.
Dust, I'm pretty sure about that.
I mean, again, I don't think it's a really bad play. Like, you get to draw an extra card, which is a good start, and you get to take away their glitter, which is really nice for the Lurus later on. But
it's one of those play you do somewhat automatically.
yeah,
because,
exactly.
You don't think enough about that. I think it's fine to an extent because you can't like think 5 minutes about every play because you're gonna end up timing out.
You obviously
and,
never seen me stream.
your brain is gonna explode after round 2.
Yeah.
Obviously, a good player should be able to figure things like the Hope of Kirapur loop fast enough and value the Hope of Kirapur loop right and not to cast this Cling to Dust. But I think this play is fine. I can't complain.
Yeah, I don't think it's an
much.
obviously bad play. I just think it's like, yeah. I think I would have just. I think the right play is passing. I don't know if I would have made that play. And drawing Lend into Arcanist is really good here,
Yeah.
I think. Because now you just go to combat, right? They
Yes.
kill Arcanist, you slam Arcanist Pyromancer, and you pass.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Uh,
playing Pyromancer pre-combat here? I like that.
yes, because if they don't have it, but they are almost guaranteed to have it.
I mean, they're guaranteed to have it, but this probably makes them do this pre. Oh, they don't even do this pre-combat. They're not playing around village rights, which would have punished them otherwise. But yeah, you just like let this happen. You take your 2 for 1. They're down to a Lurus in hand and 2 more cards which are not which are spells.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I like the attack here for what it's worth, because I think they could easily have End Soul in hand for a Darksteel, and at that point I want a jump block, but I still think it's fine.
Ah, you mean Ensoul on the Darksteel Citadel?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the thing I didn't even consider. I think I would have jump blocked with the Young Pyromancer if they had Ensoul, to be honest.
Why?
And
Oh, because
I
you
mean,
attacked with the Stitchers?
because I attacked,
Yeah.
and I think jump blocking with the Young Pyromancer is good enough that this one damage is almost free because you have another Pyromancer in hand, and you can bring back the Pyromancer you jump blocked with.
Mm-hmm.
So you get to make a ton of tokens, but
I don't know. I think I would have kept the Stitchers back. I don't think this game is gonna be about you racing them exactly. I think it's about you taking control over the game and like not taking unnecessary damage and getting ahead on board. I
yeah,
don't
I
know.
agree. It's not about racing. I mean, every game is about racing at
Yeah.
some in some extent because you need to win eventually. But yeah, I think you have plenty of time to win this one.
What's their hand at this point? More shrapnel blasts? That's so
I
weird.
don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
I think they were almost forced to cast this Shuffle Blast
Yeah.
because otherwise the Arcanist
Takes their lures and
was
they're dead.
going.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I can rule out of their end is one drops because they would have cast the one drops. Other than that, they can have anything.
Other than Lens and Soul, because they didn't cast it here. They probably have like a rebuke then, right? I guess we're gonna find out. But this might inform
Yeah.
like some of our plays. Um
Okay.
so here, let's say we think they have like a Stubborn Knight or Rebuke or something along these lines, or a Shrapnel Blast. Does this change what we want to do?
Uh, what I wanna do, I mean, the optimal play, if I was gold fishing, would be to cast the Young Pyromancer and then cast Claim Fame
Yeah.
on the Dreaded Arcanist and then haste it.
And then
And
go Thoughtseize plus Colligan's command to take it, just
yes,
tear their hand apart. Yeah, I agree. But given that this is
and
not a goldfish,
I think I would still make the same play. I mean, if they stubborn the fame, I'm super fine with that. I'm still making tons of tokens, and I don't think I'm in danger to die at some point. And I'm also starting a race, which is great. I get to take out the Lurus. I think the play is the same.
interesting. Because I think there's a case for not like shocking and playing Thoughtseize here, because you're just putting yourself in really awkward spots against burn spells, like more Shrapnel Blasts.
Hmm.
Um, for example, I think what I would have done here is play Pyromancer, go to combat, and then I would just like cast the Thoughtseize from the yard. Even if they have another Shrapnel Blast, they can't they can't burst into Hope, so you're still fine. And then if they don't, you get to Thoughtseize them away, see what they have, and put lures into your hand or something. Um,
I actually think the right play might be to cast the Claim Fame on the Dreaded Arcanist instead of the Pyromancer and haste it. So you get to, cast both call against command, and I'm not even sure you cast Toxis at this point.
really?
You,
You have a
uh,
guaranteed good hit here with lures in their hand. Like, I,
um, I mean, yes, but you can cast a clean to dust and just go out of the.
I
Uh,
don't like that. You're putting yourself in really bad. Like, I think your priority is have ways to kill Rus, and that means
mm,
Thoughts is now keeping claim fame for when they tap out and you can K command the Rus away.
okay,
That's my
yeah.
opinion here, and I kind of want to put Rus into my hand, so we get to haste and lifelink it at some point with this claim
If
fame
they
if we
have,
want.
if they have two sharpened blast, we are dead though.
But that's the case even if you shock the land here, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not even true because you can Thoughts is away. They need a triple sharpnel blast to kill us,
Okay, yeah, I
right?
agree. No, 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 you're right.
Okay.
I misevaluated how low my life total was.
Yeah.
I think I think you're right here. I think I should just go
Like
for
play.
the safe line and I should play the at upland for sure, and then just cast one of my spells
I don't know if
and
it's a. I think my sequencing here would be play Young Pyromancer, see if you get to attack. If you get to Thoughtseize, you get to reevaluate everything based on their hand. Um, and if they kill your Arcanist, they're down to 2 lands or the Hope of Giripur, I guess, both of which are fine. And then you can shock, put Lurus into hand, and set up for Claim Fame Arcanist, kill them next turn. Well, kill them, get the key commit back next turn.
yeah.
That's what I would do. Let's see what they do here. Let's see what you do here, and let's see what they
I
have.
mean, I think playing Claim Fame is still
Yeah, for sure. I think it's still
because
fine.
I mean, if I play Claim Fame, I get to flashback Totsis and Collagen Command.
Yeah.
If they have double Shrapple Blast, I'm forced to take one Shrapple Blast with the Totsis,
Mm-hmm.
but I also get to kill the Hope of Girapur and make them discard another card with Collagen Command,
Yeah.
which is great, and I get to deal 4, 6,
Yeah.
7 damage to them, putting them out to 10 and making
4 tokens.
3 more tokens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I guess I have lethal next turn if they play Lurus plus Hope of Kirapur because they need to take damage out of their lands. So
Yeah, I agree. I think both lands are good. I agree.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
hard to be wrong in the sports state. On the sports state. Okay, so let's see. So you didn't want to play your Pyromancer before this?
No, because I decided to play the shock dead.
Okay,
I think
sure, yeah.
former me was wise enough to know if 12 life is not a lot.
I mean, I think at this point,
And
okay, they
yeah,
just concede, sure. We were here
yeah,
discussing like lines of play, and they're just like, "I'll concede if you show me claim fame."
exactly. I think they would have considered even if I showed them the young pyromancer though.
Yeah, they're probably not winning this game anyway. I agree. Okay, so that was game one. Game two, you probably just got cheesed.
Yes. Game two, the interesting decision I had was the keyboard mulligan
Okay, let's
because
take
I
a look at it
ended
then.
up keeping a bad end, and I think I was too greedy here.
Okay.
I'm too greedy in general, especially with keyboard mulligans, and here's where I got punished
I
because
think
I have
game.
two really good cards and 5 lands. That wasn't my
Oh,
hand.
this hand is, I think, a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like this. Like on the
In
play.
retrospect,
Mm-hmm.
it's a trap. I mean, if you manage to draw like a 1 mana removal spell, then you're super fine
Yeah,
because
or a
Treasure
Thoughtseize.
Arcanist is the best threat in your deck, and the Collagen Command is the best removal. But in the end, having 5 lands is just too much.
Yeah, I think on the play I'd be very tempted to keep this. On the draw, I would mulligan this. Okay, so do you
Yeah,
want
I
to take a
think
look at game three, or do you want to go to a different match?
I think I won game 3 easily.
Okay, let's do
So
something different then. Let's take a look at something different.
Round 4. Let me just check what matchup is
Sure.
round 4. I don't remember.
Mono
Oh,
black.
okay, it's mono black.
Yeah, Shusha always plays mono
Uh,
black.
yeah, and I think it was an easy game
Okay.
again. I mean, I lost game 2, but actually game 1 is interesting.
Okay. Let's take a look at
Probably.
it then. So we're playing Shusha. We can. I think it's like common knowledge that Shusha plays mono black.
Yeah.
So we know the matchup in advance, which is always nice, and we won the die roll,
Yeah.
which is always nice.
I faced them in leagues multiple times, so
Yeah.
I was sure they were playing mono
No,
black.
this
And
hands.
this hand is great.
Yeah, this hand's bog. Snap keep, which I think is a
start
pretty
with
easy
Tuesday
supplier.
Supplier.
Yeah, just supply turn
Supplier
one.
is amazing against mono black.
Oh no, that would.
Honestly, I should have kept the fatal push up.
Oh yeah, easy.
What
But-
my draw would have been, but
This is not even bad, like, cause you now get to like acclaim fame is now very very good.
yeah.
So they don't have the
yeah.
thoughtseize, which is nice. You draw, okay, draw the land. So, mhm.
I think I should go for the Croxa here because I should set up the Croxa as early as possible.
Yeah, like I think your goal in this matchup is trying not let them mayhem W too fast. Mayhem spawn mayhem.
Yeah.
And here you get to like block with Stitchers, and then you get to kill their follow-up threat. Yeah. They might just get it back, which is
I'm not that concerned about Mayhem Devil.
Spawn of Mayhem,
Spawn
yeah.
of Mayhem
Because you have the push.
anyway, because I have the push plus a way to enable Revolt. So
Yeah, that's true.
I'm super fine. I'm more concerned about them having multiple ways to deal with Croxa
Mhm.
and pressing away damage.
So,
Okay, I drew the very best card in the
Oh,
matchup,
yeah.
which is Young Pyromancer.
so you just send Pyromancer
Uh,
push on this, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is really good. Like I don't see how this game is interesting. You're so far ahead. Your draws are really good here.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, and this is not the interesting game. I guess
No,
this game is interesting because it involves some rankle at some point. Let's see.
Yeah. Which is the biggest reason to try and keep pushing hand. But once you draw the Pyromancer, I'm like, I'm just gonna let this happen. Yeah, and they're gonna attack with the Blood Soaked here.
Yeah, I think I'm totally fine if they attack with the blood soaked.
Yeah. Honestly, you could even take
I-
that. Yeah, you could even take that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if
I'm
they play
gonna
spawn, you
take
just
it.
get to go untap. So I think the reason to push here is this means you get to push this, get a token, and then you untap and slam a Croxa, right? And then even a
Yeah.
Rankle is not very good. But this is also fine because now you get to untap Fabled Passage, away something, and then just get like Allures into hand. But they have the push here. Now you definitely push.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is interesting. So, what do you think about them pushing here? It's like they know you have the Croxa in the yard and more than enough cards.
In my mind, Mono Black has a lot of removal spells.
Mhm.
I mean, they have 4 pushes. They have, the knight, and they have the Atlas Act.
Yeah.
So I thought they were almost guaranteed to have another removal spells.
Mhm.
To have another removal spell in hand, but I just couldn't do much about that.
Yeah.
I think I was just supposed to slam Croxa, make them discard, and make them having it, and
Yeah.
that's it.
For sure, I agree. At this point, you just like to this. You're insulated from Rankle by extra card in hand and extra creature in play.
Yeah.
Even if they go like removal spell, attack. Like, I agree you're fine here, but this is where it gets like scary because look at this. We're getting grinded out by Mono Black aggro. Like they just have 2
Yeah.
creatures that can never die, and they have Scrap Heap, and they have Mutavolt, and they have more
Mono
cards in
Black,
hand than we do. which is pretty insane given like how this game went. So they hard attack this.
Mono Black is one of those kind of decks.
So I kind of want to take the damage here.
I think I decided to block. I was appealed by the fact that if they were missing the land,
Yeah,
I would mess up them badly. But in retrospect, I think taking the damage here is the better line.
I agree. I think
Probably.
if they're making this attack, they have the land.
Yeah, by a lot. Yeah, I think I messed up here because I blocked them.
It's really tempting to block. I get it, but the thing is, if you don't block here, then you get to go K command to, I guess, make them discard, get Dreadhorde back to hand, and cast it. And that puts you in really nice shape against like anything.
Yeah.
So I think I like that, but again, this is like, yeah, like I think they're never attacking here if they don't have the land. Yeah, and they have the land. Now they just get the 2/1 back into play. The thing is that Mono Black just doesn't have reach, so you're fine just taking damage sometimes. And that's, I think, one of the trickier plays against them.
And here, what did I do?
What do you think you should do?
I think that the play here is to play Colacan Command, to be honest.
Yeah. I think you just go like, make them discard, kill 2/1, and get back. Oh no, you can't do everything.
No, I think I should get back the Dreaded Dark.
Yeah, for sure. And then the question is, do you want to make them discard?
Yeah.
And I think the answer is yes. You know what? No, I like killing the Blood Soaked. I don't know. It's a tough one. I think if you have the token, it's much easier because you just make them discard.
Yeah, no, I think you should kill the Blood Soaked because if they have Rankle, you can't just afford to be dead to Rankle.
Yeah. But now if they have Rankle plus land, they just get to animate Mutavault and sack it. And that's the downside for having, like, if you had a token in play, you can make them discard, making it less likely that they have a Fatal Push, and still have the token in play to insulate you from Rankle. So I think that's a really big spot, but I agree you should just K-command the 2/1 away and get Arcanist back and cast it. Also, if you have the token, you can still go for like, if everything survives, you untap and you Village Rites away the token, and then you're very far ahead.
Yeah, I messed up blocking with
Yeah, I mean,
for Young Pyromancer.
I don't like that.
No, me neither. I don't think it makes any sense. I mean, no. I really don't know.
Yeah, I think that's just a misplay, but that's fine. It happens. I mean, we talked about this when preparing for today. Everyone makes mistakes. Like, sometimes you just tunnel vision into, yes, Pyromancer stops their 2/1s. And you don't even consider other options, right?
Yeah. I mean, maybe I mostly tunnel visioned about the fact that I want to have cards in my graveyard to escape Croxa, and I don't have specific instant I want to flash back with Dreadhorde Arcanist, so maybe that was the reason.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think those reasons are fine, to be honest.
Like they're fine, but I still think Arcanist is mild better because you have both Village Rites and Fatal Push. I think Arcanist is significantly better here. That's my opinion.
I mean, flashing back Fatal Push is not an option, probably.
I think
because they are not gonna give me Fatal Push target anyway. And flashing back Village Rites means that I get to draw 2 cards and stack my Arcanist, which is good but not great.
But you can also draw into more creatures, right? Like, getting Arcanist just... So, playing Young Pyromancer, you need to draw into what a push a Thoughtseize doesn't do anything. You can draw into like K command. That's your best line, I guess. Um,
Yeah.
and I think at that point having Arcanist is in play is more valuable than having Pyromancer because you have a lot better draws in your deck. At that point, I think I don't know. Like Claim
I
Fame
mean,
becomes better.
Claim Fame is still amazing because
Yeah,
uh,
that's true. Claim Fame is good anyway.
you have one of the two and you bring back the other. I
Yeah,
think
that's
it
true.
doesn't change much.
Yeah.
I mean, thinking about that, I think it's closer than what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
seems.
I agree.
Uh, Probably getting back the Arcanist is better
Yeah.
overall, but again, it's close.
Yeah. Like, I think at this getting back Arcanist, that this gives you options like if they play a spawn, you can draw Croxa and then you can push. Like, it gives you more plays compared to Pyromancer, which is like, let's see if I top deck a spell. Um,
Yeah.
but I agree it's closer than I thought it would be. Okay, let's see what they do.
Yeah, also, I think Pyromancer actually has the highest upside. Like, if you get
Yeah.
to draw well with the Pyromancer on the board, you
Yeah.
are much in a much better shape than you would do in with a Dreadnought on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, I should have probably brought back the
Yeah.
Arcanist.
I think especially so if you keep the token in play. That's mostly it, right? Like if you keep the token in play, I think Arcanist becomes like significantly better than this Pyromancer.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're attacking.
And they are attacking me, and
Yep.
I want to be, I want to block. That's
Yeah.
weird.
I have a deja vu. We've already reviewed a game that went exactly like this against Shusha, I think. Um, a while back.
Okay. And
And they're getting back. This is okay, sure, this is fine.
this
And they
is
have
more than
oh,
fine.
and they have 3 spells in hand. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you draw
And
here?
I think one of those spells is almost guaranteed to be Rankle because I mean it's the only spell I'm pretty sure they can't play out if they have only 4 lands. I
Yeah.
don't know about the other two, but one is Rankle for sure.
Yeah, it
And
definitely could. Yeah, I think so too. It's that and Thoughtseize, I think, what could be, and more removal spells is what could be in their hand.
uh, I can see it being more removal spells, but I can see it being the knight more than the fatal push probably. No,
Ye-
no, it's the same odds because they wouldn't have guessed
yeah.
again.
Actually, I think if they have the fatal push, they just go like, yeah. I think they have to keep the removal spell for the Crocs anyway. So I think they're likely to have some kind of removal spell in hand here.
Actually, if they have the fatal push, though, I think they would have
Gotten the Scrounger
taken the
back.
best without attacking
Yeah.
and kept the fatal push for my Crocs and then escape Scrounger.
Yeah.
But I have a great news for you because the replay got stuck.
Oh, great. Okay. Good news.
I
Oh no, it
think
didn't get stuck. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Castle is also a
I
great draw here.
Yeah, Castle is good. I think I have to escape Croxa here and play the castle and just
Yeah.
pass the turn.
It's unfortunate because this means your Lurus is gonna be worse later, but escaping Croxa is still a great proposition here. And that's another reason to like not play Arcanist because you're not gonna have cards in your yard. Although at this
Yeah.
point, if you had Arcanist in play, my guess is that you're like more likely to go Lures to hand, attack and like push something, or just keep it back and they can't attack into it because you have a 1/3. So I don't know. Interesting spots.
I think that would have been a terrible play because given they are guaranteed to have Rankle, then they get to, you know, cast
Yeah.
Rankle, deal with the Pyromancer for free, and
Yeah, yeah,
then
yeah.
you cast Lurus, but you are really far behind at that point.
Yeah. Maybe the line would have been to just attack Arcanist, draw 2 cards with the Villagites, and then sack,
Yeah,
and then escape the Croxa.
yeah, you wouldn't been able to escape the Croxa because the village right would have been in exile. No,
No, but you would
yeah,
sacrifice the
no.
Arcanist so you would get it back. So that,
Yeah,
like it would work
yeah, you
exactly. But then
and
then you're hoping the top of your deck like serves up spells, and that's not guaranteed. So okay, so they have the land. Is this Rankle push?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, now this game is interesting. Oh no, it's not a
It's
push. Okay.
it's Rankle Knight, which is still pretty awkward.
Yeah, Knight is really good here. You take the 3, you discard your land, you sacrifice
Yeah.
your Pyromancer, I guess.
Yeah.
Do you sacrifice the Pyromancer? Yeah,
Yeah.
you probably. I mean, I think it's close at least. But, okay. So what are we drawing here? Just another land. That's unfortunate. Which I think you just have to play and then castle.
Yeah, I did so unless I can tutor for Lurus. Maybe I actually went
Oh, yeah,
for
actually just
Lurus.
Lurus hardcast it.
Yeah.
So, but then they attack with the Rankle and the Knight. Let's say they attack with Rankle, Knight, and a Mutavault here. No, they're not attacking Mutavault. You block the Knight, force them to pump with the Crocs.
Yeah.
You can't block the Knight and force them to pump. You have to take it because otherwise your Lurus dies to their Rankle.
I think I'm guaranteed to have my Lurus dying, probably.
I don't think so. You can just not block, take 6, go down to 5, sack the Croxa. No, you're taking 7 here, and even maybe 8. That's a tough one. Okay, so what do you do here?
I'm thinking about that because, as you said, it's a tough one. If I plan not to block, I might as well just attack with Croxa.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which
Puts them down to
anyway,
13.
it sounds kind of appealing to me. I don't think I haven't thought about that in the game, but now that I think about it, I think it's a decent line. So the lines are trying to race with this Croxa and go down to 1 life, like tutoring Lurus, casting Lurus, hoping, planning not to block. And the other line is, tutor for Lurus, play Lurus,
And not
block the
attack.
Knight, force them to pump, but at that point you have to trade the Lurus for a Bloodsoaked champion, which is not great.
I don't think you have to
Otherwise-
trade it for a Bloodsoaked, right?
What? Sorry?
Why do you need to trade it for the Bloodsoaked?
Because they are gonna bring back the Bloodsoaked and suck it for Rankle, and you have to suck your Lurus.
Oh, because the Croxa dies to the Knight. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And another line would be to try to draw with Castle, but it's very risky because basically if you don't draw a Dreadbore, you're dead.
I don't think
So
you're. Yeah.
I think the best line is to try to race with Croxa.
Okay. And just hard.
I don't think I played like that. I think I went for the Lurus.
Okay. And you're not attacking. Yeah, which seems not great.
This game actually.
So they're attacking. Are they not attacking? Both they are. Okay. And now you just don't have to block the Knight. You can just take this.
I think I ended up blocking because I tunnel visioned.
Yeah.
I think I should have not blocked.
Okay. So it's interesting, and you say you win this game. That is wild. Let's see what's up.
I'm not sure I won.
Okay. Maybe we just lose this game.
I don't remember. I guess I lost. I mean, at this point,
Yeah, they pump. They get back the Bloodsoaked. Oh, they animate a Mutavault. Oh no, they get.
No, they are gonna take back the blood and suck.
And let's see what we draw.
In order to win, I guess I have to Come on, replay.
Yeah, try and click it a few more times because that sometimes works for me. No. Are we never gonna find out? Okay, you drew Claim Fame.
Which is not amazing still.
Yeah.
I guess I can go for Pyromancer and try to clock the board on the ground.
Yeah, like you're not dead on board. You can just go. You can go get Pyromancer back, draw go down to 7, and still have 2 mana to cast a spell if you draw it. Or to
Yeah.
claim the. Yeah, I think I like that. The downside is if you draw push, you can't push right now. Because you can't get the Croxa, but I think drawing here. Oh, you just famed this.
I think casting Fame is just wrong.
Yeah, I
Because
think
I
so
was
too. You should just
planning
draw
to
first.
draw, and that was a classical mix sequencing by me. Sorry, chat.
No, it's okay.
Sometimes I just play bad.
No, it really is fine, I think. The problem here is now you have to chump block a Mutavault if they attack. With everything.
Okay, and here they animate the Mutavault.
Probably just animate both Mutavaults here.
Yeah. Actually, it's fine because I mean, yeah, it's not amazing, but
I mean, at least you get to draw the card here, so that's not like the worst. Because you're not dead on board.
if they don't have Fatal Push, then
oh, they make me sacrifice the Pyromancer.
Yeah,
that's really rough.
Yeah. That's not fine.
Like if you keep the Pyromancer back, you just trade for another Mutavault here. Which is basically what happened, but you take less damage. And then you go down to 2, and you're like, my guess is that you didn't win this game.
No, I drew a Thoughtseize, now I remember.
Okay, yeah. Classic draw. Okay, interesting game. I think that mostly came down to the 2 turns where you like traded your last token and then got Pyromancer back with K command.
I agree, but I think that the wrong decision, like the decision that cost me the game, was the trade with the token. I think taking back Pyromancer instead of the Arcanist was a legit decision.
Yeah, for sure, I agree.
I also think it didn't turn out well because I was a bit unlucky with my draws with the Pyromancer on the battlefield, but having Pyromancer on the battlefield for like 2 or 3 turns would have been better than having Arcanist in this spot if I managed to draw something. So I think taking back the Pyromancer was an okay decision.
I agree. I think the token block was tempting, but ultimately wrong, and the Pyromancer versus Arcanist was just really close.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not even sure what's the right play there. Okay. So...
I think I had one more interesting game against this guy, but I'm not sure if it's game 2 or game 3.
Okay.
Just
let's take a look then.
I just try to...
Get my phone for a second.
Yeah.
This hand is really nice.
Yeah, I think it was game 3 then, because I mean, let's see. I will skip a couple turns because I have scripted plays, but
sure, yeah. Did you mill? Okay, no Arcanist in the yard. Oh, you just play 2 more. Yeah. Oh, and now you have Pyromancer. Yeah, this is really nice. Like, now let's see what they do.
I think it's whatever.
Yeah, like I don't.
The only thing they should not have is
Legion's Ending.
Lantern. If they have Soulgate Lantern, I'm.
Oh, they have the Legion's Ending. Oh, they actually have it. Okay.
I don't care a lot about Legion's Ending as long as I draw another land in 2 draws.
Yeah, and you
Okay,
got
now
there.
I drew the land and
Claim
uh,
Pyromancer. I mean, you
I
can.
think I think I went for claim the Arcanist, fame the Arcanist, and flashback another claim fame to bring back the Pyromancer,
Oh, I like that. I like that. Since
so
you
that they have to deal with
both.
two threats basically.
Yeah. What I don't like about that play is you don't get to magma spray their threats, but I think it's also just fine. Since you have so many
Yeah,
claim fames in the yard, you get to like you have Dreadbore for follow up threats. Like you're probably fine here. That's a really good line. I like it.
I don't care about that Dread Wanderer as long as I have Pyromancer on the battlefield. That
Yeah.
the Dread Wanderer is not even a concern, and even if it becomes a concern, then I can just magma spray it eventually.
Yeah. Like the only way this goes even remotely badly is if they go like land push Thoughtseize, and even then you're like escaping Croxa. So and you
Yeah,
have
no,
lures the next tile.
I think that the only way for this game to go wrong is they have the Soul Guide Lantern.
Okay. Yeah,
They
you just take the
attack,
2.
I took,
And they
push
push
my
and Scrounger, yeah,
Arcanist.
that's fine. Oh, nice.
And yeah, I drew an Arcanist, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. I think I went for the Arcanist and flashback Dreadbore. Like went Arcanist plus Fame plus flashback Dreadbore because this makes tons of tokens and deals with the Scrappy Scrounger, and they don't have ways to bring it back. I think it's better than escaping Roxa because I get to make full use of my Pyromancer and full use of my Claim Fame.
So I don't like that play because it leaves you kind of cold to any 4 drop. I think what I would do here is fetch Mountain, just go Arcanist, spray the 3/2, attack for 2, and you still have like a token, 2 good creatures, and Dreadbore in the yard for Arcanist, and you can escape the Crocs at the following turn if you need to. Or just attack and Magma Spray next turn.
I think I'm not cold to 4 drops because I mean if they play the Spawn of my M, like 4 mana Spawn of my M, I can just Magma Spray the Spawn of my M and then flashback the Magma Spray.
Okay.
And if they play Rankle, I don't think I even need to do that because Rankle does nothing. I have plenty of tokens to suck.
Okay.
So I can just raise the Rankle easily. So
Can you though?
I think my play is better.
Okay. I would have taken the more conservative line here, but I can see how your line is better.
I also think
This also applies pressure. Yeah, I like this. This also applies pressure. I like it.
Yeah.
And they just concede.
Yeah, they
Sure,
concede.
yeah. Probably with a bunch of 4 drops in hand and no 4th land or something.
Yeah. I mean, even if, as I said, even if they had the 4 drop.
Yeah, I agree.
In a bad spot.
At this point, like if you draw land off the top, you go kill your board, Croxa. You're super far ahead on board. I agree.
Yeah, and the
Game 3.
interesting game was probably game 3.
Okay.
I was on the draw with this hand.
This hand's great. This hand is really good.
Great. I kept drawing great hand for the whole tournament.
This hand is missing a Magma Spray, basically. Or another Black Source. Yeah, exactly. Like, so you could double and triple spell, I think. Oh, milling 2 Croxas is really nice.
Mill 2 Croxa.
That's really nice. Like, milling the first Croxa is really nice. Legion's Ending?
Yeah, milling the second Croxa.
So this is an interesting spot. You play the Swamp, which I think is correct here.
Yeah.
And I guess your line is... I think your line is gonna be like... Oh, I think you should Bloodshift first now, actually.
I think I went for the Bloodshifters now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Bloodshifters, the Scrappy Scrounger.
Exactly. Yeah. They also showed us they're not willing to trade the Blood Soaked for the 1/1, which means they might want to waste a push on this, which means we get to village rights, which is really strong. And if they just attack here, I think you block and village rights.
I'm not sure. I think I block, but I don't village rights. I can bring back Crocs and village rights it
Yeah,
if I
that's
want.
true. Yeah, and then you get to mill more cards. Yeah, maybe that's right. I'm just really tempted to use the village rights right now and not let them have good use of their mana here. Oh, you're just not blocking. Interesting.
Okay. That's kind of weird. I mean, it makes
Oh,
some
they have
sense
no
because,
follow-up.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It makes some sense because if they had the spawn of Mayhem, I could easily kill it.
But you kind of don't want to, right? Like, your plan is, I think, almost always to play Fable Passage on 4 and keep push up for Ranko.
Right, so I'm trying to remember why I decided not to block. It's somewhat weird because for some reason I actually put them on nothing because I played them matchup a lot of times and I figured out they kind of take out some threats post board to bring in removal spells, so they are a way more reactive decks. So they are way more likely to have nothing in these spots post board because they don't play that many creatures. And I was also a bit scared of the Soulguide Lantern.
Okay.
Because if they manage to cast Soulguide Lantern after I trade the Stitcher Supplier, it's bad. And I'm not in a rush to do anything. So I think taking this 2 damage is actually fine.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's the correct play overall, but it makes sense. And it had great upsides because I make them waste their mana.
Yeah. And I think the alternative to this, if you still want to make them waste their mana, is just to village rights, like block village rights.
Yeah.
Which is what I think I would have done. But your play turned out really good here. Like, they're just wasting their mana here, which is really nice.
In my mind, this matchup is very grindy post board. So I just want to get the maximum value out of village rights.
Sure.
And trading village rights for a removal is where I want to be here.
Okay.
So or stacking a Croxa with the village rights because I get to bring it back with Claim Fame.
Yeah.
So
okay.
And here I think. I'm not sure what I did here.
I mean,
I think that the play here is to bring Lurus to my hand. Not sure if I was patient enough to do so, and I decided to cast a Claim plus Village Right instead, which is a really bad play because if I let them discard a creature, they can bring back a Scrapheap Scrounger, and I'm under pressure.
So I actually think, yeah, that's one point. I actually think what I would do here is play Blood Crypt tapped and pass. Well, I would probably, I think I would play Blood Crypt tapped and pass or attack, and then my plan would be to go like Village Rights, kill a 4-drop, and untap into Croxa. I think I would attack here. And only Village Rights, and I would Village Rights anyway, just to set up my Croxa, but I would do this on end step only if they didn't play Soul Guide, right?
Okay, might make sense, but there are a few things to consider. The first one is that at this point, if they had Soulguide Lantern, they would have played it. Probably.
Agreed.
So the Soulguide Lantern is a much... is not a huge possibility right now. The second thing is that I like spending all of my mana, and playing a land and putting Lurus to my hand is a good way to do so.
Yeah. So probably just Mountain and put Lurus into hand here.
Yeah, and I would plan to block with the Stitcher Supplier.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I like that play. Let's see what you did. Let's see if this is actually what you did.
No, I went.
Oh, did you go for my play here?
No, I went for an hybrid play because I still decided to block
Mm-hmm.
the blood soaked,
Yeah.
but not to put Lurus in my hand. I guess I was a bit scared. Not scared. I think it makes sense actually because if I trade and then they play something like a Rankle or a Spawn of my M, and they are kind of likely to have it
Yeah.
at this point, then I get to deal with them and present Croxa,
Yeah, I
which is
agree.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, I think my play makes sense here.
Yeah. Again, I think there are like very little bad options here. I think both of these plays, as long as you're setting up for like a positive board state for the following turn, you're fine.
Hmm.
But yeah, I like keeping the push up. Maybe I'm a coward, but I think if you get to push a 4 drop right now, you get so far ahead on board.
Yeah.
And just not use the village rights here. That's really patient. I like that.
The fact is that they are not gonna expose their 4 drop to a push now.
Yeah, sure.
So
I mean, if they're not applying pressure, you're good.
yeah, I'm not sure I'm that good because I think they are trying to set up this as a grindy game, and I'm trying to do the same thing.
Oh yeah, and you don't have the lures in hand now, which is a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, and
Like
what
maybe
they are
this is the
gonna
turn you
do
should have
here?
played village rights because they're clearly not gonna. Like maybe village rights was the play here because that just gives you more cards, and they don't get to use their mana on the blood soaked. That's a good draw.
I went for
Wait,
the
what is
Croxa
this?
here, and I was
Just a second, just a second. My recording
yeah.
stopped, which I think just means that we ran out of space, maybe, on my computer.
Oh,
Oh yeah, I actually ran out of space on my computer. Okay. Um, which is kind of
okay.
wild, not gonna lie.
Uh, I mean, I can give you some minutes to
Yeah, give me a second here. I'm just gonna
yeah.
like I think I'm just gonna delete all of these videos that I posted to YouTube in the past. That's so weird. Give me a second here. Sorry, chat. I did not predict this problem. I did not. Dear me. Yeah, I'm just gonna go and delete some videos. Um, so let's keep this, and let's keep this. Yeah, let's just keep these two, and let's delete this. Okay. So this should help my computer survive. Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna. Yeah, we can just continue, and I'll just download. I'll figure it out. Yeah. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here I have a micro decision because I have to decide whether I want to keep in my graveyard the Cling to Dust or the Stitcher Supplier,
Hmm.
or and remove the other from Escaping Groxa.
Oh,
In
so you're
my
just
mind, it
escaping
was
Croxa here.
pretty.
Huh. Like
In my
I.
mind, it was clear that I wanted the Stitcher Supplier because I could bring it back with Claim Fame or Lurus and fuel another Croxa if they manage to kill the first one
Yeah.
because I didn't thought about Legion's End and I thought they had no way to deal with all of my crocs and leave me back with nothing to do with my graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
I think Legion Sand is still like a concern, but I think I was still supposed to leave the Stitcher Supplier in my graveyard,
Yeah.
because every other removal spell punishes me a lot if I don't have the Stitcher in my graveyard.
Mm-hmm. I agree. But like, what do you
But
think about? What if instead of playing the mountain, you just went Fabled Passage, put lures to hand pass, right? And then and then you can and then again you can push a 4-drop, or you can untap. If they don't play a 4-drop, you just untap and then you go Escape Croxa with black mana up so you can Village Rites. And you can still Magma Spray if you want. Like you have, and you still have lures in hand. Like I don't know, maybe that's a better play, because this Croxa here just feels like you're gonna Croxa, they're gonna go removal spell, untap, play 4-drop, and you're gonna fall behind on board.
yeah, I strongly agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I tunnel vision again
Mm.
playing this Crocs, and I think you're 100% right.
Okay.
Also, they get to bring back the Scrumpy Scrounger if they discard a creature, and then they can go like Rankle and punish me hard.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think that's where the game became closer, because otherwise I would have
Yeah.
won. I think yeah, I think you're right.
Did you
I
lose
should
this
have.
round?
Sorry?
Is this your loss in the Swiss?
No, no.
Oh, okay.
I won because I top decked at the last possible turn, but
Okay, we're gonna see
this
then.
is not.
So that's an interesting spot. Yeah, and I don't like keeping the other Crocs in the yard. They discard a rider. Yeah, this is basically worst case scenario, right?
Yeah, because now they
Oh, and
okay
the
they
Legion's
have the
End.
Legion
Oh.
Sand, and
I mean, this
I'm
is still
under
a fine
pressure.
spot, right? Because they have only 2 cards in hand. And you
Yeah,
still have removal spells for like everything they can do mostly.
I mean I was super far ahead before, so
Yeah, yeah. Now you're like, now this is an actual game. So what are you
yeah,
drawing here? A
thoughts
Thoughtseize is
which
okay.
is kinda good.
Yeah. I mean, the problem at this point, like you're gonna Thoughtseize them here, right? And then you're gonna have 4 mana left up,
Hmm.
and you can go Magma Spray the 3/2, leave up push to get the Mutavault. But you can put Lures into
I
your hand if you do that, so you probably just like get Lures to your hand. Let's see what your thoughts
I
is.
I think I want to Totsis and put Lurus to my hand,
Yeah, I agree.
and then Magma Spray whatever.
Yeah, probably the
I
3/2.
think that. See, yeah, the free to if
Mm-hmm. So let's see what you do here. Because there are also lines here. If you see double 4-drop in their hand, exactly, then you get to go like Thoughtseize, claim the Stitcher, Magma Spray something, keep push up or whatever. Let's see if the replay. Okay, replay. Okay, and you take the Wrangle
Okay.
here. Right?
Right.
Oh
I
no, you're taking the
think
push here? Why would you take the push here?
uh, I really don't remember what I took.
Let's see.
I mean,
Mhm.
it's kind of appealing to make them commit to Rankle, because I can just fatal push it with
Yeah.
my Fabled Passage, and that would be a great use of my mana and a bad use of their mana.
But I think at this point they're pretty much showing you that they're willing to play this super conservative, right?
Mm.
Like, let's say you take the push and then they don't play Rankle and they just attack you for 7. What then?
I Magma Spray.
You Magma Spray to 3/2, you take 4 down to 7. You can push the Mutavault, but at that point you don't have an answer to the Rankle, right?
I'm not forced to. I can magma
Mm-hmm.
spray the scrapheap scrounger. Next
Yeah.
turn I can play Lurus plus the Stitcher supplier. If they go for Rankle,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm
They still
fine.
push it.
I just I can't push it because I will be forced to fetch to
Yeah.
magma spray the scrounger, but I can push it eventually because
Village
they have
rights.
to deal with my Lurus. And if they don't deal with my Lurus, I can take 3 more damages and then go for Village Rights plus Fatal Push at some point.
I just
I
feel
don't think that Rankle is scary, to be
really.
honest.
I disagree. I think at this point, the way you lose this is by getting tempoed out. And that means I'm gonna take a rankle and just like beat that push because you have so much more cards. Um,
Hmm.
that's the way I would play it, especially since this push isn't even enabled to kill your lures the following turn.
Yeah.
That's what I would do. You make a good point, but I think that like that game plan is more vulnerable to them top decking the right card at the right time compared to taking the rankle and just like prolonging the game, giving you more time to draw and use your cards.
Makes sense. Let's see what I actually
Mm-hmm.
did.
Yeah.
I took the Rankle.
Nice. You see, past Alessandro agrees with me.
Yeah.
And it's just the lures to your. And you're claiming this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's wrong though. I think lures to hand is the better play here.
I think so as well.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see what I did. I think,
Now I think you need to pass at this point.
yeah, but I don't think it makes any
Hmm.
sense.
I think it's fine.
Don't know.
Okay, they're not even animating
Um,
Mutavault, which is interesting.
yeah, I think I go for the Maximum Spray here.
Yeah, and I think you can take the two. Or even, like, I wouldn't block here. I think you take the two. And then you put lures into hand. You still have
Or
Village Rights
blocking,
push up.
they can fatal push the scrappy scoundrel.
Sure, they can. Like, you would take that. If they push the Scounger, I would just, like... Yeah, they don't. Yeah, I don't think I would block here. Again, you're just passing. At this point, you can play the slower game, and now you can put lures into your hand.
Yeah. And I still have this fabled passage uncracked. I
Exactly.
guess that's why I made this convoluted play
Mm-hmm.
last turn,
Yeah,
only to get to have this fabled passage uncracked. I don't think it was worth it.
yeah,
I still have the village right to enable revolt if I want.
exactly. Yeah. But still, I mean, it's a good line to consider. Island is whatever. You definitely play.
And then I went for
Lures. Yeah.
Tutor Velurus, I guess.
Bad tapping of mana, by the way.
Why?
Because you can't
Oh,
now.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
like there's just no reason to not leave the second back source up. Here I would trade like at this point, right?
Uh, let's see if I actually trade or
Yeah.
not.
I like trading here because it sets you up for a better lures next turn. You don't have to take the damage. They're wasting mana, and you can hit like Pyromancer or Arcanist or Proxa. What is this? Cling? Oh, they just get it back mid combat. That's tilting. Village Rights lands.
Okay, and yeah.
Okay, and you draw an
Okay.
Arcanist, which is definitely interesting.
So I can go for Lurus plus Arcanist plus Teacher, or I can go for Lurus plus Teacher plus Leave Up Village Rights and Fatal Push. And
You can't leave up both, right? Oh, you can leave up both if you crack your fetch land. Yeah.
Yeah. I can leave
Yeah.
leave up both. I slightly prefer. I don't know. I think I should go for the second line because
I agree.
the
Mhm.
Dreaded Arcanist is gonna be like an easy fatal push target.
Mhm. Yeah.
and I
Uh-huh.
should be as greedy as possible in this spot. Not
Hmm.
sure though.
I like it, I think. I would just go for like Lurus, get back the Stitchers. The Lurus can't die right now, right? They have Fatal Push in hand, but then we need another removal spell. If they go for like the 3 mana removal spell, you just get to sack it in response. You pull ahead on cards. I don't, but, that's a tough one though, because if they have a better removal spell for the Lurus, then this Arcanist is not gonna do anything either.
Hmm.
I kind of want to go, maybe you just go Arcanist pass here.
Hmm. Not sure. I really want to spend a lot of mana for my Lurus.
So, like, I get it on the one hand, but on the other hand, if you go Arcanist, you know what you could do too? You could go
Mm-hmm.
Arcanist and give it haste. And then they have to push this turn. You Village Rights it away. You draw 2 cards. You can leave push up. And then next turn you can go Lurus into Arcanist when they already used the push.
Yeah, that's a line, but
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not that concerned about the push with the Lurus
Mm-hmm.
line because I mean, if they have the only the push as a removal spell, then they can't kill the Lurus.
Yeah, that's true.
So I can just start by grinding them with the Lurus.
Morning, Massey.
And
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm mostly concerned about them having multiple removal spells, like
Mm-hmm.
having the knight plus a fatal push plus something else.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that in this turn I should just spend my mana and try to go for Lurus plus Teacher. I mean,
Yeah.
Stitcher does nothing relevant to be honest because I have no more Croxas in my deck.
So, oh wait, so did all the Croxas get exiled?
I boarded out one.
Oh, I see. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I still think I like. I think at this point you don't have to leave the push up. Maybe. I do agree that if you wanna spend your mana, yeah, I think Lures into Stitchers is fine. I'm just worried that this Lures is not getting you enough in terms of card economy.
Yeah, I can see that. I can also see going Dreaded Arcanist, as you said.
Yeah, and like haste it
Arcanist
just to
has.
force the push out. And if they don't push this, you just get to go like Magma Spray your 2-1. You have nothing going on, your go.
Yeah, I think I would go Arcanist, and they would push regardless and step. And if they
Yeah.
do, I can suck it for Village
Yeah,
Rights,
that's true.
pass,
Yeah. You don't
and
even have to
maybe
haste this.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I like
think
that.
I think the best line was playing Dreaded Arcanist. It was a very unintuitive line,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think in the end it was that was the line I was supposed to take. Instead, I think I went for the aggressive line, which has some upside but also a lot of downsides,
Yeah.
like playing Lurus plus Teacher plus Arcanist, if I remember correctly.
Replays on the Magic Online. What if you just press the play button and let's see? Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. So we're going for Lurus and Stitchers into
Yeah.
a Dreadboard. Dreadboard's not a bad hit here. Okay. That's still fine. I mean,
Okay.
the problem here is that only if they have a removal spell, like otherwise you're just good. Either that or a Rankle. That would be an issue. Rankle and removal spell.
I think they had the Rankle here.
No, it
Oh
doesn't seem
no.
that way. And now you're just taking the 4 damage here because you can't really trade. I guess you can
I
chump
can
block the
also
Metavolt.
I can jump.
Yeah, you can chump block the Metavolt. I don't hate that. And just untap.
Let's see if I champ or took. No, I took.
You have another
Okay.
Stitchers in the yard. I don't know.
Super greedy line.
Yeah, of course. The Alessandro line. And they play a land. They have 3 cards and one of them is
Okay.
sure. Yeah, and now you're definitely not killing this right now. You wanna
Yeah.
untap. By the way, I think my line was greedier for what it's worth. Oh, that's a nice draw. So now,
Okay.
like now you just go thoughts is them, right?
I can dot system. I have plenty of lines, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This turn is one of those turns again. I can dot system and then play Dread or Darkanist and Haste him.
Yeah.
This line is kinda bad against double removal spell, but it's fine against everything else.
Yeah.
I can also try to go Dread or Arcanist, haste it, force them to use the push and then replay the Arcanist. But
But you're just
that line would be
yeah.
pretty bad against Rankle.
This line is just dead on board, I think, or like at least forces you to make really bad blocks.
Yeah.
I think I like thought seizing here because if they have double push, you take one, and then you just go like attack Lurus. And if they block with the knight, I think you just let the trade happen. And then you. Interesting spot. I don't know. I think you start with Thoughtseize though. I think you kind of need to.
I can also, try to save my life a little bit more. Play Stitch, play Dread or Arcanist, plan to suck the Arcanist with Village Rites to the push, and not play the Thoughtseize at all, just to stay alive.
The way I see it,
So,
Thoughtseize lets you. Like, if they don't have exactly double push, Thoughtseize lets you go take push, kill Knight of Ibn and attack to gain life.
White yeah, okay.
And then you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
still play Stitchers from the yard, play Arcanist, and have Village Rites up.
I agree.
And
I
that
think,
seems you were thinking about that for sure. Okay, just playing Supplier before doing anything makes sense here. Although, if they had the removal spell, I think they would have just played it. Okay, Young Pyromancer means we just need to survive a couple more turns here. And gain life if we can. Ooh, interesting. Going to combat here.
Don't ask me why.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't know what I was doing. I think I was.
I mean, this
I
is
got super greedy, uh, trying to make them block and kill the knight. Ah, and kill the knight with fatal push. And I mean, I made the display because I knew they had fatal push, so I knew that if I kill something from them, then they kill something from me. They kill my Lurus. So I went for this attack. So I wanted to make them block and bump, so I could push the knight without enabling revolt. But I think I misevaluated how much how important was pushing that knight. I could just jump it forever, and I just misevaluated that. And I think this is a dumb play in retrospect, because I just consider the knight to be much more valuable than it was.
Yeah, like I think Shusha would just snap trade this and be fine with that. It's not that bad for you either,
and
I think.
In the end, he actually traded it.
Yeah. I still think you need to Thoughtseize here, probably. Because you know about the push. Which is why I like just doing the Thoughtseize pre-combat, right? They have legions and... Oh, that's absolutely fine. That's awkward, actually. Like, if you had the Thoughtseize pre-combat...
Yeah.
You just take the push, kill the knight, attack for 3, play Arcanist, sack whatever they target with Village Rites, and take over the game, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take the Legion's End, which at this point I guess makes sense.
And I go for the...
I don't actually know if this makes sense, for what it's worth. Like, now, instead of using mana on their turn, they're just using this now, and Legion's End doesn't do anything when you have Village Rites. Oh, nice draw. His K command.
Yeah.
I think you should have taken the push there.
I agree. I should have took the Legion's End.
It's a small mistake, but it could be relevant this game. You need to be careful not to die of milling.
Yeah.
Okay, and they can't even attack with their Mutavolt, which is super nice. Yeah, I like trading here.
Yeah, at this point I have to trade.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
I'm called to a dead Soulgate Lantern every time, which is awkward
Yeah.
again.
Oh,
Okay.
Interesting. I think I would K command Durus back here. I would go K command Durus and kill their 2-1.
And bring back the Stitcher. I think that's what I did.
No, I wouldn't cast the Durus, I think, here. I would just.
Okay.
Maybe that's wrong, though. Because I don't want to get the Stitchers back. I want to get an Arcanist back. I want to get a Pyromancer back. I'm tired of milling myself here. Like, the cards.
Yeah, I think I can claim the Pyromancer, cast the K command, and then haste a token and start racing back.
I don't like hasting the token. I think you want to haste the Dreadhorde Arcanist.
I agree. Yeah.
Like, I think what I would do is I would K command, get the Lurus back. I think I would actually just hardcast the Lurus and keep my favorite passage uncracked. And then, even if they like kill the Lurus, you just get to untap and go Claim Fame Arcanist, attack, flashback K command. And that's like.
I would be tempted to cast the claim on the young Pyromancer, but I see your line of casting Claim Fame on the Arcanist being better. I think your line was better.
Yeah, and then you get to keep push up because at this point you're just dead to basically 4-drops, I think. Okay, oh, you went for Arcanist, interesting.
Which is obviously the weirdest.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean, I think at that point, I just really want to flashback the K command with this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst line.
Yeah.
Again, I get to flashback another Claim Fame and bring back the Pyromancer as well.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. And now you get to flashback another Claim Fame. You get to put Pyromancer into play. You attack for 3. Yeah. You still have both push and K command up, so you can get Lurus on end step, which is better than getting it by now. Yeah, I don't hate this. This is also a fine line.
The problem with this line is that it was very risky because if they had a removal spell.
Yeah. Like, I think I don't like this line because you're wasting 2 Claim Fames while at least one of them is equal a K command. Yeah, and now you don't even let them push, you just go like, you don't let them attack, you just K command that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they concede. Nice. Wow, interesting game. Okay.
Yeah. I made it interesting. It's all my fault.
No,
I think I was supposed to win it much more easily than I did.
But that's the thing, right? It's easy to look in retrospect when you know what's up in the game, and I'm having no stakes in this, and just say like discuss lines forever. But when you're in the game itself, you're gonna miss things. I still think you made some really nice choices here. You made some really lines I didn't even consider. And I think you played this game pretty well. You made mistakes, but that's fine. We're always gonna find mistakes when we look back at games.
I mean, I think there are mistakes you can go over and things. Okay, that was fine, and mistakes that were not that fine. I think, for example, attacking with the Tlurus into the night was really bad.
Yeah.
Because it's not only the mistake itself, like you had better lines, it's just a misevaluation of what's going on in the game and how valuable your cards are, how valuable their cards are. That was a pretty big mistake. I think I should learn from. I think I should have been even greedier than I was in this matchup because looking at it, I feel it's mostly a matter of grinding.
Mhm.
You are not gonna get raised unless something really weird happens. You
Yeah,
should watch out not to get tempoed out. That's
exactly.
a thing.
Hmm.
But it's not like aggro versus control. It's
Hmm.
more of a mid-range mirror where someone is slightly more aggressive,
I
but not
agree.
that much.
I agree. I definitely agree. And I think that like if you look at the thoughts of Rankle or Fatal Push, I think that's exactly like the play that gave you better lines this game. In the end, you ended up like living Fatal Push with Fable Passage up the entire game, which is pretty
Yeah,
insane. Um, but that could have definitely gone wrong at some points. And taking the Rankle just gave you so much leeway to play like Earthbound stuff, in my opinion. So I think I'm gonna take like a 2 minute break. I'm gonna get some
yeah.
food, and you can like take bathroom break or something. How much longer do you have before you need to leave?
I think I have like half an hour,
Okay,
maybe a bit less. I can go over one more game, I
okay,
think.
that's good. So just give me a second here, and we can go over another game, another match.
Okay.
Okay. Also, hey Sam.
Got to stop the stream for a bit because we'll be back in a second.
Okay, Alessandro, you're here.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just stopped the stream
yeah,
because I was just a second. I'm gonna share my screen again.
sure.
Okay.
So let's go over some more matches.
Yeah. And okay.
We should just do
And
this more often. This is
yeah, I think so as well. I mean, spotting mistakes is great, and I think my main problem with Magic is that I'm not very good at technical plays,
mhm.
so I should definitely improve.
I think it's just a great way to improve no matter how good you are, no matter how bad you are, no matter like
Yeah,
it's just like unless the things that really this is a really good way to like look at in-game decisions and make them better. And I think we both, even if you like watch a game and you just reach to the conclusion that it was played perfectly, which never happens, you're still looking at tons of different lines. And just
yeah.
like considering the options is gonna make you a better player. Okay, so
Okay.
oh
This is a game where I'm pretty sure I messed up in the last turn
oh
because I
that's the
was a bit
winner of the
frustrated.
event.
Yeah, And this was my loss in the Swiss.
Okay.
It was the mirror match.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a bit frustrated in the last turn of the game because I was one land away from having lethal, and I think I made a bad play because of that.
Okay.
Okay,
So you're
so
on the play. You don't know what they're
yeah,
playing, I'm assuming. They did reveal
they
Urus. Oh, what
yeah.
happened here? Why?
Uh,
Okay.
can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can. Oh, this hand is awkward. Oh, this hand has an Urborg. Never mind. This hand's great.
Uh, I mean, I think this end is a keep.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, if you're facing Barna, you are not
Yeah.
super happy about that, but you can't really mulligan this.
Yeah, I agree. You have to keep this, especially on the play,
Yeah,
um, where you have so
yeah,
many good
you're on
draws
the
off the top.
play.
Yeah. So you just turn one thoughts is. Oh.
And oof, just a second, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
No, 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 no.
Oh,
Just a
you clicked
second.
the wrong
I'm
button,
gonna
didn't you?
restart
Yeah.
the replay because I pressed the wrong button.
Okay. Just a
Okay.
second.
Let's make things a bit slower. I want no. Okay.
Just a second. Just
I
a
went
second.
for
I'll be there.
Tosis, and I have a very interesting decision here. Actually, it's not that interesting. I should take the Dreaded Arcanist because I
Yeah.
don't have the removal spell.
Like, yeah, because you don't have the
But,
removal spell, I think you're priced into taking Arcanist here. You can't really Thoughtseize or Thoughtseize. You're just gonna lose
yeah.
that game.
Also, if they Tosis me, I'm kinda fine with that because they fuel my graveyard for Croxa.
Yeah,
Which
like
is
your hand is not very
pointless.
good at this point. It's good, but it doesn't do anything right now, so you're kind of fine with that. And you're probably thinking
Yeah,
Village Rights, yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, another thought is now this gets interesting because I kind of want to keep this thought is for a possible um Lurus at some point, maybe, but that's a bit late. So
I mean, there are upsides for casting these Tosis now because you get to snag another threat, like another Dreaded Arcanist if they drew one. I think I ended up casting the Croxa because I wanted to give them the fewest time possible to draw another Croxa to discard from my Croxa and make my Croxa bad, and
okay,
just to spend my mana, all of my mana.
some
So I just went for the Croxa, and I think the Dots is gonna be valuable later as well.
okay.
So I think I went for this line.
I think the two reasons to cast Thoughtseize here are well, three reasons. One for Thoughtseize is in Thoughtseize is
Yeah.
if you take a 2-drop. Second is you can keep Croxa for a Village Rights off the top, which is right now dead. And third, if you Thoughtseize a Thoughtseize, then you could pretty safely put another. You can put Lurus into your hand next turn and expect it not to get Thoughtseized. I think these are the
Uh,
upsides of playing Thoughtseize here.
so they play their top pieces, so the third reason is not that much of a concern. But
No, but
if
if you
I
have another
remember
one, is what I'm
correctly, I
saying.
considered the fact of drawing village rights out of the top, and
Mhm.
that was the deciding reason why I decided to cast these Thoughtseize,
Hmm.
which makes sense to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, they have the duress in the main deck, right?
Yeah, the one off duress, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to take here. In retrospect, I should probably take the Stitcher.
Really. I would take Village Rights before I'm taking Stitcher, and I think I want to take the duress over that.
I mean, all three options are viable.
Mhm.
If I take the Stitcher, then uh, the graveyard will be smaller, so I'm not in danger to die from Croxa. And they don't have anything to suck with Village Rights, which means they can progress with their game plan. But on the other hand, having the Stitcher in the graveyard, it's okay for them because they can tutor for Lurus
Yeah.
and then bring back Stitcher with Lurus.
So probably taking the Stitch is not the best line. I just considered it.
My
Then
mhm,
it's close between Duress and Village
yeah.
Rides. Colgan Command is a great card if it works. So having it Duress is kind of bad. But there are also plenty of spots where Colgan is awkward, especially given you don't have creature creature spells in your graveyard. So I would not be that sad if they took Colgan's command with Marduras. I would probably take the village rights here.
I think I would take the duress because I'm expecting to Colligan's command back Allures at some point, and that's usually game winning, or at least pulls you ahead. And I think letting them go supplier into village rights. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not good letting them do that because it digs them like 8 cards deep into a Croxa. Um,
Mm.
I could see taking both. I really don't know which one's better here. It's really rough. I think both. I think supplier is just like the worst pick here, though.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think I took supplier.
Mm-hmm.
I took the Duras. Okay. Former me was on a Kero side, and they went for Stitcher.
Okay.
They mill.
They will claim fame, which is interesting for them.
Yeah.
Push, which doesn't do anything for now. Push means you can
Uh,
Croxa and push a Rus if you need to. This is just an easy.
I,
Are you Croxaing here?
I think so.
I don't like that.
I mean, I think I miss valuing how, how big the odds are for them to draw a Crocs at some point. I really don't want to cast my Croxa into their Croxa, and that's why I want to cast the Croxa as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in retrospect, I think I should have just put Lurus into my hand, probably.
I think it's just better use of mana, and at this point, you know their hand is like Village Rights, a land, and an unknown, I think.
Yeah,
So this Croxa is not gonna be very valuable, and you're pretty far off actually casting this.
yeah, I agree.
Okay, so let's see what
I
happens
think
here.
I should have. And they discarded as one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then they went for village rights.
Yeah, let's see what they hit. Okay, they didn't mill a Croxa. That's great.
Yeah.
You still the upside of this is that you still have push up in case they have like claim fame. On Arcanist.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a point actually.
Mm. But now they're just putting doors to hand,
They
and
put
we
Lurus,
kind of wasted
yeah.
mana. Okay, drew a land though.
And I managed to put Lurus in my hand.
This time you managed to do it. And they're just passing, which means they're
Yeah.
banking on Lurus into Arcanist next turn, I guess. Oh.
And
This means they want to go for Lurus plus Arcanist next turn, right?
mm,
Probably.
yeah.
So I think I would
They-
just pass here, right? What's the
I
altern?
think so. I think so as well. I think I was super great, super aggressive and went for the King Fame on the Croxa
Mm,
because I went for the Claim Fame on the Croxa because I wanted to have 5 cards in my graveyard so
Mhm.
that if I draw a land next turn and I call again command the Lurus on their turn, I
Yeah.
can go for Fatal Push plus Croxa. But that's
But you
really
can do that
aggressive.
anyway, right? Like, if you're passing and they're playing Lurus Arcanist, you just go K command, kill Lurus, make them discard, they're down to 2 cards in hand, and then you push the Arcanist, and then you untap, and you have exactly 5 cards for Kroxa. So I don't really get it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I agree. I
Okay.
think I just messed up.
Okay. What we're finding out here is that you're not greedy enough. Oh, they're gonna draw a card of the caster? Wow.
Yeah,
This is interesting.
they are greedy now. In
Yeah,
fact,
like
they
taking
will
4 to draw a
ban-
card here is quite a lot.
Yeah. And I think I got close to winning this game because they took a lot of damage out of their own cards. They go for Kroxa. And I have this Kroxa
Yeah.
in my graveyard. I would have been
That's
glad to
unfortunate.
discard them.
Here, what you could do is just go for like K command, make them discard, get Kroxa back, and discard the Kroxa. On the other hand, you could
agree.
just.
I can also like discard Lurus and cast K command, bringing back Lurus in and step.
Yeah.
I think
Okay, just discard the K command.
no, this does not make any sense. No, I think I
As
discard
Alessandro
Lurus.
agrees, yep.
I'm bad, but not that bad.
Yeah, and now they have the village rights. That's really rough.
Yeah.
That's really rough. Ideally, they just play like Land plus Pyromancer or something, but they don't.
Yeah, I think I have to go for K command here. Make them discard.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
actually went for deal 2 damage to them.
Yeah,
and
I like
bring
deal 2
back,
damage. Yeah, I like it at this point.
because I think I'm way behind on resources and I have to win with damage. And here I guess I went for the Kroxa.
Yeah, I think you have to go for Kroxa here.
Yeah.
The problem with the damage line is that they can pretty easily go like Lurus, give it haste, attack for 5, and that just goes undone. I think I would have made them discard. Still. Anticipating maybe a Lurus Kroxa lock at some point, or just like attacking with the Kroxa a couple of times. I think you can still get back into this game, but it is rough. It's gonna push this. Yeah, that's rough. Resolving double village rights in the mirror match is really good.
Yeah. They discarded a land, so they are down to 3.
Okay.
But yeah, if they decide to go for the Lurus plus give it haste line, I'm mostly fucked. But they didn't.
Did they just escape the Kroxa here?
Yeah.
Oh, they can escape Kroxa and give it haste. Ah, that's really bad. Although that leaves you with some outs.
That's bad, but I mean, I can go for Lurus plus teacher, and it's not that bad.
I mean, maybe at this point, what you need to do. Oh, you're taking 6 down to 10. We know they have lures in hand. Yeah, this is still fine. And you definitely play out the land, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not the worst.
They are still at 3, and they don't have a way to make Lurus
So,
hasty anymore.
What you could have done there... Okay, so another option you had last turn is keep the Teachers in hand, right? Not the Lurus. This means if you draw land, you can escape the Kroxa. Right? Yeah, you can escape the Kroxa because you also have the Lurus in the yard, right? And if you Stitchers into a claim fame, you just kill them with a crackback.
It's very risky, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. It's just an interesting option.
Yeah.
Here you jump block, right?
Yeah, I have to.
Yeah, oh yeah, you have to. You're down to 5, my bad.
I hit the...
Lures Arcanist back, I can only assume.
Oh, I think they went for
Oh.
this
Yep.
guy.
And Stitcher Supplier, sure.
And this means that if I draw a land, I win the game. Because I can go
Oh,
for,
right.
Crocs out of Lurus, escape Croxa, and kill them. Instead, I drew the Pyromancer.
Oh man,
which
that's
is,
rough.
Which is bad. I mean, I'm still in a fine shape because I can play the Stitcher and play the Croxa. If they have a land in hand, they are dead, but they don't. Otherwise, they would have not played like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I can try and survive discarding the Pyromancer to the Croxa and...
Yeah. I still think you're in fine shape this game-ish.
Yeah. The problem is they are gonna gain some life.
Yeah.
And
They discard a Village Rites. Oh, a Dread War Arcanist, my bad. And now, did they draw something? Or are they drawing with the castle here? They probably drew something. Oh, they're just playing Arcanist from the yard.
I don't think they are drawing with the castle. I think they...
Oh, that's really rough off the top.
It's not that rough because I think...
They're gaining 5 life here. I mean, you're still winning if you draw land, I think.
Yeah.
And you chump block the Croxa with the 1/1, and you trade Ruses. Oh,
Yeah,
right, you can also do this. Yeah, of course.
If I draw a land, I win the game again.
Yeah.
And instead, I drew a Village Rites, and here's where I messed up.
Oh.
Because I think I still had outs.
So,
I should have probably started by attacking with my Lurus. Because if I attack with my Lurus, and they don't block, then in the second main phase I can bring back Croxa, chuck it to Village Rites, and hope to draw a Claim Fame or another Croxa, and win the game this way. So they are basically forced to block.
So let's say they block. You go up to 6, and then what?
I go up to 6. I cast Teacher and Croxa.
And you still have the same blocks as last turn. You discard the Village Rites, chump block, eat an attacker, take 2. Yeah, I still think you still have out here. I agree. Yeah. And instead I went for a weird line before combat. I brought back Croxa and suck it to Village Rites. Oh yeah, that's not gonna work out. Like, I think the alternative here was maybe go for Pyromancer and then haste it and then sack the token and try and draw into a removal spell. But even then, that doesn't really get you out of that, I think. Because it's only 7 damage.
I don't like this line because a removal spell is not enough. I have to deal with three skill threads.
Yeah.
Like a thread or the... No, I think I should have attacked with Lurus first.
Yeah, I agree.
Instead
I agree. Attacking with Lurus first just gives you more options.
This was a weird game because I wasn't greedy enough in the early stages of the game. I think I could have made different decision, especially in the point where I had the push and the K command, and I went for this weird Claim Fame. But if I played differently, I think I would have lost a lot earlier because they actually drew more village rights and more grindy elements, and they would have outgrinded me out pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
But I had this out because they took a lot of damage, they took aggressive lines as well, and I was about to kill them, and instead I missed the 6 land drop and died.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
That was
think it
an interesting game for sure.
I think it was more interesting to play than it was to watch because it was very tense to play, and I felt I had a plan and I really committed to that plan, and my plays made sense towards that plan, but I mean rewatching it is just a matter of top decking a land or not.
But like the whole game leading up to that was really interesting. And at that point, yeah, sometimes you just need to top deck the land. But the whole game
Yeah.
was really interesting, I think. Like I think that claiming the Crocstether might have cost you the game. Because if you don't claim the Crocstether, you can discard your claim to their Croxa, and then you get to keep an extra card in hand. I don't know. Interesting game, for sure.
Yeah.
Very tough one. Okay. Do you have time for another one or do you need to leave?
Uh, no, I think I have to leave. By
Sure.
the way, I don't think the other game of this match was not very interesting. They just drew multiple go blanks post board and I got killed.
Oh, yeah,
And
Goblet looks really good in the mirror match, for sure.
yeah, and the other round were not interesting as well. Maybe round 7 was. I played against mono red barn,
Mm-hmm.
and I was really close to lose the game, but then I managed to claw back into it. Round 8, I drew the absolute nuts game 1, and game 2 they got stuck at 1 land.
Easy.
And I don't remember round 7 to be honest. I don't even remember the matchup.
I mean, it makes sense. It's just like all blurs in your head at that point.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And what else to say? Thank you for inviting me to your stream.
of course, thank you for joining. I had
And
a great time, as always.
it was really interesting for me going out and watching this replay. It was a bit wild. Uh, I think I played much worse than my results shows, but I mean it's okay.
Yeah.
I think everyone makes mistakes.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And at the end of the day, you don't have to prove and to anyone that you earned something or like sometimes you get lucky. That's part of magic. You're gonna get lucky breaks. You need to know how to use them, how to maximize them.
Yeah, I agree.
So thank you for joining me. For anyone watching, you can find both Alessandro's and mine sideboard guides on our Patreon. So check that out if you're interested. And again, Alessandro, thank you so much for joining. We're gonna do this more often. I mean, this is what the second or third time we've done this. I'm gonna call you
Yeah.
up more often.
Okay.
Anything? Oh, I'm not finishing the stream, by the way. I'm gonna watch some of my replays now alone, and then Martin is gonna join me for some of his replays. So don't go anywhere, chat. But
I'm gonna go though.
yeah, of course. Thank you again for
Bye-bye.
joining, and have a good day. Talk to you.
Thanks you. You too.
Okay. So, chat, I'm gonna get me a cup of coffee, which means a couple minutes break, and then we're gonna watch some of my games from 2 days ago. All of them are on stream on the VOD, so you can check them out by yourself. But I really had some bangers 2 days ago, so we're gonna check that out. And then Martin, aka Harry13, is gonna join me, and we're gonna watch some of his replays because he also top 8'd the showcase. Gonna be great. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Chad, I keep forgetting I have this option. Okay, we're back. What's Eureka, Mossy? I don't really know what Eureka is. Like, I don't know the commander. Fridge is open. Okay, Chad, we're gonna start by checking out my round 2 against Musasabi. Mostly game 1, I think, was interesting. And before we get any further with this, let me show you the list again. I think my list was pretty good for the event. The Tiger Shadow. Oh, that Yuriko. Is this really 5-head? Okay, that was the list. Let me... That's basically what we had going on. A bunch of cantrips, a bunch of interaction. Thing in the Ice's main deck threat, Crackling Drakes, 2 of them, 4 Phoenix, 1 Borrower main deck. Yeah, and I was playing extra 1 mana removal spells, the extra Magma Spray in the main deck specifically, because I was expecting a lot of mono black and Spirits and Burn and Phoenix, which paid out in dividends. Like, that was really good, this matchup. In this tournament. So, we're against Musasabi, we don't know what they're on. And we are on the draw with this hand, which is great hand. And they're playing a Spire Bluff, at which point I'm basically putting them on Phoenix. With a Wild Stash, we can chalk that in, that's not very interesting. They don't opt on a step. What do they do here? They're just passing, okay. I'm still thinking they're Phoenix, but this is weird. I'm definitely casting the opt when my hand is missing land drops and I have Treasure Cruise. So I definitely want to try and hit more lands here. I see the land, I keep it, I think, yeah. We draw another Treasure Cruise, which is not ideal, but in the longer Phoenix matchups, it's absolutely fine. And we can slam this strategic planning, and that's really nice, because now we don't even have to take the land. What do I see? Well, this is easy. We don't take the... So, is this easy? Is there a case for taking Phoenix here? No, never. Like, the only case for taking Phoenix is to cast this Treasure Cruise faster. So, we would be at 1, 2, 3, 4 cards in the yard. We also have iteration for next turn. No. Not too much to think here. We pass. I think they play Thing in the Ice? No, they're just passing again. And I'm like, okay, is this not Phoenix? I don't know. But I think we kind of need to cast iteration here because we have like, do we? Do we have to cast iteration here? That's an interesting question. The problem is just passing doesn't really get me anywhere, does it? Oh, nice. That's really nice. Messy. So, if I was short a land, I'd be more willing to try an iteration into a land. As is, I don't really want an iteration into a land or any one drop other than opt, which makes this iteration kind of medium. I could have just played land and pass here, honestly. I think that's probably what I should have done. Casting the iteration. We find land chart thing in the ice. This is interesting. So my perception of this was that thing in the ice is not very good in a mirror match. But I might change my mind on that. Still, I think this is chart to hand, this to exile, this to bottom. Yeah. And now, oh yeah, and also now I need to discard a card. So, like, making this play was just not very good. I should have definitely just, like, waited on this iteration. I'm discarding the Wild Stash, which I think is absolutely fine, but that wasn't a good play. The iteration. They play Thing in the Ice. And now it's nice, because I can untap into Lightning X, chart, Treasure Cruise. Get my Phoenix back. On the other hand, I could also just untap, pay full price for this Treasure Cruise, pass the turn, and try and set up a Phoenix for the following turn. But if they somehow flip this, which is not unheard of, then I'm in really bad shape. I mean, we can draw because I'm not gonna Lightning X this right now. I don't think. I could have Lightning X that right now, honestly. What if I had just gone like Lightning X this on end step and untap and then steal Treasure Cruise for the maximum amount? Maybe that was better. Instead of aggressively going for like this Phoenix, which is not very necessary at this point. And I drew Iteration, which is another interesting card. We have 5 cards for Cruise in the Yard. This is gonna be 6, 7. So I can go Lightning X this, Treasure Cruise for 1, and then worst case play Charter Course. Which I think is probably the line at this point. We're discarding a land, yep. We're gonna draw into more lands. I think I was too tunnel visioned on getting the Phoenix back. I didn't actually need to do this right now. Now I'm kind of wasting a chart. Discarding a land is pretty easy here, I think. We attack for 3. They opt, they Magma Spray, and they pass. Oh, they put the card on the bottom with the opt. So now I play my land, which I think is fine. We have a reasonable shot of getting to counter something with this Is Charm. So I think just playing the Thing in the Ice and passing is nice. If they get Phoenix back, we get to Magma Spray it. We're setting up for more Treasure Cruises. Like, we're drawing a lot of card advantage cards. A lot of cruises and iterations, which definitely puts us in the advantage. And now they play Thing in the Ice. And this is awkward. Okay, this is an interesting spot. I want to kill the Thing in the Ice. I don't want to get caught by an Is Charm, because that would just 2-for-1 me. Things don't bounce each other. So if we both flip them, we're like on parity on board. But if I go like try and kill this and they just go like removal on this and somehow flip this, I am very much dead. Which makes like the Things in the Ice look really interesting now. But again, we're not really in a rush to do anything given our hand. I think we just untap. That's what I did. I untapped and went for like Is It Charm Magma Spray. Wasting a spray on this is not ideal, but we kind of need to, I think. No reason to open myself up to shenanigans happening. Oh, I'm starting on iteration, which I don't like actually. This plays right into the Is a Charm, unless my plan here is to... So, I guess the reason to do this is because now I get to triple spell, to quad spell, right? So I go iteration, and then I go like Magma Spray this, Is a Charm this. And if they mess up, I get to flip this, but I shouldn't really do this. I don't think. Or if I do this, I should go for flipping on their upkeep to tap them out, I think. I don't hate casting the iteration here. Oh, when we find mono lands, not ideal at all. Yeah, I don't know. I don't love this play. We let them play a land. And they cast Treasure Cruise here. Which I'm definitely responding with by killing this thing in the ice. Oh, I'm not? Okay, I guess I'm not. I guess they're really unlikely to flip that this turn. So I'm not really in a rush to do that. And now I can untap and try and go for like a big turn. We draw another land, not ideal. Start with Magma Spray. Don't think it really matters, honestly. And now they kill my thing in response to this. And they're discarding a Phoenix, not ideal. But at least this dies. And now, again, I don't feel like I need to do anything. We already got rid of 2 things in the ice. Given the list they usually play, it's like they have only 2 more things in the ice and a Phoenix. Hey, Numenor. But I don't think wasting mana is what matters in this matchup. I think it's maximizing resources. Like, we're kind of flooding out pretty badly here. We've seen like 12 and put 2 lands on the bottom. So we've seen like 15 of the 20 lands in our deck in the top 30 cards. Which wasn't great. Also, I don't have a Phoenix anymore, which is not ideal. I think I should just pass here. And I decide to play around their dispute by hardcasting this Treasure Cruise for 1. And I think that's pretty bad. I could have waited a turn, paid more mana for this, kept more card for the next cruise. And they're hardcasting a Phoenix. And attacking, I guess. And I think I killed this right. Don't I kill this right now? I should kill this right now. Taking this damage was very unnecessary. Also, I shouldn't have let them attack. I didn't even consider this, but I don't know why I kept this. I think I'm definitely Magma Spraying this. Getting Phoenixes back is not going to be the issue. I'm just going to hardcast one at this point. I should have just sprayed this. That was a bad play. We draw an opt. And now at least we found an iteration, so I can cast this one. We found Crackling Drake, Dispute, Opt, which are actually very good. Imagine if I had just Magma Sprayed this, right? I guess we wouldn't be able to protect our Drake anyway. They usually play like 1 or 2 disputes, so I'm definitely putting Dispute in hand, Crackling Drake in exile and casting the Drake. Oh, and I start by Magma Spraying this. And they Wild Slash in response. What if I just counter the Wild Slash here with the Mystical Dispute? But then I can't play my Kraken Drake. That seems really bad. What if I had just gone for the magma spray in advance? Still fine. We get to resolve a Drake here, which is very nice. We draw another magma spray, which is awesome. Oh yeah, I know what happens here. Okay, now they go for strategic planning. They find another Phoenix. Strategic planning. And I dispute this, which is a really bad play. Yeah, that's a really bad play. They still have 2 mana after this. They can play anything they want. And they find Lightning Axe. And now I can't kill a Phoenix. So I end up at 5 instead of at 8. This is an opt. We can still find... Well, this Phoenix is not good enough, I don't think. Right? They have 1 card in hand. Maybe this Phoenix is good enough. Like, keep this on top. Magma Spray Phoenix. Block. Go down to 2. Get it back. Think it would have been fine. We drop Borrower, which is still fine. Okay, do I even want a Treasure Cruise here? That's the question. What if I just go for, like, on their turn, I go, like, Borrower, bounce, Hardcast this, block, Magma Spray the other one, take no damage. That seems better, honestly. I don't like the cruise here. Although I can still cruise and do all these things. Draw Wild Slash, we play the land. Oh, playing the Drake here was really bad, I think. No, playing the Drake here is fine, right? Playing the Drake here is absolutely fine. We still have Magma Spray 1, Wild Slash the other. On combat. And we die to only like removal plus another Phoenix. Which I think they ended up having, but... And now we're threatening lethal on the crackback. Yeah. Yeah, and they go iteration into iteration. Into chart discarding Phoenix, into iteration, into Lightning Axe, kill my last one, and I'm... Oh, they found the dispute off of the other one, yeah. I think that last turn's play was fine. We just got unlucky there. Them fighting like the 4 Phoenix. We're dead to exactly this kind of sequence. And that's basically it. But, imagine if we were at 8 now. We would still be alive here. Because we Wild Slash one of these, we block. They counter this, we block. We take 6 down to 2, and we untap and kill them, so they can't even attack. Yep, that was really unfortunate. That happens though. So that was that. What other interesting rounds did we have? Let me check out my Twitter for a second. To see my match. Oh, did I not? I probably didn't post my matchups on Twitter, actually. I was too tilted. You're feeling strong. Oh, you sent the V4? Let's go. No one is on call with me right now. Harry 13 is gonna join me sometime in the next like hour, I guess. Nice, Numenor, well done. I went climbing yesterday as well. And I felt less rusty than I think I felt better than I think I would have had. So that was really nice. Had a great time. What were my matchups? What was Alienware playing? Probably Monored. Did I not write down my matchups anywhere? That seems loose. That seems loose. We can just check them then. I want to look at my game against Max, I guess. Oh yeah, I mean after a year for sure, for sure, for sure. I've only like I didn't climb for 2 weeks and I felt really weak, but I ended up like I think getting well. We don't have exact grades. We have like ranges. So I ended up getting two things in the range of like 3 to 5, V3 to V5. So I'm feeling good about that. And I repeated some of like things I did in the past, and I was working on some of my other stuff. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. So we're playing versus Max Magister here. We drew a fine hand. Like you can't really mulligan this hand. And they play Breeding Pool and Mausoleum Wonder, the bane of my existence. And we draw Wild Slash. So this hand is amazing against spirits, but only 2 lands, a cantrip you don't really want to play for 3. But we do have the opt, so I think it's fine hazarding this. Having 2 more removal spells seems really nice. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, my fingers were dead and the skin was like peeling off. Because I gave it like 2 weeks to grow like, to get back to, you know, a normal human being state. And that's perfect for us. We just get to Magma Spray this and opt. And I'm opting main phase so we don't give them an easy target for a Queller. And that's the exact reason I'm gonna bottom this Charter Course, I think. No, I didn't bottom this. Interesting. I guess I figured that if they like don't, that if they want to leave mana up, we can just pass. Or it's not the worst having the extra cantrip and playing into a Queller. But they ended up playing a tap land here and passing. Oh, I drew a land, and this indicates Rattle Chain, so I'm playing an untapped land here. So I get to Wild Slash this, so they can just respond to the chart. And I'm definitely casting chart here. We also have the Phoenix to discard, we're good. Yep, easy discard Phoenix pass. And they're playing the Rattle Chains, I think. Yeah, and I'm killing this. And they just hardcast Shacklegeist here and Selfless Spirit. Oh well, nice. So I drew Spire Bluff, which is a really bad draw. You definitely got some Callous Growth? Yeah, for sure. I'm getting mine back too. So I think I drew Spire Bluff, which is a really bad draw here. But if we find any land off of this planning, we get the Phoenix back. Obviously we missed. So this is probably just an iteration to hand. I think this is an easy iteration to hand. Treasure Cruise. See if we can hit another land for the opt. And we find the land Magma Spray, which is basically perfect. And I'm definitely hitting the Selfless Spirit here. And we don't attack because, well, this has Indestructible. And they Apparition, but they're down to 1 card in hand. I'm happy about this. Okay, they're down to 0 cards in hand. And this is how their deck looks like when they don't draw Coco. Like, this is how blue-white usually plays out. And blue-white is an extremely good matchup. Significantly better than this. So I think this is a pretty clear iteration. We find chart lands. Not ideal. Which I think we're just casting the chart this turn. We kind of break. We discard a Spire Bluff. Play Island and pass. Oh, I just went for the main phase opt so it doesn't get countered by something. Sure. We get hit for 4. And we draw Thing in the Ice, which we just jam. Oh, this is where I felt really smart. Okay, okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We definitely don't want to get rid of their Skyclave right now, I think. And we definitely don't want to play into a Queller, so I think we should Treasure Cruise here. Which means my mana usage was wrong. We should have gone like 1, 2, and then used the island to draw 3 cards. See what we hit. And we needed to make sure we... Is there a way that I keep the token after flipping? Don't think so. Don't really think so. And we draw a million more spells here. Also, like the 4th cruise, I think. Now, this is an interesting spot. Tall and tan and young and lovely, the girl from... So what I want to do here, I think, is pass with all my mana up, and then on their upkeep, kill this Skyclave. But leave the ability to bounce the board, so we don't get got by Coco. Oh, Onion, we went 6-1, got the pair down, and then opponent didn't want to concede, we missed 10 drops and died. I was tilted off of the face of the earth. Upside, Martin and Alessandro top-aided, which is amazing. But I was tilted. Oh no, we were like at 7-1, right? Like it was 8 rounds. So 6-1 into 6-2, we got exactly 16th because my breakers sucked. It happens. I was very tilted though, and they just conceded here. That wasn't a very interesting game. Was game 3 interesting? It happens, it's fine. Thank you though. Like, I think we played great yesterday. And I think, 2 days ago, and I think I kept my calm and cool for like all the time that mattered. You put an onion on his day, yeah. I think like I kept my mental game super strong for the entire day. I think we made really good plays during the day. We just didn't get there, and it happens. And we're not entitled to like opponent conceding or good breakers or anything. It just really sucked. It happens. So we're playing, oh, this is game 3. We need to keep this hand on the draw, and they mull to 6. Oh, on the play, my bad. And they play Wonder, which is really annoying. We draw an Arclight, which is a really good draw. And here was a really interesting decision point. I really don't want them to counter this Charter Course. It's basically the only thing we have going for now. And camping, oh nice. Did it go well though? So on the one hand, if they counter this, I have 1 card in the yard. I get to Lightning Axe something the following turn. Like if I can untap with this Kraken Drake in play, or just like resolve the Drake, I'm feeling good. I think the easiest way we lose this game is like they counter the chart, play creature, we kill that, they counter my Kraken Drake. That's the best way for us to lose this game. Which might mean we don't want to kill anything on turn 2, on turn 3. We want to try and like bait their mana on their turn. But I think we just have to jam the chart because we're not gonna Lightning Axe this, no shot. And we just have to like go for the chart, I think. Maybe that's wrong. Draw more lands. I'm discarding the Phoenix, even though that's not trivially right. The upside for not discarding Phoenix here, I think I shouldn't have discarded Phoenix, honestly. Probably should have just discarded the land, because that gives me more cards for Cruise in the Yard for now. I have another discard outlet. And I am very far off of getting this back, and hardcasting this might actually prove relevant this game. They play Supreme Phantom, which is great for us because now we just get to kill the Supreme Phantom. And I'm doing this main phase because I don't really think I can afford to take 3 and get this squared. And they're not really applying pressure right now, so if they're just passing with mana up, I'm just not gonna play Drake. And here they play Wonder, they attack me for 2, and they play Rest in Peace, which I'm like... Okay, first of all, if we had another Phoenix in hand instead of a land, that would be really nice. Second, I'm like, great, I'll slam the Drake. And we can thin the deck a bit, because there's no reason not to. We draw Thing in the Ice, which is not the worst, but not the best. And they play tapped Greenland, and a Selfless Spirit in passing. And we draw the best possible card. Hopefully nothing ever happened. Yeah, hopefully nothing happens. So here I think I decided to be ultra patient. Just go like land, Thing in the Ice, pass. Because that way we get to keep Dispute up and try and get like, even if they Coco, we can at least like Dispute and they have to counter with this. And that takes away a creature off of the board, which is really nice. And we get to dispute like Selfless. Like we get to dispute a non-blue spell, and that's really good against their deck, which has a large quantity of those. And I'm not, again, because I drew the Thing and I want to play that first, I want to play this iteration when it can hit like a 4 or 5 mana spell as well. Mostly like Drakes or Dragons, or Phoenixes. And they play Spirit, which I let resolve. Because I might still snag a blue spell here. And they decide to attack. And again, interesting spot. Whatever I do, whatever I block, it's gonna get got. Like, we're gonna trade for a Selfless if they want that. The upside of blocking... Wait, let me see if Martin responded to me. Yeah, okay. Okay, sure. So Martin's gonna join us in a bit. I went for blocking the Wanderer. The reason I did that is if they have like Rattle Chains and they decide to play it, if they have a Flesh Spirit, which is basically Rattle Chains, then I get to dispute that. And then I get to trade this for a card without them being able to do these. Also, I think the Selfless Spirits are not very important at this point, where I'm planning to block and bounce everything at some point. And I really want to cast this dispute on something. So I think blocking here is very reasonable. And they just let it happen. Which is, I think makes sense because I guess at this point they think that the way that they lose this is Anger of the Gods. We draw Scorching Dragonfire, just a removal spell. And we cast Iteration. We find Lightning X, Treasure Cruise, Chart of Course. Well, Treasure Cruise doesn't do anything. That goes to the bottom. We're gonna be casting the chart this turn, I think. Maybe not. Maybe we're just casting the Lightning X, honestly. So, upside of casting Lightning X, we get to keep Dispute up. But it's not gonna work if they just sack a Selfless Spirit to protect the Wanderer. And second, like, maybe I'm thinking too much about this Mystical Dispute, you know? Like, what if instead of overthinking this dispute, I cast the Lightning X this turn, discarding the dispute, Scorching Dragonfire, something. Like, I go Lightning X this, they sack a spirit, I Scorching Dragonfire this in response. They're left with one card in play, and this has one counter on it, which means at any point in time I can just go Chart a Course, flip this. That seems just better. Like, I think I overvalued this dispute. Yeah, and I decided to cast the chart so I can keep the dispute up. And again, I just don't think that's a very good play. I end up drawing into like 2 removal spells or something. Yeah, we drew like Magma Spray Iteration, so we easily discard that. And here, I could attack, right? What if I attack here? I attack and then I go like Magma Spray this. Alright, no, that seems bad. I attack. They don't block. I attack, they don't block. We Magma Spray this post combat. And then they're attacking me back for like, if they play a Lord, it's like 3-6 down to 5. But they took 6. They took 6 because I do this after blocks. They're down to 14. I untap, I go. I dispute the Lord, I guess. Which would just bounce their board. And my Drake back to hand. And then I untap and I kill the Lord and I iteration and I play Drake. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I think I should have attacked here. I was too conservative here. Oh, okay. Alright, didn't see your message. So let me just finish this game for a second. They play a land. I'm very happy about this. I go for end step Scorching. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Oh, because I can just like bounce the board here. With iteration. We find iteration opt, which is perfect. We opt away the board, we flip them. And now I think this is where I make a really good move. I think I bottomed the anger and I think that's wrong. Yeah, I should have just kept the anger in my hand. And now I'm playing around the Queller because that's the best way for me to lose this game. Yeah, bottom anger. Yeah, I think that was wrong in retrospect. And here, I think they cast Coco here, right? Oh no, they cast Selfless Spirit in past, and this is like, oh, they have a Queller. Which is perfect because I just get to go Magma Spray this. They just sack it. We slam Drake. We get the Queller, and we win. Like, they really have nothing to do here, I think. Oh, they played the Coco here. Never mind. And they find... This was a terrifying moment. Even though I don't think we can lose this from here. And yeah, they found Spectre Satyr. This is fine. We just kill one thing, kill the other. And they're dead on board. Interesting game for sure. Okay, Martin. Let's jump into it.
Hello?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Awesome. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Apologies about the delay. I had some errands to run and it ran a little bit over time, so.
Sure.
Yeah, apart from that, all good.
Congrats on your top 8. Sick
yeah,
run.
thanks a lot.
And with a bad deck, imagine that.
Well, basically, I haven't been as confident in a deck in a while. And when I top forward the challenge the week before with the, I literally changed one card in the 75 and it was a cyborg card. I felt like, I don't know why, I just think people like for some reason just ignore decks like blue, like control decks in Pioneer. But like the principles work out, right? You're playing efficient removal, you're taking advantage of the most powerful spells in the format, aka Treasure Cruise or Dig for Time, and you're playing Shark Typhoon, which the thing that I think is really good about the deck is there's so many ways to use your mana at any point in the game. It's so flexible. Like a lot of the, I took out all the clunky spells and just made the deck, well, most of the clunky spells, and made the deck as efficient with the mana as possible. And I just felt like, Blue-Black Control was in a really good spot coming into this because Spirits was like very popular. There was a lot of like just random creature decks running around the place, and I feel like Blue Black deals with them very well. So I was very confident coming into this tournament, and I got my rewards for like I feel like I have a really good understanding of the format, and I got rewarded for it. So yeah, but don't get me wrong, it was you need to be lucky.
Yeah.
Regardless, like it's an 8-round event, like it's so hard to because you essentially have to go 7-1 or better, right? You can't rely on a 6-2. I think like my last round opponent that I beat,
He got in,
got-
yeah.
yeah, he got in at 8th.
Yeah.
But apart from that, like it's just you always need luck to top 8 these events, regardless. Like, you know, you had someone like Sam Party who was Pro Tour winner, then top 8. You know, like it's difficult.
Absolutely.
You have to get fortunate as well. So.
Yeah, and I think like what you just said about the control decks, you're basically also describing Phoenix, right? It's like, yeah, you're playing efficient removal spells, good cantrips, a delve spell, and you have really good finishers that are like really, they give you the tempo advantage, like Shark Typhoon, so
Yeah.
you get Phoenixes, and that's just like really similar.
Yeah, I think so. I think, like, if I'm being honest, I think we'll probably look back on this format and realize that Phoenix was the best deck.
Mm-hmm.
It only put one copy into the top 8, but you have to realize that a lot of Pioneer, a lot of people that played the tournament will have not played lots of Pioneer.
Yeah.
People will play it for the prizes, right? And I think that you have a lot of influencers in Pioneer. So you have people like Thiago Saporito, great Magic player, and I noticed a lot of people playing Mono Black. He even put a copy into the top 8 and in 9th place. But personally, I don't think the deck is particularly.
Mm-hmm. It's not good.
It's like the definition of like tier 1.5 in my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think more people will play it than necessary because they'll look up to Thiago and think, oh, he knows what he's doing, which obviously he does. But for me, Mono Black is a pet deck of Thiago's, and he's going to play it regardless of where it's positioned in the meta. So,
like I was discussing this in a podcast yesterday, where we were talking about like Mono Black Aggro and said this is like Reduke playing Jund in Modern. He's gonna win.
Yeah.
He's Reduke.
Yeah.
He knows Jund. But the deck doesn't give you the best chance to win.
Yeah, I think so. But apart from Blue Red Phoenix, I think Black is probably like, if not the top, either one of the top 2 colors in the format. If you look at the top 8 from the tournament, apart from the crazy Ascendancy deck, which is obviously sick.
Yeah.
There was 2 copies of Rakdos, 2 copies of Blue Black, Mono Black, and Vampires, and six of the top 8 decks were just black. 2 of them were like complete. 2 of them were like all black, and then the rest of them, the other 4 were like black X decks because having access to Fatal Push and all these like efficient removal spells is insane in the format.
And like, look at the other decks that made the top 8. They're decks that run Iteration and Treasure Cruise.
Yeah.
Like that's basically it.
Yeah.
We're getting better in playing the good cards. Also, I'd like to note, you said only 1 Phoenix in top 8, but in the top 32 we had 7 more Phoenix decks. So like, at the end of the day, Phoenix performed pretty well, I think.
No, Phoenix did well. Like, I think less people played it than they should have. I think more people should have played Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because I think the deck is the best deck in the format. I don't think it's head and shoulders above the rest, but I think it's like, if someone said to me, put your control bias aside, like your blue black pet deck aside, what do you think the best deck is? And I would say Phoenix.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think so too. The deck's just so, you're so flexible and you have so many good interactive spells and so many good threats. I've been playing Phoenix for what, probably a month and a half now, and I feel like I have agency over almost any game. And the better I play, the more I win.
Yeah, exactly. And I think like I've had like slightly favorable. I think I'm slightly favored. Have had slightly favorable outcomes against Phoenix, but that was like, I know my deck inside out, and I know that like I'm playing stuff like Blast Zone. So like, what I figured out what mattered in the matchup was like getting Blast Zone to 4 aggressively, and then like holding that so that the opponent can't one-shot you. Because what normally happens with the matchup is you tend to use all your resources dealing with the Phoenixes, and then they one-shot you with Crackling Drake. So like, you have to get into a position, or they threaten lethal with the Phoenixes. So like, getting the Blast Zone 4 for me was like a specific thing I picked up on that mattered a lot in the matchup. Anyway.
And on the flip side, for me, whenever I play versus Blue Black, I feel like I can just like, they give me so much time, I can finesse them into positions where they can't win unless they draw very specific sets of cards. So
exactly. And I think Expressive Iterations pushed the deck to be the best deck in the format. I think it was like one of the better decks in the format, and then Expressive Iterations really taking it to the next level.
I really can't believe I insisted on not playing Iteration in this deck for so long. I
Yeah.
really can't believe that.
Because one of the shortcomings of the deck was like not finding the lands and stumbling, and expressive iteration just gives you like a really good tool to basically consistently hit your land drops.
Mhm.
And I think that's what's really kind of made me think, yeah, this deck is probably the best thing to do.
Yeah. It's like iteration is both this, but also in the late game, it's just another treasure cruise. It's like almost a dig through time in the deck.
Yeah, and I think that's what's also made like black decks become like one of the top tier as well, is like having like the bloody the go blank. I'm like it's surprisingly so good in Pioneer right now. Like just a mind drop with like Graveyard Exile, it just does so much. And I seen like a lot of the decks that did well tended to have like a decent matchup against Phoenix via like their hate cards in sideboard.
Yeah. Go blank is definitely one of the better cards in the format right now.
Yeah, which is crazy. So yeah, no, I mean, I like Pioneer, and I think Pioneer doesn't get the love it deserves. I think it's always evolving, even this late into the meta. I think like there is some like recognized faces in Magic that have like chosen to say negative things about Pioneer, which I think is just unnecessary. It's like, okay, you didn't do well in the tournament because you don't play the format. There's no need to like complain and say Pioneer should be like shelved. Like there's a lot of people who still enjoy it, So,
just a second. Marcy, I'm not gonna watch this right now because I have Martin here with me. You can DM me this and I'll take a look. And yeah, sorry Martin, I'm with you. Do you gonna go look at some matchups?
Yeah. Let's go for it.
Okay, so share your screen if you can, and let's do this. I was looking over some of my games, but honestly, I've been commentating on Phoenix for so long. It's like I kind of want to see other decks. I feel like I have not expanded my I need to see how other decks play out in Pioneer because at this point I'm really entrenched in like the Phoenix deck.
Oh, you want me to?
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. We can also go over my matches, but like I played them on stream. I feel like it would be better to go over yours if that's possible.
Yeah, of course. Bear with me.
This is Harry 13. Oh, I think I have a command for Martin. Do I not?
Give me 1 sec to let me load up Moto and I'll mute myself as I've not turned the thing off.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Let me take a look at the commands. I have an Alemilan command. Oh, I don't have a Martin command. Okay, we're gonna fix that then. Okay, so add com. Okay, this one. Friend and teammate. Harry 13, the bane of MTGO.
So I'm sharing my screen. You just let me know how we're gonna work this.
Yeah, so just like if you have if you remember any match that was interesting, let's start going over these.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, you played a killer line. What the hell?
Oh yeah, I played against like Sam Party round 3. I played against Aplap who split the finals, Peter Bourne who split the finals.
Yeah, Azato Yellow who top 8'd, Rumsmala who top 8'd.
So like
and X-Whale. Like
yeah, so from like round 2 onwards, it was all just like 4 of the top 8. Like half of the top 8 I played, and then like Pro Tour champion X-Whale who's obviously like a crusher.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it wasn't an easy run. We got there like so. I guess like we should probably show the Sam Party one. That's probably an interesting one.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So because I mean like
these are the matches where you know you're not gonna get like any free games. This is game 3 of round 2 though. This is X-Whale, Martin.
So okay. This isn't like I don't think Burns particularly interesting. It's quite standard, like don't die and stabilize.
Yeah.
Like I don't think there's anything that really matters.
Trade.
But it was against Sam Party's playing an interesting Jund Food list. It's almost like the Jund Food Coco combined. So he's playing like the Coco version where he plays like the 1/1 that drains you. He was also playing like 3 Witch's Oven, 3 copies of Witch's Oven, 3 Cat, and he was playing like Bolus's Citadel. So like Goldfish, Goldfish is what like his previous decks, and I seen that he was on this. So how is it to do this that he plays in normal time?
Yeah, you can press on the most left button is just play, like it plays it in real time. The one to the right in the middle is a click by click, and the last one is like skip a turn.
Okay, would you rather? Okay, so this seems to be playing kind of fast.
It's a bit fast, but it's fine. The first hand did not look very capable. Now you're just like killing stuff.
How do I pause?
Yeah, just like you did.
Okay,
Yeah.
So does it always just play faster? Does it never play like real time or?
No, it never plays real time. It's always faster. This is the Sampardy deck, by the way. I posted it in the chat.
So plays the cat, plays 2 cats, and I'm like, oh dear. So, let's see, what do I do here? He plays this.
And you definitely want to kill that, right?
Yeah.
Just take the 2 damage, blank the cuts next turn with the Shark Typhoon, right?
Yeah. I might do click by click. Seems like it's probably...
Sure, yeah. You can like click 2-3 times. You can just skip turns. If you're just saying like, let's say probably you just pass here, right? Oh, play Blast.
Yeah. So this was like a decent draw. The Blast Zone kind of came just in time. So I felt like I don't need to worry about the cats too much.
Mm-hmm.
Can just take 2, right, resource life total, but the Blast Zone's huge because if they play like...
Yeah, eating a cat here seems nice, yeah.
I sharp because I'm like, what are they going to do here? Like, I don't really see the worst that can happen.
They can like Coco here, but then you can't do anything about that, right? You're gonna tap out for the shark anyway. Might as well get rid of this cat, I think.
And there's a chance if they Coco, like they hit another 1-drop that I can like...
Yeah, just Blast Zone these away.
Yeah, maybe Blast Zone. Like, Gearhulk's a nice draw, like...
Teleport card for post-combat, and a Witch is open.
So this kind of... Like, the Sabotage is a good draw in case they hit the Coco. But I play the Blast Zone. Because otherwise I'm just going to kill the Witches up at some point in the near future. But I also have to think about the Gearhulk and the 6 mana next turn.
Yeah.
And also I'm at 15 life. So Searcher's Cant is a nice draw for the following turn if I don't hit anything. I chose to play it there.
I think
because my opponent stumbled in land. Like, my argument here is like my opponent stumbled in land, and I kind of I knew I was going to ramp into the Gearhulk next turn, and it allows me to Blast Zone the Witch's Oven.
Oh, because you get to put Passage in the yard and then Blast Zone in the yard, so that's 7. So this is kind of flips.
So I wasn't too worried about what was going on here. So I think they play Mayhem Devil, and then I obviously sack in response to not take the 1 damage.
Yep, that's something I always miss.
Yeah, it's kind of like you need to be kind of focused, otherwise it goes wrong. I also sack the Blast Zone now, so they can't I don't take incremental damage from the...
Yeah. Also, sacking the Blast Zone is definitely a thing that...
Yeah.
Oh.
This was obviously a huge draw. Like, this obviously makes me think, well... actually, I hold it, and then I play Gearhulk to Heartless Sack the Devil. Or no, I Heartless Sack the Zulaport. To take advantage of the Odd Even by Extinction event. So, like, normally you'd think, oh, kill the Mayhem Devil on sight, but basically I felt that to make the most of my next turn, I have to get rid of the Zulaport, because it's essentially doing a similar thing to Devil, where it's draining me for 1 life each time something gets sacrificed, a creature.
Okay, yeah.
And also, like, this also encourages them to bring back their Cauldron Familiar to drain me and do damage, so I can blow them out next turn with the extension of it. So they don't fall for it, which obviously you don't get anything from like these.
No, they do it after this because it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't die. Yeah. They still get the ping here, which is really nice. Now a Coco is a problem, but a Coco is just always a problem.
Yeah.
Wow.
So kind of annoying. But I'll show you. Sampardy does something really next level, like the following turn, which a lot of players wouldn't think about.
I can guess what he does though. Is he gonna like ping his own Strider?
Yeah. That's exactly
nice.
So
although I think. No, you go.
So I have the sensor, so this is fine because they don't play too many lands, and then they're probably going to spend next turn bringing the Wolf Strider back. So I just get in and start applying pressure.
Yeah, and they're just
Yeah. So
Play-
this was obviously a nice draw. But I think I attack first. I hold up the shark for some reason. I don't know.
they're
know
gonna
why I
get
did that.
back. They're gonna get back the Cauldron Familiar, right?
Yeah, that was why.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And like you can't let them untap with the Goose, right? Or I guess you can.
Yeah, because what I do now is this is nice. Like look what I do here,
Mm-hmm.
and then Sam Party responds.
Oh, he's gonna make mana. Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
nice. Well, this turned out really well for you, but like you just
Yeah,
gave them the
yeah.
extra food.
But yeah, but this is crucial because I censor the Mayhem Devil.
Yeah, this is insane.
So I have to obviously hold up the shark, draw another sensor, so I can like censor the Wolf Strider plus.
Oh, you're holding both back.
I don't attack because they have 2 Cauldron Familiars, and I'm at such a low life total that I'm at risk of like them just having a Mayhem Devil.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to be very careful. But obviously they spend the entire turn doing
So,
that, and then obviously at
This
point,
is wrong
I-
sequencing, right? You should have just started by using the Azcanta.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm
That's
here to.
something
Oh, that is a clutch draw. After breaking on Azcanta, though.
Yeah. This
So-
was really good.
Don't call Martin lucky. He got really unlucky with that Azcanta activation. And you slammed his main
exactly.
phase, right? Yeah.
So I just stick here, and then
So what are you looking for?
at this point, I think at this point. so
Holy
obviously
shit.
The Radiant Fountain's nice, and the Hieroglyphic Illumination is like
Yeah.
reasonable. But obviously, I'm a bit unlucky because 6 of the cards are lands. At
Mm.
this point, I'm looking probably for a Cling to Dust or anything that gains me a significant amount of life.
Yeah.
Like, I've got the board locked up. The only thing I'm like dead to is a Bolas' Citadel. So obviously, like another counter spell as well would be nice. But at this point, I'm happy just to pick up the Radiant Fountain and the Illumination.
Yeah.
So, like-
Yeah. The Radiant
that's
Fountain
what-
is a nice addition to this, like because
Yeah.
it's really. You can just attack both now, I think.
I can't remember what I did here. I
Attack
just attacked
one.
with the Gearhulk just so that I think I was still wary that like
Yeah.
a Mayhem Devil like unchecked might be a problem.
Like the thing is, it's not like you're gonna win by. Oh, that's really bad sequencing for Sam. Like, why would you Elvish Mystic? You're just playing into another sensor here, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why I do this in response.
Because you can kill the elf if you want, so they can scry, I guess. Just get extinction event, sure.
Yeah, I didn't think it mattered too much.
Do you cycle this? Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, because like Hieroglyphic Illumination, like I'm wanting land drops, right? Azcanta's gonna draw me a bunch of cards,
Yeah.
so I don't really care. All I want is to hit land drops with Azcanta,
Yeah.
so I can have things like Sabotage plus Azcanta. Like at this point, I feel
Yeah.
like I'm well and truly in the driver's seat, and I should be able to lock this match up. But obviously, I don't know why they did this. Oh yeah, because they just wanted to.
They wanted the extra scry here.
Yeah.
I feel
So
like
again-
here you could have attacked both at this point.
I think I've got the game locked up with the 2 sabotages. I just wanted to play conservatively. Like,
Okay,
I think there's no way. Yeah.
fair enough.
because
Okay.
Yeah, plus they had no food, and I have like I can just counter their spell, attack, counter their spell, and attack. Like
Yeah. I guess it doesn't change the clock much.
yeah. So
It
like
do-
I won game 1. Game 2. So I lose the dice. Oh well.
Yeah,
obviously I
you.
lost
Yeah,
it.
this is. I think it's a new thing, right? MTGO
Yeah,
didn't
this
used to
hasn't
say.
always been the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, this hasn't always been.
Yeah.
Alright, I guess I just like press play.
This hand is
I keep it because of the gust.
like Gust plus Blast Zone, but like.
Yeah. Plus you have a lot of fuel for dig through time fast. So it was kind of okay. Like the blast zone I think sold the blast zone and the gust kind of sold it for me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
without
and-
either of those, you probably just mulligan this easily.
Yeah. So I think this was quite a slow start from Sam.
Weird
I said-
start.
I
Oh, and
said
you
play
draw an
this
untap
because of-
land.
Yeah. I cycle quite aggressively when I have dig through time. I don't really hold
Yeah.
stock in any specific
And also,
cards.
it's not like they're doing. So, okay, why not play the Blast Zone here? And represent Counterspell?
So I don't play the Blast Zone because there's a chance they play like Gilded Goose,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no need. Like Blast Zone is at its most potent. Like in this matchup, I don't really tick up Blast Zone a lot because I know they don't play Trail Crumbs.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sandbagging the Blast Zone in case they play Gilded Goose, and then I could be tempted to like get the 2-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
That was the reasoning, and I just want to fuel the dig for time so that if they say, although I'm most likely to cast Kalitas, there's a chance that I can have the option to dig for time on turn 4, depending on what they play.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
So that was like my reasoning here.
Okay. That's fair.
So they do nothing, which would normally say that they have Clyde Company.
Okay, I gotta say the Radiant Fountain looks really good in this deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been really impressive. So I play the Cletus. I know they have Clyde Company, but I'm kind of thinking like do your worst. Like Cletus is really hard. Also, something to note: post board, their Clyde Companies are a lot worse because they're forced to take out a number of Llanowar Elves and Elvish Mystics. So they normally only have like 24 creatures post board that can be like search for the Clyde Company. I played this deck a lot as well. Like I'm probably going to play it through some leagues this week when I'm not playing Vintage. I want to because I like the deck a lot and I think Sam Party's list is really nice.
Yeah.
So this was like fortunate for me. I can't remember what happens here.
Let's see.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you're tapped out, so let's see what happens. And then see if okay, so they play Familiar, which is not great when you have a Kalitas in play.
Yeah.
And another Coco.
Again, and then I was thinking like, oh dear, like what's now? And then I'm like, well, do your worst, right? Like I still feel quite good with this board.
Now you can just untap into Blast Zone, get 2 tokens off this.
Well, this is what I did, right? So I go this, smash the Blast Zone.
Yeah.
They obviously get rid of one of them. Scry. Obviously, I'm like, okay.
I would attack. What? So I kind of want to attack there.
I don't know why I didn't attack and I got punished heavily for doing this.
They have Corvold. Oh, a Bolas' Citadel.
Yeah.
But you couldn't do anything about that.
No. So they have to win this turn, and this is why I maybe should have attacked to take the 3. Because we'll just watch. You'll see what happens, right?
Are we just dead right here?
Well, it goes to game 3, right?
Yeah.
So no spoilers, but yeah.
No spoilers, but yeah, we're dead.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat my burrito whilst I watch myself die quickly. So
Look at the log. Playback finished exiting. I don't know what's up. I don't think we get to see what happens here.
Wait, what?
Look at the log. Playback finished exiting.
Right. Basically, he hits 10 permanents, drains me with the Mayhem Devil.
Oh, wow, okay.
Kind of annoyed that this didn't show what happened, but basically, I felt at this moment in time that I got punished for not attacking because there's a chance he might let it through and then I could survive.
Or right now he's scrying the token away to get to the next card. If he doesn't have one of the tokens, one of them was mana, the other one was a scry, you might get there.
I think my lesson here was not attacking essentially may have cost me the game.
Yeah, I agree.
So I was obviously a bit disappointed about that.
Yeah.
So we learned from that.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we go into game 3. So game 3, I get to go first. Keep, hand's very good.
Awesome, yeah, great hand.
Fairy pools. Start with an elf. You know what happens here? You just smack the elf out of play.
Yeah. Bolt the birds.
Yeah. So combo. So I slam this, and then I get them.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I cling to dust. So on this, the combo is really hard to interact with. But once they sack, one the food token, one the sack, cat goes into the graveyard for the food tokens made. So you have a narrow window to cling to dust it, which is really nice. That's obviously big for me.
Mm-hmm. That's huge.
It's kind of like a 2-for-1 because Witch's Oven is almost solely there for the cat combo. They play Goose, take out my dig for time.
But they're down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, I cycle because I want to hit a land drop.
Yeah. And you keep the sensor because this might actually get something here.
Oh, yeah. Sensor.
Slam this?
Yeah. You just wipe out. Like, you just take the 2-for-1s when you can get them in this matchup.
Yeah.
'Cause most of
Oh.
the creatures are kind of like 2-for-1s.
And no company in hand for them is rough.
Yeah. So this game's quite interesting. So I suspect at this point that they have Bolus of
Yeah.
Citadel in hand.
Agreed.
So this sensor just never gets cycled. Because I'm like, you have Bolus of Citadel, otherwise there's no way. Like, so it's either Orlando or Bolus of Citadel, but I think, like, given the hand, I think it's Bolus of Citadel. I don't attack here, like, I let them, like, attack and, like, bring the creature back. I think
Yeah.
that's fine.
Just grind out their resources. That's an interesting game.
Yeah, so basically at this point, they bring this back.
Why would they do this main phase? Okay, they hit the land drop. Doing this main phase is kind of sus.
They know about Sensor, so they hit the land drop, they do nothing. So now I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, you definitely have Bolus of Citadel in hand. You know about the Sensor. I'm not going to cycle it.
Yeah.
At this point, they go Goose. I'm like, that's fine, but I'm still wary of
The Citadel.
Still wary of the Citadel. So obviously, at this point, I slam the push
Yeah, for sure.
because I'm not. Citadel is their way to win, but like I'm hoping, like worst case scenario, if they hit land drop Citadel, I can Ashiok Nightmare Muse it away.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the
So,
plan. You
Yeah.
take the one. And you're not under actual pressure here.
No, we're not under pressure. So we just bide our time. So they get 2 cats, which is obviously kind of annoying. But now I know I can extinction event plus hold up sensors. That's exactly what I do.
Oh, wow.
really?
Yeah, that's huge.
So they still do nothing because they didn't hit the land drop.
But
That's
so,
amazing,
so
but
like they did nothing. They didn't hit the land drop, but what did they hit if they're not casting it?
Second Bolus of Citadel.
Yeah, but either that or Coco. And like you can't do much about Coco, but that's kind of terrifying.
So now I decide to play Ashiok to start applying pressure.
Yeah,
and
I
also
like
holding up
that.
sensor. They know, like, I know what they've got in hand. They know there's not much they can do. If like it's just so obvious they have the Citadel at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
eventually they hit the land, and then lo and behold, Citadel.
Oh,
comes
is
out.
that the Bolus Citadel? How lucky.
Yeah.
And they
But at
break?
this point, yeah, so I cycle sensor at this point because obviously now it's useless, and smack sabotage. This is where I've won the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah, of course. Dark Betrayal. They have Dark Betrayal in their deck?
Yeah, well, I think it's for Kalitas, right? Because Kalitas is really
Yeah,
difficult
yeah.
to deal with. So obviously they have the second one, and then now I'm in the point where I can go sabotage. They concede. So
Nice.
Like Gear Home sabotage. Yeah, that was a huge game. That was a really interesting moment. Game 3 was like getting the read of the Citadel quite early on and realizing like how important the sensor was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was really kind of proud of that kind of gameplay because I felt like I played that game pretty well.
Yeah. You also cycled the Shard Typhoons really aggressively.
Yeah, so this is something that people, I think people get hung up on, value from Shark Typhoon too much. The
Mm-hmm.
reason why Shark Typhoon is so good is because it's so versatile, and so what you'll see from these games is that I'm using my mana a lot, and I think a lot of people are too conservative and they want, but I can make this a Shark and a Cycler. I was like, no, the goal of this deck is to abuse deck through time.
Mm-hmm.
And constantly hit your land drops. Use your cyclers to hit your land drops. So the classic control, you get to the point where you can double spell and take over the game, and you have to I think not enough players play to their deck. They play with the cards in their hand rather than what they can draw into.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is what you should be doing with the deck a lot, is playing to the cards in your deck. You have a lot of big hitters, and you have so you should be cycling. Not all the time. Obviously, it depends on your hand, but a lot of the time, say you're only say you're going to miss a land drop if you don't cycle Shark Typhoon.
Yeah.
Or
Just
you don't
cycle
have
it.
the land for next turn. Obviously, just cycle the Shark Typhoon
Yeah.
for 2. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Also, you can cycle Shark Typhoon for 0. Make a 0 Shark, and that triggers Revolt. A lot of people don't know about it because you don't actually see the Shark at all, the token at all. But it does technically make a token that immediately dies when it hits the battlefield, and it triggers Revolt.
That's really
So,
smart.
Yeah, so that's something that people, if people were ever looking to pick up a Shark Typhoon based deck with Fatal Boost like this, making cycling for 0 still gives you a Revolt trigger.
After talking to you and to Alessandro, all I want to do is build a deck that plays all 8 Delve spells. and try and make that work.
Oh mate, I really want to play Tassiger again. I love Tassiger.
Oh, we can play 10 delve spells. It has to be broken, right?
Yeah. I guess another one is probably against Be Reborn. So this is like supposedly a bad matchup for me against.
I'm actually curious to see your games against UpLap at some point. Like we should start with Be Reborn, I think.
No, we can do that now. There's
Okay.
only 2 games against
Because
Yeah.
UpLap was playing vampires, and I know how the matchup plays from the vampires' perspective, and I think it's really, really good for the vampires. But you won that 2-0, so
Yeah.
I'm curious here. Okay, why play
Yeah.
Passage on 1? So you have double blue for turn 3.
So like, I want double blue because I'm more likely
Sabotages?
to need double blue for my sabotages than I am double black.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in a position where I draw the sabotage and can't use it because I haven't hit the land drop. So I'm happy just to take the risk and get the blue spell first. Obviously, like, I don't think it changes for any reason. I think I've got 4.
Do you even have like double black spells in your main deck?
I mean, technically Blood Cheese first. I have 1 Hero's Downfall, but I have 4 sabotage, so I'm more likely to need the double.
Yeah, for sure.
So I take the double.
And like with this hand, you are much more likely to blood shift first on like 1 mana instead of 4.
Yeah, exactly.
So would you
play
cycle the
Zero.
shark here? You do.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I just wanna hit land drops and like fuel my potential deck for times.
Oh,
the
Nick.
game was obviously a huge draw.
Yeah.
Because,
Stop Sorin.
The thing they can do is turn 3 Sorin.
Yeah, by far the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
That's opponent's board is good, but so here probably kill the Knight of Ibn, yeah, because
Yeah.
that card is Monkaes.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yep, negate
So
this.
negate over sabotage.
You take 3.
Negate's really narrow in this matchup. It only really matters against the.
Like you're
Only
basically
matters.
trying to stop Sorin and Champion of Dusk, I think.
Yeah, pretty much. So
And do they slam Champion here?
no, they have Murder Strider. I don't really care about that.
Yeah, you
I
don't
choose
really care
to-
about that.
Choose to dig for time because ideally I want to hit a removal spell now. The heart attack, which is fine. My life total isn't really pressured.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'll do here is, I think I Gearhawk plus dig for time. I can't remember.
Man, Gear Hulking Dig Through Time is so huge.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I just like slamming Gear Hulk Dig Through Time. Like,
Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
it's kind of risky if they have like a way to punish you for this. But
Yeah.
you also
Yeah.
get so much card advantage off of this. This is a push sabotage, I'm assuming. You could also take Blast Zone here, I guess.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I can't remember what I take, but like looking at it right now, given I have an extra land in hand, I ignore pretty much all the lands. Blast Zone also.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my board is like blank's their board. The only creature I care about here is Gifted Aetherborn.
Yeah.
So I take the fail push to deal with that, and I take the sabotage in case like they draw like a dusk. The creature that allows them to draw like
Oh, yeah.
ancestral recall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
you're getting
like-
Thoughtseize. We need to remember that, right? So like doubling up on counter spells and removals.
Ooh.
Oh, you took the Blast Zone. I don't hate
Okay.
this because I think the way you lose this game from this spot is either they slam a bomb here and you can't do anything anyway, or they just go like Heartless Act, attack you for 5, and you're kind of falling behind.
Yeah. So also like the sabotage is, I think because I have the sabotage in hand, I think like the likelihood that they have like multiple bombs is unlikely, and I think I can turn the corner quite fast with my hand.
The problem is their
Yeah.
Thoughtseizing your sabotage, right? Or they just concede.
Yeah, I mean, I think he assumes like either has like nothing, like a fatal
Yeah.
push or something, like dead cards, and like he knows that like deck for time I probably hit removal spell for the only creature that matters, and then I can just take over the game from here. I think he probably aggressively conceded.
Yeah, that was really aggressive,
I
I
don't really
think.
know why he conceded so aggressively. Like I think like it's likely I win the game now, but like he doesn't know my hand.
I think he saw your hand and considered while resolving Thoughtseize, right? I don't know.
No. He's seen my hand previously from. I don't know. It was an interesting one. I felt like the concession was a little bit aggressive, but I can understand. This game is insane, by the way.
Okay.
This game is like so insane. So this is. This is right. So to everyone in chat, this is when you know luck is on your side. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. So we start. This hand's obviously a mulligan. This hand's completely fine.
Yep, this hand's absolutely good. Deep bottom.
We bomb the Blasto one because we want to have both double black and double blue.
Mm-hmm.
They take this, so I'm obviously like, okay, Radiant Fountain, reasonable.
Probably either born here or knight. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Like you take the hardest act and then knight takes over the game.
Yeah, so I crack for black.
Mm-hmm.
Just represents no. So this is interesting.
Represent
So I play
sensor,
this
yeah.
Because I'm like, how do I beat Sorin? I don't think I can beat it turn 3.
Mhm.
So I bluff Censor here. They know that I have the Watery Grave, so they know that why would he play the Watery Grave? Why would he play the untapped land when he has a shock land unless he drew something relevant? So this is why I did this.
And
I wanted to.
Like, for what it's worth, I think this is the spot where as vampires to just jam the Sorin, because next turn you're gonna have blue up, right? Like, this is not getting better for you as a vampires player. This is where you have to jam the Sorin, I think.
Well,
And if it gets censored, it gets censored. I guess it also depends on your hand. They only had 3 cards, so maybe they feel like they need to do this. Interesting spot. Okay, you bluff the censor. Yeah.
Yeah. So I bluff the Censor because I have like basically no 3 mana spells post board because the only 3 mana spells I really play are Sabotage.
Yeah. And you sideboard them out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sideboard, Sabotage are in pretty much all the creature matches.
That means that my line of jamming is not very good though, which is interesting to note. And now you can just pump the knight. They're not pumping. Interesting. Oh, they're playing a Zilla.
And then I get this is so funny, right?
Do you draw like a Cry of the Carnarium or something?
I draw the Censor, right?
Oh, okay.
So now my opponent.
You made them play around it. They play around it.
Yeah. And then this is kind of telling because they go land into Sorin and I'm like, oh, and then I cycle the Censor, so it looks like they like looked really smart for playing around it, but I didn't have it that turn. And then I was like, oh, shit.
That's great.
So I cycled it here just to see if I can hit a Fatal Push on the stack. I did.
Yeah, that's a smart
And
move.
you're thinking, yeah. So now I'm thinking like, oh, I'm in big trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Play the Radiant Fountain.
So your plan is cycle Shark to kill... Oh, are you just slamming Kalitas here?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because I think they're more likely to have Fatal Push than they are to have any other removal spell. So they go Duress, take my deck for time, which I... So...
Oh, they had the push. So they sacked the vampire to hit you for 3.
Yeah.
Gave you the zombie, but killed the Kalitas.
I actually think they were wrong in taking the deck for time over the Shark Typhoon. I don't know. Like, I feel like deck for time is like too slow. So at this point, I just like take it. They play at Aetherborn.
I think they should have pumped here.
Yeah. So like now, they go other Legion.
Okay.
So therefore, like, I'm just like, look at my board, right?
Yeah. Their hand, they have like 4 cards in hand, a Sorin in play. You have 0 good blocks.
Yeah. So I cycle this.
So I don't like doing this in combat, by the way. You're never blocking with the shark here, right? You are.
No, you do. Like, you have to take the risks, right? Like, otherwise I'm just dead. Like, I need to manage this board somehow.
Don't you want to like go... So what if you don't block here? Take 7, go down to 4. Shark killed the Sorin. You chump block next turn. You go like a Gear Hulk, kill 4/4. Eat the other 4/4. Chump block the Knight of Iberidian or something. Go down to 1. That's kind of risky.
Yeah.
But like, what's your plan for beating the Sorin? That's what I'm not sure about.
So, I think you're kind of like, for me, it's kind of like we deal with the board because the issue is like if I don't deal with if they have the Fatal Push.
Mm-hmm. You're not bidding Fatal Push, but you are bidding maybe a Bloodshift first, maybe. I don't know. Also, yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So I double block and I still have the zombie. I'm on 8 life. I'm just more focused on my life total more than anything, and I'd rather like the creatures and try and
Extinction Event.
Well,
Go blank.
Which is probably not as good in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it was just better than whatever I still had.
Okay.
So like obviously the Gearhulk's probably going to help me stabilize. So they attack.
They're not using the Sorin pre-combat here, which Oh, okay. They're just putting you dead on board. Sure, yeah. Now you
So
Gear
I
Hulk.
obviously dig for time because I'm like,
Yeah, and
I
you
need to do
find.
something.
Oh, Enter
So
the God Eternals is a great one.
Yeah, Enter the God Eternals and the Blood Cheese first.
So what do you plan on? Oh, okay. So what do you plan on like blocking here? You're just trading like Gear Hulk for. You just
Well,
block like Gear Hulk on 4/4, 2/2 on the 2/3, take 3.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. So I blocked the 4/4,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm like, you can either choose to like kill my Gearhulk with the Legion, or and put me
Yeah.
on 5. So I take the God Eternals and Blood Cheese first.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is where it starts to change because they actually hit my face.
Yeah. Which
So-
is usually a good move. Like.
Yeah. Well,
Also, it's worth noting you were dead to a second Sorin here, but you couldn't do much about that.
yeah, exactly. So this point, I'm like into the God Eternals on
On the 1/1.
Yeah, on the 1/1, and then I attack first.
Yeah, you attack, they chump block with the Mutavault probably.
Yeah,
And then you can Bloodshift first the 4/5.
yeah.
And they're not.
So
wow. This Enter the God Eternal was a mega clutch.
Yeah. So they play another one.
And a
They
Mutavault.
stack, and then they have me dead. Right?
I mean, if they need another vampire, but yes.
So they draw because they don't have another vampire.
Draw a shark.
I cycle to try and I just try and find like something because I'm so dead. Like I need to like find a removal spell for the Mutavault. So I attack Sorin obviously.
Yeah.
They have 4 cards in hand, so I'm like, right, like this must.
Oh,
there's
you're
no way
actually
I'm
joining the
winning.
push here? No, you're not. How
No.
the hell do you win this game? Did they
Oh.
actually just break on vampires?
Yeah, they didn't have anything.
Oh, wow.
So I'm still dead to a Sorin plus creature, right?
Yeah, but there's not much you can do about that. What did they
No, I know.
discard? 2 lands? Okay.
Yeah, so I just go, if you've got it, you've got it. They have the vampire, and I'm like, do you have another one? Do you have a Cletus? And I'm like,
Oh, and the dig through time.
yeah. And I draw like,
Removal,
So I
removal.
yeah. So I just attack because I'm like, I'm just dead. Like I need to win very fast, otherwise.
Yeah,
I
of
am
course,
super
yeah.
dead.
You just
So
kill
I
the
just
Kalitas
go-
and pass. If they play Sorin, you can just take the 1 damage here.
Yeah. So I kill this on the stacks. I'm like, I don't want them to draw
Yeah.
the Sorin. They have 1 draw step basically. They don't
Yeah.
draw it. And I was like, oh, you have it? And I was like, this is Spence. And he was like, they
Nope.
didn't have it. So I was like, okay, sick. Draw Shark Typhoon. They
Swift end
took
down
it
to
to
1. You get the trade. Well, you don't get the trade probably. They probably find a removal spell here.
I
Oh,
draw the
negate.
So I
And this game
basically
is
win the
locked
match.
up.
Yeah, the negate basically wins me the match.
Like, I think their way to get. Oh, they can't even Zealot into something or Thoughtseize into something. So,
No.
yeah.
No.
Nice.
And then I was like, wow, like that was insane.
That was a
The
sick
fact that they
game.
didn't draw Yeah, that's obviously, you're a bit whitelisted. In fairness, that was like match 2, so I'd already won the first match, but like, as you said, I feel like this matchup, for me, is quite close. It's kind of similar to Mono Black in a way, where I feel like sometimes they can get the nut, like, they get under you with the Sorin Champion
Yeah.
Dust plan, and they just like grind you with cards. But the fact that you don't have to worry about the graveyard as an angle helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that match was pretty insane.
That was really the second game was really intense. I didn't really think your plan of just ignoring the Sorin for a bit would work. That's because that's usually how I win those games. But also the fact that you could keep them off of like Mutavaults was so crucial this game. And you played your outs I think you played this one really well.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I think I was more obsessed with 4/4 creatures and just trying to like manage
Yeah.
the board a bit more than deal with Sorin. I just felt like I couldn't deal with the Sorin. I think I was too fixated on Fatal Push, but you make a good point. Had I like chump blocked, maybe it would have been fine to keep the shark in attack. But then I didn't feel like I could deal with like attacking with the shark and dealing with the crackback with the creatures. I
Yeah.
feel like I was just too dead.
Yeah.
So that was the reasoning. I wanted to have some sort of board presence. And yeah, I got fortunate because they didn't draw a creature. They had 4 cards in hand. You assume like one of them was going to be a creature, right?
Yeah. But sometimes you flat out, that's one of Vampire's like biggest problems.
Yeah.
So that's like you got it, and that's really nice. So do you want to take a look at like the Be Reborn match now? You played versus a murderer's row. That's insane. No easy matchups. My lineup was pretty difficult as well, I think. Like, I played versus Max Magisair, Musasabi, Alienware, Modi Sapiras, WK Midori. Like, I also played with...
A lot of them are well-known players. I'm pretty sure like BNP is quite good as well.
Really? Oh, yeah.
A lot of those players are top players. Like,
Yeah.
they're like... That's like a challenge gauntlet, in my opinion. Like, that's not... No, that's very...
Yeah, for sure.
very
That was a really tough tournament.
Oh, dude.
Hey, Lo Zappa Alamilan is not here anymore. You can watch the VOD later. We have Harry13. Harry, say hi.
Hi, sorry I cannot be at Ali Milan today. He was on earlier. So
Yeah,
you've got me instead. Let's see the matchup against Be Reborn. So this matchup traditionally this matchup is pretty tough for me normally, I think. But for some reason I'm just whitelisted against Be Reborn. I don't think I've lost to them.
Okay.
So
The heat
I leave
creatures.
with Fail Passage, they leave with Croxa.
You discarded a land, probably. Like, maybe the Radiant Fountain?
No. I think it did discard the Radiant Fountain, but it's kind of tough. But you want to keep the colored sources. I think Blast Zone just better. So yeah, I think we went
Yeah, like, I would love to keep the Fountain, but with this hand, I don't think we can afford to.
No. And given the fact that, Blast Zone is just quite useful because most of their creatures are like 1-2 mana.
I would also put them at this point, like, on a push in hand at least, right? Like, their start was really not great here.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, exactly.
like, or this, or like another Oh, yeah, they run the main deck Duress.
Yeah, so main deck Duress kind of caught me by surprise. I was like, dude, really? Like, come on. Like, no way.
Come on, mate.
They really had it in for me. They were like, if I get paired against Harry 13, I better make sure I win. Spoiler alert, they didn't win.
Look at how that helped them.
Yeah, look how that worked out for them. So
Yeah.
I just play land pass. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? Like, when you
Representing another Sinister, which is
yeah.
nice here. Because they're probably like, them taking Sinister Sabotage basically means we're gonna Croxa you.
Yeah, exactly.
And if they don't, you're pretty happy about that. Yeah, and they don't.
So this tells me they've got like a Colligan's Command if they're not playing the
Or-
Croxa here. I was like, why are you not playing Croxa? Or maybe because of the removal?
Or like maybe Village Rites, right? Like, this is what they could have in hand. And they're not putting lures in their hand, so this has to be a K command, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So
K command, get Arcanist, make you discard. Discarding the least efficient removal spell.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Fail push basically just does everything you want it to do in this matchup.
Okay, so you don't want to trade this. Why?
Because you're just feeling their graveyard. I don't know.
Had the raid on push.
I didn't want to claim to be at the graveyard.
Oh,
This is
and
obviously-
this is actually really nice for you because if this was a Croxa, you would be in worse shape, I think.
yeah, Go Blank isn't as good as people think it is against me. But
Yeah.
it's still annoying.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you discarded the two colored lands here, I guess.
Yeah, so discard the lands, they fetch for something.
And play Arcanist, yeah.
Yeah,
And this is like, now you just get, oh, of course. Now you just get to push this past Sabotage or Croxa if they play it.
exactly.
And they probably just put lures to hand because they've been so patient so far.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
they
they're
actually
not
don't.
patient enough.
And then I obviously aggressively discard whatever is on top, I think. Yeah, but
Yeah.
to fuel deck for time next turn.
And now, do you want to keep maybe the Watery
What do you
Grave in
think?
your hand? So
No.
you have something to discard for a Croxa if they find it?
Not at this point. I think I was happy because I think you want to hit 6 land drops, given the fact that you want Gearhulk or you want.
Okay.
So like, I think I was happy to slam it. There you go, Arcanist.
Which is whatever. And lures to
Yeah.
hand. And now you... Okay, yeah, so you dig through time, where you could have also
So-
gotten Blast Zone. Oh, Cling to Dust? Oh, wow, these are great hits.
Yeah, so I actually just cling to dust whatever Arcanist targets.
Yeah. Which is probably gonna be the duress, right?
Yeah. So I just cling.
Yeah. And now you can set up a blast zone on 2.
Yeah. I set Blast Zone onto, I think. Can't remember. No, they hit Lurus, so I just sabotage it.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then bin that, so.
And now you have an answer to the Croxa in
Yeah.
Gearhulk countering. They don't really have any good thing. Oh wow, that is aggressive.
Yeah, I felt like it was.
And they found a
Target Thoughtseize. And then what do I do here?
probably dig through time with the Gearhulk, right?
Oh, I cling to dust.
Oh yeah, you cling to dust the thought. Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah.
Because I can't deal with the Croxa. I can't really deal with the Croxa, and also this allows me to block, like ambush them. I discard whatever I draw. This turn I just slam
And
Ashiok.
just
get rid
Ashiok
of
like
it.
bounce this, yeah.
And then just start smashing. And then I obviously discard the Blast Zone to Croxa when it comes down.
Yeah. Are you worried at all about going down to 4 here?
I wasn't really, to be honest. I mean, in fairness, like there's an argument I could have just like, because if I don't take the 3 now, I take it soon after the likelihood of that, because they're probably going to get to attack with Croxa.
I mean, they're pretty far off of this Croxa, and you have if you don't take it now, you're probably gonna, yeah.
So I don't know. I didn't really get to think about that because they conceded before.
So I wonder if it was better to just go for like Hero's Downfall in that turn, right? And keep up Blast Zone and pump it up to 2.
Maybe. It's an interesting decision point.
Yeah, because I'm kind of looking at it and like at this point, what really bothers you is something like Claim Fame. Could kill your Ashiok and then they Croxa and you're like in kind of an awkward shape. They Croxa and like you're kind of in an awkward shape. I don't know. Interesting spot.
I think because given the fact they only had 4 cards in hand, the 4 cards in graveyard and like 2 cards in hand, they were quite far off it. I don't think they could have claimed and famed and like reanimated Croxa.
Oh no, I don't think reanimated Croxa. I was thinking if they like Claim Fame their Arcanist, just kill the Ashiok.
Yeah, that I mean, but I think I was still in a reasonable spot with like the downfall and having like a 5/6 in play. It was definitely close for sure. Like there was definitely decision points that, you know, the matchup's quite tough. Like for both sides, there's so many decisions. Like I said it before, I think Rakdos is a very hard deck to play, and if you're good with the deck, then you're doing something right. Because like I was saying to, I can't remember who I was talking to about it, but like Alessandro getting top 8 Arcanist, I was like very impressed with, because I just think Dark deck's really difficult to play optimally. Making so many decisions at all times with the deck, and
like in the 4 hours he spent with me here, I think a bit less. We went over like maybe 3 matches. No, a bit more than that. But like we went over very little games because there are so many options.
Yeah.
We were like finding 6 different lines for every turn past turn 4. Like, it was insane. Hey Numenor, welcome back. We now have Martin with us. And we are watching him defeat an insane lineup. So game 2 against Be Reborn, you're on the draw versus Arcanist. We know in retrospect they have 4 go blanks.
Yep.
Which is interesting. Oh, this hand's great. If you get to resolve this search, that's a really good start. What do you don't?
No, I didn't get to resolve it. So
imagine not just top decking this on turn 2.
Yeah. I drew Blast Zone a lot.
Oh, their hand was slow here.
Yeah, because I think my hand is like very punishable. Like I was looking at my hand being like, like come on. But against discard decks, more often than not, just having the land drops is most important. Yeah. So they
what did they keep?
I have no idea at this point.
So
but I'm not.
So pause this for a second. This is an exercise I really like to do. So you look at this hand and you're like, okay, their hand doesn't, like, this doesn't make sense. What can they have in their hand that justifies keeping this hand? Right? And it's probably some amount of like go blanks.
Yeah.
Call against commands.
I have them on go blank.
Like let me pop up their list actually.
I have them on like go blanks or creatures plus village rights.
Yeah, maybe they're slow rolling creatures for like Village Rites purposes. So that would be like Go Blanks, Call Against Commands, Claim Fames, Dreadbores, possibly, if they're playing those post
Yeah.
board. Yeah, that's a really sus hand. Okay. Yeah, we can move on. I just wanted to like I really like this exercise because a lot of the time, like look at game one. We saw them playing Supplier into Croxa, and it's like, well, they probably have a push because otherwise the hinge just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Um,
Again, no land drop. So at this point, I'm like, they must just have a bunch of gold blanks.
yeah, and like Numenor saying not running Arcanist into push, but like, how is this getting better if you're not running Arcanist into push, right?
So obviously, the Croxa plus.
And now they probably have the Village Rites, yeah. So this makes a lot of sense too. They probably had like Village Rites and Croxa, but they didn't have the third land, so they didn't want to expose. They needed a card draw. Oh, that's such a good draw.
Yeah. Hieroglyphic Illumination was kind of huge for me. Like,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, like you can go blank me if you want. I don't even. I think I get rid of like the push.
Why
Which is,
not
like, the least-
do this? Why not cast the Illuminate? Oh, because you want it for a Gearhawk, I guess.
Yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to exile, and I
Yeah.
feel like I don't care about push or the land at all. So
Mm-hmm.
I fetch now.
Hardcast Shark. This is such a beating.
Yeah. Like they just instant concede. Like I think some people forget that I can do this with the deck.
Yeah.
Like people are like, oh fuck, I'm dead. And all spells are 2-for-1s. I can't be that in a deck that tries to outgrind my opponent.
Yeah, and at this point you even have like 6 lands on board, so you're not far off from hardcasting at Dictator Time, even if they like go blank here. Yeah. That's Shark Typhoon is a good card.
Yeah, Shard Evidence like pretty insane. Like
I kind of wonder if we should be playing some number of Shark Typhoons in like Phoenix.
I don't know. I haven't played Phoenix nearly enough. Like my go-to decks are obviously blue black control. By also, my secondary choice is normally John Food. Especially in leagues. I feel like John Food is pretty good in leagues just because there's a bunch of creature decks, and I think it's like one of the best decks to play against other creature decks. Hardcast Shark is so fun with blue black. Yeah. Sometimes you just want to slam in a 6-man enchantment.
Yeah, and like in some matchups, it just wins on the spot.
Yeah.
Oh, Numenor. Sheesh, that's
One of
disgusting.
Phoenix by down one, amazing.
It's-
I lost a match against Phoenix. I think I slammed Shark Typhoon. They didn't have a removal for it, but I just drew nothing afterwards and just lost.
Yeah.
And they had a Crackling Drake, and I didn't draw a spell for like 3 turns, and I was like low, like I was top deck mode.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
Numenor.
anyway, like,
Go ahead, Martin.
yeah, you don't tend to play it post board. Like you rarely ever play an enchantment. Like 95% of the time, it's a creature. The only difference is maybe in the mirror you kind of save them because the way you win the mirror is kind of like
Resolving one.
Yeah, but most of the time, especially game one, a lot of time the mirror kind of goes to decking.
Yeah, your last match was a mirror match, right?
Yeah.
I remember, like, I lost my match and I was like, well, I want to see if I get top 16. And your match just took so long. It was like 50 something minutes. I'm like, come on, Martin, just finish it. I want to go to sleep.
I can probably show, like, the mirror match is the last one. Ramzamela,
Yeah.
round 8. It's basically like game 1 is all that really matters. So, like,
Oh, you got to game 3? I thought you just
yeah.
won 2. Oh, okay.
No. They beat me with 5 seconds on the clock in game 2. Like, my
Oh.
whole point of game 2 was just to to stall for time. Not stall, but like
Yeah.
to
Not die.
Yeah. So basically, I didn't really know what they were on. My hand is obviously looks pretty sus.
Yeah. But also, it's
And-
kind of fine in game 1, right? It's like,
yeah, it's fine. Like, I was kind of wondering, are they playing an R set? I'm pretty sure Claudio said to me, this player was playing like Thing in the Ice, Blue Black, and I was like, okay.
yeah, but no Narsets, which is not usually how this like they usually play
No.
both, I think. Right? They were playing 2 Thing in the Ice, 2 Torrential Gearhulk, and then a bunch of interaction and Shark Typhoon in the main deck.
Yeah, so I then aggressively cycle this shark because like sharks are an important way to win the game in this. I'd rather make a big enough shark and I didn't have a way to protect it from like another shark. I cycle here because I'm flooding out and it's probably getting to the stage where I do need a counter spell.
Yeah.
Just in case he's trying to do anything funny. Like so obviously my shark is taken care of. I don't know land. I'm flooding out pretty hard. But we play the blast zone and I aggressively get it up to 6.
Why? Oh, so you can get rid of hardcast shark.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no way to deal with it, so I'd rather
Good
like
draws.
try and
By the way, good draws.
oh yeah. Like my draws were like kind of sad. They
This is
cycle
like-
for 3.
hmm
And
This
then
is
I'm
like the
okay.
epitome of never concede, right? This looks hopeless, but you end up winning this, right?
Oh yeah. So they attack. Obviously, I can't do anything.
Yeah.
I think I don't care if they like dig for time response or like take advantage of me tapping out.
Because they're gonna do that anyway, right? It's like,
Yeah, I have literally nothing I can do. Cling to Dust was like a reasonable draw. They negate this, which I think is
Oh.
like
hella aggressive.
I would not waste a negate
No.
on like a removal spell for one of the sharks
No.
because that's going to punish you later on in the match when it starts to matter.
Yeah. I agree. It's not like this shark is even like a 7/7.
Yeah,
You're like
but
under
also-
a 7-turn clock. You're gonna find an
Exactly.
answer to this.
Also, I'm not cycling for the sake of it. I'm always very aware of like my cards and deck at all times in the mirror. So
Mhm.
obviously, Hail Push is like kind of whatever, but it's like fine here because I do need to deal with a shark eventually. It's putting like
Yeah.
a reasonable
I mean,
block on me.
This fatal push
So-
basically already traded with a negate, right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is great.
Yeah. So now I've got my thing of 6. I still don't cling to dust because they play Tricks with Deerhawk. Still don't do anything.
So, do you try and play any faster when you're playing this matchup? Or are you just like naturally fast enough to just play this out?
I'm naturally fast enough. Like I don't.
Okay,
I don't
so
worry about.
why
don't
not
worry
cling
about-
to dust here? Sorry. Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, so
Uh,
you said you were fast enough naturally, right?
Right. So you don't cling to dust because they play Gearhawks, right? You
Mhm.
only cling to dust in response to the Gearhawk.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't use like cling to dust here. Also, you get super punished. If I proactively cling to dust and they dig through time in response,
Yeah. That's
then I'm
awful.
just like, yeah. So you don't use the cling to dust unless they slam a Gearhawk and target dig through time or something. Then you do it in response.
Yeah. And hope
So
that's good
that's-
enough.
Yeah, and also I don't want to draw cards for the sake of it, given like this does come down to decking quite often.
Okay. Especially game 1, right?
Yeah, game 1 especially. So like,
Oh, good draw.
yeah, I don't need to do anything. I'm just like
Yeah.
reacting to my opponent. I've also got 2 minutes on my opponent by this point,
Yeah.
so I'm kind of starting to become aware of that my opponent's taking slightly longer to make decisions than I am. I just let them do it. Like,
Yeah.
oh no,
Oh.
wait.
You respond by digging yourself.
Yeah. I respond by digging. They counter my dig. I just let this happen. I don't do anything else. I have the answer to the only thing they can punish me with is a resolved Shark Typhoon, and I have the answer.
And you
to
have the
so
blast zone, yeah, for sure.
I just continue to do nothing.
Yeah. And you don't cycle a shark here because, like, why would you, right?
Yeah, I just don't. They have infinite removal spells. I just don't want to draw cards for the sake of it. I want to be very conservative. Because I feel like at this point, I have a strong feeling that this game will go to time. Will go to decking. So
Yeah.
eventually I'm going to have to use my deck for times.
Like, they're past half their deck. How many sharks did they use already?
2, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. But I don't remember the first one. I remember the second one.
No, they only used 1.
Oh, I can turn Martin's audio up. Can you talk for a second, Martin?
Hello.
Yeah, okay, we're good, I think.
Okay. So they cycle Shark Typhoon.
As a 4/4?
Yeah.
And another one? Or a
No,
dig
they
through
dig
time?
for time.
Yeah.
They dig for time, and I'm like, okay,
You're
I'll
gonna-
counter that
Mhm.
because I have the answer to Shark Typhoon.
So, don't you
Uh,
want to push right now?
No, not really. I will, given the fact they fought over it last time, I'm kind of happy to make them fight over it
Okay.
again if they want, because I have the Extinction Event backup and I have my own Shark.
Yeah.
But obviously, they're much more likely to have a removal spell for my shark.
Yeah, for sure.
So the deck for time again.
You drew another
deck for time.
sabotage, easy.
Yeah, I put that on top because now I'm becoming aware that
Decking?
yeah, also I just want to still hit land drops to some extent.
Serious? Oh, you didn't put
No,
that
I
on top. You
bought
put
them.
it in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
yard.
I think at this point I had 7 cards on them, so I was fairly comfortable.
Yeah, you have like 8 cards. Yeah, you have like 8, 7 cards on them. You're probably fine. They
Yeah.
already used 2 pushes here. 2 Shark Typhoons. Negate is a great draw.
I think they slam Gearhulk here. No, they don't. They cycle again.
So how aggressively are you using the Blast Zone to get rid of Gearhawk?
I cannot remember. I don't think I did use it to get rid of Gearhulk. No, I think I
this is
did because I had
wild.
second Blast Zone.
This is wild.
Yeah, this game, this is like
This-
like do I want to do? I wanna watch a stream and watch a control mirror of draw go.
Yeah, this is... Oh wow. Illumination is a good draw at this point, right? Because they're still ahead by like 9 cards. Virtually
Yeah,
only 8 because of this Fable Passage. But you can afford to cast it here.
Yeah,
Creeping Tarpit.
I get the second Blast Zone.
Yeah. You're just gonna discard what, like an Extinction event here or the land?
Yeah.
Probably the land.
I get
right?
discard the Extinction event.
Yeah.
Opponent's still doing nothing. I'm like, okay. Bear in mind, I've got 4 minutes on the clock with my opponent. Cycle. Still aware that I'm ahead on cards.
Yeah. This is pump
I
up
won-
Blast Zone up to 6, right? Up to
Yeah.
5.
It's like I draw my Gearhulk.
And you like definitely don't want to cast something there when they're on 8 cards and they're gonna discard. You don't want to give them the option to like fatal push something
Yeah, exactly.
and basically draw a card.
Yeah, at this point I'm just aware. I'm like, you know what? I'll take out one of their counter spells for a counter war that really matters because I'm winning. They played Essence Scar and I was kind of like, what? Like, really?
What, mate? Sorry.
No, it's alright. No, but I was thinking like Creeping Tarpit and Pioneer anyone.
Yeah, that would be sick.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I think I discard Sensor because I
Yeah.
don't want to draw any cards and it's just like kind of the least impactful card. They dig for time again. I'm just kind of like okay with that because at this point I'm like the only thing I'm countering is your
Actual finishers.
finishers or like counter spells to my removal for like their Shark Typhoons because I'm on 14, so they can just make a one-shot Typhoon kill.
Mm-hmm.
I think I get rid of. All right, they do.
Oh, they're playing Gearhulk now, aren't they?
Yeah,
And now you
so
can
then I,
cling
like-
to dust in response.
Yeah, I cling to dust.
Discard the land. Oh, you
Oh,
just
I
heart
have
attack this, of course. Yeah. Although this does leave you kind of vulnerable to another Shark Typhoon, right?
Yeah, I can't remember why I did this. I think it's. Can't remember. I think I had a reason at the time, but I forget now. Like, I think I counted that they didn't have a one shot on me, and that was okay. At this point, I cycled Typhoon, just in case, but it was kind of like a pointless endeavor, because they're obviously going to kill it.
Yeah. You just want to trade this for like, you don't want to rely on this to stop their sharks, so you kind of want to just
Yeah.
find more pushes, more counter spells. Yeah, like this.
Exactly. So again, we go on.
This is wild. I hate these games. I really
Yeah.
hate these games.
So the Blue Black Mirror is basically about managing your clock, managing your cards, not over aggressively cycling for the sake of it. Every cycle you have to have intention behind it. And I'll just like let them
Oh,
do
this is like whatever because they just don't have a target. Yeah.
Yeah, because I have the one fail push, I'm kind of okay.
Yeah, with the one push, they have like what, one more shark in the deck. You have 2
Yeah.
chump blockers and a push. I guess chump blocker is not good enough. But you
Yeah.
have the extinction event too. Numenor loves these games. I really don't enjoy playing this, not on Magic Online at least. That's kind of a
Yeah.
weird number to cycle a shark for, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I didn't really understand the 7. So
You
I
negate
negate
this,
the
yeah.
Thoughtseize, the attack.
So, do you think you should have maybe like responded to the thoughties by pushing?
I don't know, is my honest answer. And I put Sensor to my graveyard, which I think was a bit unnecessary. Because this is now catching me up with their cards, so I think I didn't need to. I also didn't need to Fable Passage, but I kind of.
Okay, yeah, Downfall is a good draw here. You are catching up on cards, but not by that much, right?
Yeah, I think it was like trying to see if there was a way that I could just slam a Typhoon, I guess, but.
Oh, now
I just
you are
wanted-
catching up on cards, though.
Yeah, so I realized I was like one card ahead of them, and then at this point they were one card ahead of me, so I just did nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah. But at this point, cycling a shark. Well, I guess if they cycle a shark, they're still like one card ahead of you, so you're fine.
Yeah, but I just did nothing for the rest of the game. I just let them like.
Just discard the dig through time, right?
Yeah. Oh no.
Or the sensor. I mean, I think discarding the dig through time is slightly better here, but.
Yeah, I agree. It's really hard
nice.
to play. Yeah, it's really hard to play these matches optimally. Like it's so
Of
hard
course.
to make especially in these mirrors, like make every decision count. You just
Yeah.
let that go, right? Because all I care about at this point is I'm one card ahead. The only card that matters are creature cards, and I just want the counters to prevent them countering my removal spells.
For sure, yeah. Like this Ashiok was also game winning, of course, if it resolved.
Yeah, because it just mills their deck. I don't even
Is
need
it-
to do anything here. I just like discard.
Kind of
Extinction
wonder
Event or-
why aren't you playing the search for Ascanta?
Yeah, I also made a mistake of
Discarding.
discarding Distinction Event.
Yeah, instead of the dig through time. Like at this point, dig through time is uncastable. So
Yeah.
But-
I didn't play Search because I should have just discarded it because I didn't want to slow down, and I think I have everything I need.
oh, like
They did
clockwise. So they do this, which is like whatever, because this doesn't flip yet.
Yeah.
Another
I was
heartless
like-
act to flip this.
I thought this was quite bad from them because I was like, well, you're using removal spells. Like, I have a shark. But then I choose not to cycle the shark, or do I? Oh yeah. I decided not to. I think I was like tempted to cycle the shark, and then I decided against it.
Well, illumination is uncastable as well. So now you have to kill this.
Yep.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, so cycling the shark there is not great, I agree, because you're caught up on cards at this point.
Yeah.
You really have to get this downfall and push to resolve.
Yep.
You basically
Okay.
need them not to have 3 counter spells in their hand.
Turn 34.
Turn 34, oh my god.
So I don't really know what happened there.
I
guess
think the
killed-
replay just got stuck, I guess.
Yeah, because pretty much what happened is I killed the 7-8, and I think they realized they had nothing left,
Mm-hmm.
and they just conceded at that point. I don't know, but like I should have. There was a few mistakes I made, but it's again like when you're playing these like super long games, it's
Yeah.
really really difficult to play optimally. Like you're always gonna make like mistakes. Like again, discarding Extinction Event was a mistake. I probably could have aggressively clung to Dust a bit more, or I could have tried to slam the Shark Typhoon enchantments
Yeah,
just to
yeah.
see what my opponent. I think I did slam it at one point, and they couldn't do anything. So I think that's how I got my opponent to concede. Because this is obviously they didn't concede here from a potentially winning position.
Yeah, of course.
They conceded because they realized that like I had them, like they were one card ahead of me. I'm pretty sure I slammed the Shark Typhoon enchantment, and they realized that they couldn't do anything about it. So, yeah, interesting game.
That was an insane game. And the
Yeah.
next ones don't really matter, right?
No, because the next ones are essentially like them not having enough time on the clock, and then I just win the match that way. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that tournament was really, really tough.
Yeah.
I think... Not when is the next set coming out?
2 days from now.
Oh my God. I haven't even looked at the set properly. Is there anything? Are you saving that for another day? Is there anything you're looking forward to coming out?
I haven't finished looking at spoilers yet. We should have the full spoiler by tomorrow, I think. We're like at 250 out of 280 cards right now. Definitely some interesting cards so far. But
What card?
we definitely have like Sphere of Annihilation just to slam dunk on auras.
Yeah. And what do you think about this
Hey,
Demolish
Kevin.
card?
Hmm?
What do you think about this card?
Which card? Wait, let me take a look at your screen. Oh, I'm gonna answer. So people asked me this like 4 times already. I think this card's good. Not as good as people make it to be, and I don't think you can play it in Phoenix, but I think in Prowess this could be really, really good.
Yeah, this card is wild to me in terms of like unique card design.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, Demolish.
Demolish.
What else?
Did you play? Okay, Martin. Did you ever play D&D?
No, I've always liked the idea of D&D, but I couldn't be bothered committing to it.
Mm-hmm.
So this but
What
like
is Tasha's Hideous Laughter? Can you scroll down a bit?
what
Each
card?
opponent exile Tasha's Hideous Laughter. Oh, it's the mill card. Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, so you were saying you never committed to it?
No, I just couldn't commit to something like yeah, I just couldn't commit to something like it. It's just everyone like you have to commit to playing D&D for such a long time, and I just didn't have the ambition to do that.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of it. It's really cool. I like board games in general. Like I'm a big fan of board games. Shout out to Bunny. Is it Bunny Kingdom? There's a game called Bunny Kingdom, which is like really sweet.
Okay.
My friend Duncan, who used to play Magic a lot more, doesn't really play as much now. He has like loads of board games. So yeah.
I also have a really good friend who is just really into board games, so he has like a few dozens of them, and we just play a new one every time, and he teaches me everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anything.
Nice.
Which is super sweet, yeah. But like D&D is really different because it's more like a role-playing game. So, like I am in a D&D play group right now, and we meet
nice.
like once every 1.5 weeks, I guess. Maybe a
Yeah.
bit more often. We do it over Discord. It's like super easy. And it's so much fun. It's like 2-3 hours a week, but you just get to hang out with people and then do some awesome stuff and roll a bunch of dices. It's really fun. So I would recommend this.
Yeah, like I'm definitely into doing more stuff. Like as you know, like my girlfriend's moving from America here in August. So
Nice.
I want to do a lot more things together, and that's something we could maybe consider. D&D is like very popular here, so just depends. I know some of my friends are fans of D&D, so it's something I'm definitely thinking about.
Kevin, I'm definitely not a believer in the Minions. I think that like them coming into play tapped late is so bad.
Wait,
And
what
the
card?
Minions themselves are really bad weight. I'm just not a believer.
Wait, what card is this?
The Men lens, like the animated lens.
Yeah, they're interesting though. I like monocolored manlands. I think they're quite nice.
I mean,
but-
yeah, but they're coming into play tapped so often. It's just so bad. Yeah, I don't understand why people are hyped about the green one.
It's really flexible, right?
Yeah, but like, I don't know. It just dies to push.
Dies to Doomblade.
Dies to Doomblade. Imagine that. No, it's like the Menders are good, and the green one is probably like one of the best of them. The red one is also good. The blue one looks really bad. Like it's just so expensive for blue decks, and the black one also seems pretty bad. I think like the green and the red ones could see some play, but I'm not a believer in these.
There's so many cards to read. I haven't even read the blue one. What's the blue one do?
The blue one becomes like a 7/7 with word 3.
What?
But it's like 6 mana to activate, and it comes into play tapped. It's just never seen play.
7/7 with ward 3, mate. I'm gonna slam it in blue black control. Slam it.
Dude, are you serious?
I'll never
Really?
get to use it. I'm just gonna slam that blue-black control. I'm never gonna get to like activate it, but you know.
And you're gonna die a bunch of times because they're gonna draw this on turn 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not a
I think
believer.
I'm definitely a big fan of this set more than I was like Strixhaven. I
Yeah.
definitely think there's cool things coming out.
For
I'm
sure.
not too. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it impacts Pioneer. I'm going to be honest, I'm not really a big massive fan of Standard anymore until Throne of Eldraine leaves. I feel like that set was just too powerful for Standard, and it's kind of warped like everything. But definitely for the Eternal formats, I'm looking forward to this.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, we're waiting for Standard to rotate with Zendikar, with Innistrad, right? And until then, we're just gonna play Pioneer Modern.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try Vintage for these showcases. Might play Modern for the Mana Trader series as well.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, but I'm looking forward. I can't believe this set's coming in 2 days. I'm like, wow, great. I get to experiment with new stuff already. This is sick.
Yeah. I mean, next week I'm probably going to be putting some time into trying new cards in Pioneer. Going to have to make a list of that. Then... but like on Thursday, we're still not going to have the actual cards available. Like, we're going to have the cards available, but only in chests or something. So I'm going to wait on that. Maybe I'll have time on Saturday. Oh, no, I'm not streaming Saturday, actually. No. I'm not streaming this Saturday. Gonna take some time to spend time with my family and go to work.
No, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I've still to get back. I said I'd start back streaming like after the Euro soccer tournament's finished. So Euro football tournament.
When is the finals? Is really soon, right?
Yeah, I think the semi-finals are today. I need to check the timing of them, actually.
Oh, they're actually the semi-final. I thought the semi-finals were already played out. Okay, my bad.
No. So today, at 8 o'clock, Italy are playing Spain. And then tomorrow, 8 o'clock, UTC, England are playing Denmark. So I think the final will probably be this weekend, Saturday, Sunday. So after that, next week, I'm going to be back streaming during the week.
Let's go.
Yeah. It's been a while. I needed time off. I just wanted to take some time off to really assess what I'm doing with the stream.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll be back.
We need to chat about this then, because I also have no clue what I'm doing with I'm having fun streaming, but I don't think I can continue put that much time into streaming without finding a real job at this point.
No, I understand. It is demanding. It's very demanding.
Which is a shame. I have a lot of fun streaming, but I'm just not getting to the point where I'm big enough to actually do this for a living, and there's only so much energy and resources I can put into this.
Exactly.
While not sacrificing like too many other things. So it's an interesting spot, but I'm definitely happy about my position right now, where I can I stream 4 times a week. I get tons of people watching. I met amazing friends, and I'm doing well in tournaments. I couldn't ask for more, really.
No, and I would say I said to you near the start, when we first started talking, was I don't feel obligated to watch your streams as a friend. I watch your streams because I think you're good at what you do. I think there's a lot of sense of obligation amongst friends to watch other friends stream, but I said to you, being honest, I was no, I generally think you're very engaging with what you do in the stream, and I like watching what you do. So yeah, you deserve the popularity that's been given to you, because I think you're good at what you do and you put a lot of effort into them.
Thanks.
Yeah, at the same time, as someone who works in a full-time job, it's very difficult to commit a lot of time to streaming, and it does take energy, and it can be quite demanding on your mental energy as well. So you need to get the balance right and maybe assess what you want to do with it. Because I still think you can put in the time you want to put in, as in still a good amount of time, but work as well. But also look after yourself first before because there is all these pitfalls of streaming where sometimes you feel like you have an obligation to your viewers and stuff like that, but you always need to put yourself first and focus on yourself. And when you're putting yourself first, you'll naturally have more energy and enthusiasm in your streams as well. I think you take care of yourself and the rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, I agree. It's And I know I'm privileged in doing what I do right now, and I'm not expecting this to just last forever. So I'm just enjoying the moment. It's like,
Yeah, exactly. You know enjoy the time for the time you do it. Like as I said, we've made again like not just this, but part of like our team, like TAC. You know, we had just kind of started as like basically you and I just saying, should we just make a team? Yeah, let's just make a team. 'Cause I
yeah,
remember like what 10 months ago was it? 9,
yeah,
10
something like
months ago?
that. And look how far we got. We have the Patreon
exactly.
plug, and we just have
Yeah.
awesome people on the team. Like,
Yeah, we do. We like it was funny because like we were talking about like you look at challenges. Obviously, a lot of us are Pioneer focused. However, we do play a lot of other formats as well. It was just crazy when we seen like what 2/3 of the people that turned up to play the event from our team, like top 32 or better.
yeah. It's like,
So
and you look at the results, it's like Fingers is top 8ing Standard and Legacy and Popper. Niv is crushing Legacy. We are all crushing Pioneer. We're crushing Modern too. We had some really good results. Claudio just winning challenges.
yeah, exactly.
And that's like, and Nick was on the PT and the Mox, and like, and Traft is Traft. People like, we're
Yeah,
just crushing, and it's awesome.
Draft decides to play Spirits, wins events with Spirits.
Yeah.
So,
It's just like,
yeah.
is this the day for Spirits? Every day is for Spirits. Jams, wins.
exactly, and I think we have a good group.
Chemistry.
In terms of like we all get on really well, and
Yeah.
we're all like.
Oh, and Massey
enthusiastic amongst
also
it.
top 8 at a challenge, like modern challenges
Yeah,
and stuff like
Rasmus
this.
as well.
Yeah.
So
GP top 16.
yeah.
Sick
So,
players.
No, definitely, I definitely agree with that. Definitely very happy with where we
Yeah.
are.
And
let's just
it helped me improve so much. Like what we did today with you and Alessandro. It's like me doing this by my own is not nearly as helpful as doing this with other good players.
yeah, and likewise, like we looked at some of my decision making, and I really appreciate your input as well. It makes me second, you know, like even someone like myself who plays a lot more control than you do, like you can still add productive input to you know make me think. Wait a minute, should I have done this or that? You're actually right, and that's really it's nice and humbling as well because, you know, no matter where your expertise lie, you can always learn from every player.
Exactly.
And within our team as well, like we can always learn from each other. As well, like I can learn a lot from you playing Phoenix as well. Like I think you're very, very good with Phoenix and Pioneer. Probably one of the best Phoenix players from like watching. So I'm lucky that I've got someone like you who I can learn from as well, and hopefully like doing these videos on stream can help other players as well think, you know, reviewing your matches does help you as a player. Second, getting someone else to review them with you can help you make a lot of subconscious changes to your game that might help you going forward. So yes, it's always really good doing
and it's
these reviews.
This is not the kind of content that like gets tons of viewers, right? I mean, if I were streaming Modern today, I'd probably be sitting at like 60, 70 people, and we only, this is in sarcasm, only 30 people. But like, this is good content in my opinion. This is like what I would be looking for on the internet if I wasn't making the content. And I think that's a great way for us and other people to improve. So I hope people find this helpful. And even if it's like 1 or 2 people only, I'm fine with that.
And no, I share the same sentiment where you know it's that type of content isn't as easy on the eye as just jamming games of Modern or trying out new decks, especially when it's like Pioneer is obviously not as popular as Modern, right?
Yeah.
But it's not about the format. It's about what we're doing. It's about how to analyze games, what we're looking for, and you can apply what we've spoke about in Pioneer here to other formats.
Of course,
the principles, and that's what we try to teach people. It just so happens that the event we're looking at was Pioneer.
Exactly. Like 2 weeks ago, I did the same thing with Sam, and we were looking at like Vintage and Standard or something.
Yeah.
And I still learned a lot, even if I didn't touch these formats for like a few months now.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're gonna cut off the stream at this point. I'm gonna let you go on to your business, and I'm gonna run some errands myself. So, Gonti's streaming. Let's read Gonti.
Yeah, and thanks a lot for.
Thank you for coming, and again, congrats on your insane finish. I hope I can join you in the next like showcase challenge, and we can like compete as a team on the showcase qualifier.
Yeah, no,
And
definitely. And look, we've got Vintage and Legacy coming up, so let's we will have discussions about that and see where we can take it.
yeah,
And hopefully,
sure.
to all our patrons, hopefully we can provide you some good insight going into these weekends as well. I intend to play Vintage, potentially Legacy as well, and I want to learn a lot, and I want to share my learnings the following week going into the showcases.
Yeah,
So
let's do it
yeah,
then.
once again, thanks a lot for having me on, Ekros. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks
And
for coming.
I'll speak to you soon, my friend.
Sure.
And yeah, to everyone watching, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you all another time.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining, everyone. I'm gonna move you over to Gonti, another teammate and friend, and he's playing humans, I guess, in Modern. But like, Gonti is a strong player. You're gonna see some new decks in Modern. It's gonna be good. So go say hi on our behalf, and see you all in a couple of days for another stream. Okay, let's get the raid.